everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Shinji Matou at your service, Chapter 752 to 800, Chapter 752, An Unexpected Visitor 1143 words. Naturally, the room arrangements were 2 people per room. Naturally, for safety reasons. Naturally, the comedic duo of Flat and Svin shared a room. Rhaenys and Grey shared a room. Shinji and Waver were to bunk together. Naturally, well, this time it wasn't so natural. Originally, Waver and Shinji had planned to play online games late into the night. However, after the seemingly calm but turbulent dinner, neither was in the mood. Waver stood by the window, chain-smoking cigars. Shinji sat on the sofa with his eyes closed, his magical energy fluctuating continuously from head to toe. This state lasted for about half an hour before Waver tossed his cigarette, but out the window, and turned to ask, "What do you think?" "About what?" Shinji opened his eyes, his previously stable magical energy suddenly surging, and creating a gust that swept the smoke smell out the window. "Lord Valuelita's invitation," Waver said as he closed the window and drew the curtains. "What's there to think about?" "Accept it, of course. Only a fool would pass up such an opportunity." Hearing such a blunt answer, Waver's mouth twitched. This opportunity might not be so easy to swallow. Once you take it, you might not be able to spit it out. Then don't spit it out. You know the attitudes of the young lady and your professor. You don't need to worry about them. As long as you haven't forgotten your original intentions, you're free to do whatever you want, including joining the opposing faction. That's precisely why I'm worried, Waver sighed. Lord Valuelita is right. The philosophy of the El-Melloi classroom is closest to that of the creation department. Once their mark is on us, it'll be hard to wash off. You were a pretty boy 10 years ago, but now you're just old meat. If you want to be beautiful, take a 6-month vacation and take good care of yourself. Have you seen how terrible you look? Shinji crossed his legs and eyed Waver, whose face couldn't hide his distress. Get lost. You know that's not what I meant. I'm talking about political risks. Come on, you're just a novice when it comes to politics. Your teaching and observation skills are decent, but in politics, you're a rookie. Instead of pondering here, why not seek an expert's opinion? An expert? Waver nodded thoughtfully. Lady Rhaenys. You say you hate her, but she's the first person you think of. Miss Rhaenys is excellent, but she's too young and inexperienced. She's not ready to arm wrestle with Lord Valuelita yet. Maybe in 10 or 20 years. Then who do you mean? Waver promptly ignored Shinji's sarcasm. Your professor's wife, Lady Sola. Just as Rhaenys supports you, Lady Sola has been supporting your professor for years. It's because of her support that Kenneth can focus on academics, eventually earning the title Modern Hohenheim. Although there's some exaggeration in that, if he keeps it up, he might not be far from reaching that level. Who is Hohenheim? He's the most important founder of modern magecraft. Both the rediscovery of the 4 elements and the redefinition of the 3 fundamentals are core foundations of modern magecraft. In terms of technology, this would be equivalent to Tesla's AC motor or even Einstein's theory of relativity. Moreover, unlike secretive individuals like Tuco who strictly guard their research results, many of Kenneth's papers are publicly published, benefiting countless magus. This is what created El-Melloi's current glory. The outside world attributes this glory to Kenneth alone, forgetting that a person's time is limited. There are only 24 hours in a day, and dividing attention to politics would inevitably reduce time spent on magical research. For Kenneth to reach this point in 10 years, his wife Sola's contribution cannot be overlooked. Lady Sola, indeed a suitable choice, but contacting her is a problem. From today on, I fear there will be more people watching me. Waver's judgment was very accurate. From the moment Lord Valuelita openly extended an olive branch, countless eyes would be on him, and the El-Melloi classroom. His every move must be more careful, otherwise, it would destroy this hard-earned sanctuary. Yes, sanctuary. This is what people who know the inside story of the El Meloy classroom call this place. It stands above faction struggles, with little political color. Students from any faction can receive good guidance here. Lorelei and Kenneth, who have long set their sights on the future, don't want this tranquility to be disrupted. While it might temporarily increase the power of the aristocratic faction, it would do more harm than good to the development of the clock tower and the entire magical world. Waver knows their intentions, so he must be cautious, and more cautious. To this, Shinji already had a plan. I have a way. Waver's gaze sharpened. That's right. I just checked. Iselma, like many traditional Magus families averse to technology, has perfect defenses against mystery but no precautions against technological means. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Waver couldn't possibly misunderstand Shinji's meaning. As a seasoned otaku with a full set of gaming equipment, there were probably few people in the entire clock tower who understood the advantages and disadvantages of technology and mystery better than him. The lack of defense against technology means modern communication methods are unimpeded, and there's no need to worry about monitoring. More importantly, who would think that Waver would contact the opposing central force, El Meloy, from the core area of Valuelita? Time is of the essence. Before he could take the phone, Shinji's expression suddenly changed. No, wait. Someone is approaching in the hallway. Waver immediately abandoned his original plan and sat down opposite Shinji. Soon, a voice came from outside the door. May I disturb you for a moment? Please come in, the door isn't locked. In a Magus's territory, staying in a house provided by others, a door lock is meaningless. Rather than relying on that, it's better to trust the weapons and mystic codes in one's bag. Waver sat up straight, and Shinji lowered his crossed legs. The door opened, revealing the hallway outside. Standing there was the maid who had accompanied the Golden Princess and Silver Princess during their appearance. My name is Karina. Because she was holding a lantern in one hand, she could only briefly curtsy before introducing herself. You're too kind. I'm Waver Velvet. What can I do for you? The maid didn't answer but beckoned to the side. Please come this way. There was another person. The moment this person came into view, the world was turned upside down. Perception was overturning the laws of physics, and what caused all this was not magecraft, nor magic but pure beauty. Waver's carefully composed serious expression instantly crumbled, his mouth hanging open as he stuttered a few syllables. Chapter 753, Catching an Affair. 1261 words, nice to meet you. The breathtakingly beautiful girl spoke. Her voice could directly shake one's mind, making one feel as if in a dream. On her, beauty was no longer something intangible. It had substance and even transformed into violence. However, this violence was much weaker compared to the first encounter. It was unclear whether this was because the other half of the twins wasn't present, or if the brain had developed some immunity. Lady Diadra has something to say to you, said the maid who introduced herself as Karina. Waver looked at Shinji hesitantly. Shinji put on a reluctant expression and stood up. I'll go outside for a smoke. I wish you and Lady Diadra a pleasant evening. The atmosphere in the room instantly became awkward. Shinji didn't give them a chance to object, slipping out of the room as quickly as possible. Before leaving, he didn't forget to wink and make faces as he closed the door. To the Golden Princess and the maid, this looked like a terrible expression, but to Waver, it contained another layer of meaning. Don't worry about safety, I'll take care of it. With this assurance, Waver could finally relax and focus on dealing with the impossibly beautiful woman before him. Shinji, who had walked out the door, didn't linger. He went straight to knock on the door next door, which was the girl's room. Normally, it should be off-limits to males, but considering Sven's obsessive fixation on Gray, or more accurately, Gray's scent, this was the liveliest place. The boys and girls were sitting together, playing with their deck of cards. Seeing Shinji arrive, Rhaenys got up to greet him. What's up? Not playing games with Big Brother anymore. I wanted to, but an unexpected situation came up, and I didn't want to stay in the room and spoil the mood. Spoil the mood? What do you mean? Rhaenys, being so sharp, instantly grasped the anomaly. You've already guessed, haven't you? What kind of beautiful scenery requires chasing away another man to enjoy alone? Rhaenys' face immediately darkened, and the cold aura emanating from her whole body directly made Svin and Flat stop bickering, and also made Grey instinctively grip at. Flat, Svin, Grey, stop playing, come with me. What's going on? What's going on? Is there going to be a fight? I obey your orders, Miss Rhaenys. The two problem children were rubbing their hands together, hoping for chaos. What happened? Grey asked. Something did happen, something big. A shameless woman is trying to make a move on Big Brother. As Big Brother's sister, student, and disciple, we must protect Big Brother. Everyone get ready, we're going to catch them in the act. With these words, the enthusiasm of the boys and girls reached unprecedented heights. Their professor's brother's popularity at the clock tower was well known. Countless women wanted to climb into his bed, but so far, no one had succeeded. Now Rhaenys said, catch them in the act, how could they not be curious? Seeing that the fire seemed to be burning a bit too much, Shinji quickly tried to douse it with water. Calm down, everyone. The person who came this time is not someone you can mess with. Who is it? Rhaenys' eyes were unfriendly. Diadra Valuelita Iselma. From the Iselma family. Rhaenys was stunned for a moment but quickly reacted, wait, isn't this the name of the Golden Princess? The Golden Princess. At this point, Flat and the others also realized, and couldn't help but look at each other in astonishment, obviously not yet fully recovered from the impact of that beauty. Yes, it's the Golden Princess. Shinji nodded, asking with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, she's the most suitable romantic encounter for Waver, isn't she? So, still want to go catch them in the act, little housekeeper? Catch them? Rhaenys gritted her teeth, no matter who it is, they can't make a move on Big Brother right in front of me. I think the Golden Princess probably came to see Master for other reasons, not like what instructor said. Rhaenys suddenly had a moment of clarity. Just now, her thoughts were muddled by Shinji's ambiguous words, but now being reminded by Grey, her intelligence immediately came online. Judging from the sensation caused by the Golden Princess and Silver Princess's appearance, the Iselma family was very close to their goal. They would never give up on the twin sisters at this point. You're messing with me. How am I messing with you? Shinji shrugged, feigning innocence, did I say what they were going to do? Everything was your imagination. Rhaenys was so choked up she couldn't speak, only able to snort a few times resentfully. Thinking carefully, it was true. Shinji only said a woman went in, and he left, he didn't say anything else. What's going on? I don't know either. I've told you everything I know. I was chatting nicely with Waver when the Golden Princess's maid came knocking, saying she had important business to discuss with Waver, and asked me to leave. I felt something wasn't right, so I came to inform you. Rhaenys' eyebrows slowly knitted together, looking just like Waver when he was troubled. What do you all think? It's a conspiracy, Flat answered. There's a problem, Svin answered. Something feels off, Grey answered. Did I need you to tell me that? Rhaenys glared at the three impatiently, I'm asking what specific conspiracy, what problem, what feels off? Don't know, the three shook their heads in unison. What about you, Mr. Rhaenys turned her gaze to Shinji. It could be someone sent by Valuelita to win over Waver, or it could be some kind of scheme. At this stage, there's too little information to judge. However, this room is only separated from mine by a wall, and although the Iselma's magical barrier is well constructed, but before Shinji could finish, Rhaenys had already understood his meaning and ordered, Flat, infiltrate the spell here. I want to hear the details of Big Brother's conversation with the Golden Princess. No problem, leave it to me. Flat waved his arm, lightly tapping on the wall, interference begins, play ball. The vector of the bounded field was altered. Flat's magic was special. Not only was its attribute the rare ether, but the techniques used were also extremely heterodox. Drawing essence from magecraft all over the world, this approach is generally classified as chaos magecraft in modern magecraft, but Waver evaluated it as, this is simply junk magecraft, while the person himself was overjoyed because Professor named my magecraft and spread it everywhere. But generally speaking, such spells cannot be established. The magical foundation of chaos magecraft is very fragile. The usable magic versions are at most just known, let alone the universality of theoretically drawing essence. It's even difficult to establish ordinary spells. Therefore, in terms of somehow being able to establish it, Flat Escardos is undoubtedly a heretic. Especially in the field of interfering with others' magecraft, Flat showed unusual talent. So far, he hasn't encountered any magecraft he couldn't interfere with. Although Iselma's constructed field had been strengthened over many generations, in his eyes it was no different from paper, and was easily pierced through. After about 10 seconds, the Golden Princess's voice that struck directly at one's heart came through, and the first sentence was a bombshell. I hope you can assist us in our escape. I hope the El Meloy classroom can shelter us. Chapter 754, Chapter 754, A Restless Night. 1138 words. Waver and Golden Princess's private conversation didn't last long. About a few minutes after Flat invaded the barrier, and applied a sound amplification spell, Golden Princess left the room with her maid Karina. Although the time was short, the content of this brief conversation was enough to stir up a terrible storm, so much so that Rhaenys now regretted letting Flat invade the barrier. However, what's done is done, and regret is useless now. The urgent matter is how to handle this situation. Just as Rhaenys was recalling the conversation and weighing the pros and cons, Waver's voice came from across the wall. Flat, I know you're eavesdropping. Let them all come over. Ah, I've been found out. Flat habitually stuck out his tongue, and casually removed the interference. The professor wants us to go over. Shall we go? Let's go. Rhaenys said with a grave expression. Remember, you're not allowed to leak a single word of what you hear and see tonight. This is a matter concerning the survival of our class, understand? Understood. The young boys and girls nodded repeatedly. Flat added, I won't say a word even if it kills me. You're the one I trust the least. You must keep your mouth shut tight. Rhaenys specifically warned Flat, who directly covered his mouth, indicating that he absolutely wouldn't speak. He might be a bit naive, and sometimes called a fool, but he's not truly stupid, and won't make fundamental mistakes. After giving everyone a preventive warning, the group came to Waver's room, just a wall away. Rhaenys got straight to the point. Big brother, what are your plans? Do you think Golden Princess's escape is real? It doesn't seem fake. There's no problem with her expression, language, demeanor, or logic, but I feel something's off somewhere. Where is it? Waver folded his arms, frowning deeply. Seeing him like this, Rhaenys and the others also began to review every word of Golden Princess. The reason Golden Princess gave for her escape was meaningless suffering. Her beauty wasn't naturally born but came through constant modifications, a process that must have caused immense pain. But for Magi, this is quite common. Starting from the transplantation of magic crests, it's a form of self-modification, and the process inevitably involves pain. Besides, modifications to the brain and internal organs are not uncommon. The worm magic developed by Zokan also contains a lot of content about body modification. It can be said that the growth of a magus is accompanied by pain. But all of this needs to be based on one foundation: this pain must have meaning. If there's no meaning, meaningless suffering is equivalent to self-destruction. Historically, such meanings were not uncommon. After reaching a certain stage, the previously used methodology becomes completely useless. If one can change in time, there's still hope, but continuing on an already useless path will lead the family to its end. And the Iselma family, or more accurately, Golden Princess's father Byron, was in such a state of obsession at least according to Golden Princess. If this continues, either I or Silver Princess will die sooner or later. Golden Princess said so. To avoid meaningless suffering and extinction, the young girl decided to escape with her sister. But relying solely on the two sisters who weren't even magi, it would be impossible to escape from Iselma. Even if they escaped, they would be caught and brought back, so they needed to find a new patron. The first one to be excluded was Valuelita. Although Lord Valuelita has a good reputation, and is a nice person, since she has taken the position of Valuelita's lord, she couldn't possibly protect the two sisters, because Byron had already achieved sufficient merits, which couldn't be erased. Other families belonging to the democracy faction wouldn't work either, as no one would risk breaking ties with Valuelita for the sake of the two sisters. Bartholomew faction wouldn't be afraid, but given the sisters' value in mysteries, they would likely end up on a research table. The neutral faction Meluastia was similar, and this faction was relatively weak and rarely participated in political struggles, not as good as Bartholomew. In comparison, the Department of Modern Magecraft would be much better. First, the department head Waver has no talent in magecraft and early on gave up the goal of reaching the root as a magus. Under his protection, at least they could avoid the pain of being dissected on a research table. Second, the El Meloy classroom is an object that various factions are vying to win over. Even Valuelita wouldn't overly offend Waver at this time. In other words, he can protect the sisters, at least to fight for a chance for them to survive. All the sisters seek is just an opportunity to survive without having to bear meaningless suffering. If Waver doesn't accept, they can only choose to make a political deal with Bartholomew, exchanging information for a place to stay. Everything could be explained, and both ways forward and back had been found. Neither Waver, with his world-class insight, nor Rhaenys, familiar with political routines, could find any flaws until Flat spoke up. "Just agree, Professor. It would be a shame if such beautiful people, like works of art, died. Didn't Lord Valuelita want you to give lectures? Why not use this as an exchange?" "Wait, what did you just say?" "Flat, say that again." Waver and Rhaenys seemed to have caught onto something, and looked at Flat simultaneously. The boy swallowed and took a step back. "I suggested you use the lectures as an exchange." "Yes, that's it." War sveloped his thigh hard. "Exchange, that's where the problem lies." Seeing that the others were still confused, Rhaenys explained, "The El Meloy classroom is not a charity center. There's no need to risk offending Valuelita to shelter these sisters, unless they truly have stakes worth the risk." However, until the end of the conversation, Golden Princess didn't offer any stakes. Indeed, it's a remarkable charm, even Big Brother couldn't resist. Waver retorted, "The same words to you, lady. It's always hard to refuse a beautiful woman's request, let alone a beauty like Golden Princess who's beyond the level of national beauty. She's capable of captivating both men and women." "I was thinking from Golden Princess's perspective," Rhaenys insisted. "So was I. However, there's another possibility. Because my response was too vague, she didn't state the stakes." Indeed, Waver didn't directly agree to Golden Princess's request, but said he needed to confirm Silver Princess's thoughts. So Big Brother intends to accept Golden Princess's invitation. At the end of the conversation, Golden Princess invited Waver to her room the next morning. Waver thought for a moment and said, "We need to figure out what they're trying to do. That way we can better respond." Chapter 755, Chapter 755, Night Meeting with Tuco. 1161 words. Waver's choice was one that any normal person would make. From the moment Golden Princess approached him, he was inevitably drawn into Iselma's vortex. All he could do was try to gain as much initiative as possible. After all, he wasn't one of those with clairvoyance EX, who could see the past and future, perceive all truths, or observe the entire world. His discerning eyes, although capable of analyzing essences, still relied on sufficient understanding and intelligence. If the opponent didn't show their tail, he couldn't tell whether it was a fox or a weasel. What he didn't expect was that Rhaenys would show a rare display of firmness regarding this decision. "No, I object. Although Waver was somewhat surprised, he wasn't angry. They had known each other for many years and understood each other deeply. He quietly looked at the girl who had once waited for a long time outside his apartment, and the girl looked back at him. I know what Big Brother is thinking, but it's not okay. You can't go to Golden Princess's room. My lady, I need a reason. 2 reasons. First, safety. Everyone knows about the Golden Princess's beauty. No matter who sees her, they'll be momentarily stunned. For those with ill intentions, this moment is enough to do many things. Golden Princess's beauty had reached the realm of authority. Without specific countermeasures, no matter how strong you were, you couldn't resist the first wave of mental impact. That makes sense, but it's not enough. Since I've seen her, I naturally have ways to guard against it. I never doubt Big Brother's abilities. Rhaenys's face showed more confidence than anyone else's. That's precisely why you can't go. Because you're the final trump card. As long as you're safe, no matter what happens, there's room for maneuver. If something happens to you, then it's truly over. This was the biggest difference between Rhaenys and Waver. Waver was essentially a teacher, accustomed to solving problems personally. Rhaenys was different. She was more like a politician, understanding the importance of always leaving room for negotiation. So, anyone here can go, except for Big Brother. When you say anyone can go, you must mean yourself, right? Waver's tone carried a hint of helplessness. In terms of strength, apart from himself, Rhaenys was the weakest here. But when it came to political acumen, everyone combined might not match this youngest girl. Supporting Big Brother is the duty of a younger sister, and after all, it's a girl's room. It's not appropriate for a gentleman to enter rashly. Rhaenys's words always seem to make sense. Indeed, but it's not appropriate for you to go alone either. Grey, you go with Rhaenys. If you encounter any trouble, notify me immediately. Yes, master. Grey nodded without hesitation. Leave it to me. I'll get a good look at that woman, ow. Before he could finish, Ad was punished. Why did you hit me? The instructor said to do this when Ad says something wrong. Damn it, you teach Grey bad things. Where's that bastard? He was just here. It was only then that Ad realized someone was missing from the room. Waver and Rhaenys also looked at each other in confusion. I know. Flat quickly raised his hand. If you're talking about Mr. Levi, he just went out. He said that rather than guessing here, it would be more convenient to investigate directly. This guy, always so mysterious. Who knows what he's thinking? Waver complained out of habit. Investigation is good too. With his abilities, he might find out something. Investigation. Levi, no, Shinji didn't need to investigate. He knew very clearly what Golden Princess was plotting, what Iselma was hiding, and whether there was something behind the scenes. He was just using this opportunity to slip out and meet Tuco privately. While chatting and playing games with Waver wasn't bad, it paled in comparison to spending quality time with Tuco. The investigation wasn't entirely an excuse. Waver and his group were staying in the Sun Tower, which was specially used to accommodate guests, while Tuco was living in the Moon Tower of the main family, and was also related to this incident. In a sense, it could be considered a kind of investigation. Since it was the main family's residential area, the defense was naturally more than a level higher than the Sun Tower. However, Shinji didn't take this level of defense seriously. As mentioned before, Iselma belonged to typical traditional magus who disregarded technological development and only valued mystery. Shinji's stealth feared mystery the least. To surpass him in mystery, it would have to be top-tier servants, deities, upper ranks of the 27 dead apostle ancestors, or big bosses like magic users. He walked out of the Sun Tower as if taking a stroll, walking along the lakeside at night. The wind blowing on his face, carrying a slight coolness from the water, was unexpectedly comfortable. Due to the settling of water vapor at night, a thin layer of mist formed around the two towers, adding a dreamy color to this family that was already full of fairy tale charm. I didn't expect a night outing to have an unexpected gain. I should bring Tuko out later to appreciate the night scenery. It seems that's no longer necessary. Halfway there, Shinji had already found the person he was looking for, along with the female magus who was causing Waver trouble, Lord Valuelita, who was also Tuko's teacher. Judging from the half-burnt cigarette in her hand, the two had been talking for some time. After thinking for a moment, Shinji chose not to approach further. It wasn't out of concern about being discovered, but out of respect for Lord Valuelita didn't keep Shinji waiting long. After finishing a cigarette, she waved her hand generously and left with a light step that didn't match her age. Tuko stood still, lost in thought. After about 10 seconds, she took off her glasses, pressed the corners of her eyes with her hand, and muttered to herself. I feel like I've forgotten something. What could it be? Forgotten something. Shinji arrived by Tuko's side at just the right moment. How would I know if I've forgotten? It's probably not important. Let's just forget about it. Tuko shook her head, her hair tied at the back swaying along. While she might not match her teacher in boldness, she was no less free-spirited. I knew you'd come find me. How long have you been here? A few minutes. Did you eavesdrop? I didn't. Is that so? It's true, Master. A faint voice came from the mist. Master Shinji was waiting over there the whole time. He only approached after Master's teacher left. I'll take your word for it. Tuko still hadn't put her glasses back on, and beneath that cold face, there was a hint of a different kind of tenderness. Chapter 756, Chapter 756, The more beautiful a woman, the more dangerous she often is. 1345 words. Tuko asked again, aren't you curious? About what my teacher and I discussed. Shinji replied, I am curious, but I don't need to eavesdrop because you'll tell me. Why would I tell you? Because of our relationship. What kind of relationship do we have? Perhaps it was because she looked so alluring when she said this with a mix of coldness and coquettishness, or perhaps it was due to the beautiful and romantic lakeside night scene that made one's heart flutter. Shinji suddenly had a rush of blood to his head, and reached out to embrace Tuko, whispering in her ear. This kind of relationship. The moment her body was enveloped, Tuko stiffened, clearly startled by Shinji's bold action. But she quickly relaxed again, lowering her head and feigning confusion as she asked. What kind of relationship is this? Whatever kind of relationship you say it is, Shinji said, half-jokingly. Tuko tentatively suggested. Are there siblings like us? Shinji retorted. In Magus families, this sort of thing isn't uncommon. As Tuko said, Magi value bloodlines more than anyone else, and many families still maintain the tradition of intermarriage. Shinji was taken aback and instinctively replied, but we're not blood-related. Hearing this answer, Tuko pinched Shinji's waist in annoyance. Shinji finally realized that having no blood relation meant there were no restrictions or constraints. To use the most popular phrase from his previous life on the internet, having a blood relation, isn't that even better, Yukisou? He was an idiot. Seeing Shinji's face full of silly smiles, Tuko sighed helplessly. She didn't know if this little rascal was smart or stupid. If you say he's stupid, he always manages to inadvertently stir a woman's heart. Count the girls around him, and you can't even use one hand to count them all. If you say he's smart, he can't even understand such simple hints and sometimes makes such basic mistakes. But perhaps it's precisely because of this that so many girls like him remain unchanged for so many years. Even she had unknowingly lost her heart to him. Tuko raised her head, silently gazing at him before her, the scene of their first meeting once again flashing through her mind. That day, he had tempted her with the rune system she couldn't refuse, making her sign the agreement. She had angrily called it a contract of enslavement. Looking back now, it was a contract of enslavement in every sense. She had wanted to let go, and over the past few years, she had visited several reclusive immortals. Among them, One immortal's words resonated with her the most. How to let go. What if you don't let go? As long as there are no regrets, the path to immortality is ultimately one's own to walk. If you can't let go, then don't. There's nothing wrong with that. I, Aozaki Tuko, have been obsessed all my life. One more obsession won't hurt. I'll walk my path. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Shinji's concerned voice sounded in her ear. Tuko shook her head and reached out to wrap her arms around his neck. From now on, I'll need to be this close to see your face. I told you before I'd soon surpass you. How you used to look at me is how you have to look at me now. Saying this, Shinji's face couldn't hide his pride. The Matou family's genes were indeed excellent, but they had one major flaw: height. Family members were generally not tall. The old worm had shriveled up, so it's unknown how he was in his youth. Korea Matou was 173 centimeters, and Byakuya Matou was 1 centimeter taller than Korea. In Shinji's original timeline, his data at 17 years old was 167 centimeters. If he had just started puberty, that was fine, and there was hope to reach his father's or uncle's height. But if it was late in his development, it would be terrible, and even surpassing 170 centimeters would be questionable. Although this height wasn't considered short in Japan, on a global scale. Sorry to say, Shinji was a mundane person. He didn't have the open-mindedness to consider the body just a vessel. He didn't ask to be stunningly handsome or shockingly tall, but at least to score 70 points. So, after the situation in the Matou family stabilized, he began to prepare for his growth and development. A glass of milk in the morning and evening to supplement calcium, and daily exercise and training geared towards benefiting height. Isn't it often said that engaging in sports like volleyball and basketball helps increase height for young people? Shinji also utilized this principle. Although Justice had ensured he wouldn't be short when helping to build his body, he couldn't truly be at ease until he saw results day by day. His unremitting efforts finally paid off. At 16, his height had already exceeded 167 centimeters, and recently, he had broken through 174 centimeters, becoming the tallest in the family. How could he not be happy? How could he not be proud? Seeing Shinji's nose almost reaching the sky with pride, Tuko felt both amused and helpless. It's not good for a man to hold such grudges. No, this isn't holding a grudge. It's that I remember everything you say. You remember everything. Of course. I even remember you saying that when I grow taller than you, you'd let me. And you say you remember everything. Humph, I never said such a thing. Tuko suddenly let go of her hands, turned her body, and left Shinji's embrace. You said it. Shinji, who had entered the third magic realm, couldn't possibly have a problem with memory. If he remembered, he remembered; if he didn't, he didn't. Tuko's face showed a mischievous smile. Is that so? Think carefully. What I said was we'd talk about it when you grew taller than me. The rest is all your imagination. Thinking about it, it was true. Those words in the context of that time meant this, but Tuko had never personally promised anything. Realizing this, Shinji suddenly felt dejected. You shouldn't trick me like this. This is a lesson for you. You're good in every way, but that face of yours that attracts women is worrying. Not every girl is as kind-hearted and devoted to you as Fujino and the others. The more beautiful a woman is, often the more dangerous she is. Then you must be the most dangerous. I don't know if you're complimenting me or mocking me. Complimenting, of course, it's a compliment. I'd fight anyone who dared to mock you. All right, stop pretending. I have enough self-awareness. In terms of beauty, I can't compare to the giant god you projected, nor to the Golden Princess and Silver Princess. Seeing Shinji not responding, but instead showing a thoughtful expression, Tuko couldn't help but hit him hard. You start losing your soul at the mention of the Golden Princess and Silver Princess. Shinji shook his head. No, I just thought of something. You just said the more beautiful a woman is, often the more dangerous she is. So what do you think of the Golden Princess? What do you mean? This isn't the place to talk. Let's go to your room. Tuko hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, all right. Matou, please be on guard. As you command. I hope Master and Master Shinji have a wonderful night. Matou's words were still monotone, but the meaning behind them made Tuko's ears burn. Who told you that's what it means? Detection shows Master's heartbeat accelerating, body temperature rising, inferring. Tuko was embarrassed and angry. She turned her head to see Shinji hiding to the side, secretly laughing, and couldn't help but hit him hard several times. Still laughing? I'll make you laugh. I'll make you laugh. I was wrong. Don't be angry. Shinji surrendered, while secretly giving a thumbs up. Well done. It wasn't in vain that I lent you such a precious cloak. Chapter 757, Chapter 757, Another Unexpected Visitor. 1257 words. How to describe Tuko's room. Messy, very messy. An old globe, stationery piled haphazardly, a mishmash of gossip magazines and philosophy books from street stalls, a large collection of wind-up tin toys barely distinguishable from junk, and various personal items occupied almost every space in the room. It's no exaggeration to say that apart from the bed in the center for sleeping, not a single spot could be called clean and tidy. It was hard to associate this with the intelligent, mature, beautiful lady before them. Even Shinji, who had lived with her for several years, covered his eyes, unable to bear the sight. Although I didn't have high expectations for your room, this level of mess is really... How long have you been here? Or a month and a half? I can't remember clearly, Tuko replied while clearing a place for Shinji to sit. You can't even remember that. Matou, you tell me. 1 month and 10 days. It was hard to imagine how Matou could find a foothold in such a messy room. One couldn't help but admire her professionalism. I didn't receive any news for 40 days. The secrecy is too good, Shinji said with a bitter smile, while Tuko showed a proud grin. Of course. Before I came, I told Byron that if news of my presence here leaked out, I would leave immediately. Do you dislike seeing me that much? If I didn't want to see you, you wouldn't be sitting here now. I said I wanted to test the bond between us. If you found me too easily, it wouldn't be a real bond. Besides, does it matter now? Indeed, it doesn't matter. Yes, no matter how much she had avoided it before, the moment he hugged her, it all became irrelevant. But to become this messy in just over a month, your self-care ability has decreased quite a bit. Based on Shinji's experience, even for Tuko who suffered from chronic laziness, it would take 2 months to make a guest room over 40 square meters this messy. He had underestimated the severity of her laziness, and her thick skin as well. This is all your fault, she said. How can this be our fault? Shinji was dumbfounded. Of course it's your fault. During the time I worked for you, I didn't have to do these things myself, so my self-care ability deteriorated. To be able to argue so forcefully with such flimsy reasoning, I'm learning something new, Shinji laughed, amused by her. Taking care of someone could lead to this. As Tuko said, during her time with Shinji, she was treated like a princess, with everything done for her. Of course, it wasn't like this from the beginning but was forced into being. Sakura and Fujino were both traditionally good girls, capable of all household matters. They would habitually clean any dust or dirt they saw. One can imagine what would happen when living with someone with such poor living habits as Tuko. Every time they entered her room, the two girls would consciously or unconsciously help tidy up. At first, Tuko wasn't used to it, but soon she began to enjoy this life of being taken care of. Later, when Shinji saw her accounts in a mess, he simply stripped her of financial control and handed it over to Fujino, who had a natural sensitivity to money. As long as she was there, Fujino and Sakura would regularly help clean her room and prepare an extra portion of food for her. Living expenses were given daily to prevent her from accidentally spending it all, and there were special channels and accounts for purchasing magic-related items. That's why Tuko said she had no money when she ran away from home. It was all managed by Fujino. Even when she went to the Tano family, there was Hizui, a professional maid with mild obsessive-compulsive disorder, responsible for her food and daily life, with professional standards higher than the two girls at the Matou house. After getting used to such a life, even normal people would become lazy, let alone Tuko, who already suffered from chronic laziness. The result was a complete deterioration with no cure. Suddenly, I feel that Justy's words make a lot of sense, Shinji said. Tuko asked curiously, what did she say? She said that when you left without even washing the dishes, you definitely wouldn't last long. Humph, I've lasted 3 years, haven't I? Yes, you've suffered. Matou, why didn't you help tidy up? I said, the master doesn't allow it. She says she won't be able to find what she needs. The maid sent by the Iselma family was also sent away by the master. What Matou said was indeed true. Shinji's living habits weren't much better. Sometimes after Sakura cleaned his room, he would feel a bit uncomfortable, finding everything odd, but he would get used to it after a while. After all, a clean and tidy room was always more pleasant to look at than a messy one. Therefore, Matou, this time you must listen to me. Those are all excuses. Next time, no matter what she says, help her tidy up regularly. If she can't find anything, she can just ask you. Your memory system is more reliable than the human brain. Certainly. Matou appeared and responded, shall I start now? I'll help too. In this environment, I don't feel like doing anything, Shinji said as he stood up and began to tidy up the magazines on the tea table. Tuko quickly protested, wait a minute, you too. I'm the owner of this room. What about my opinion? You can express your opinion, but I won't listen, Shinji replied. I'm sorry, Master. I think Master Shinji is right, Matou added. Seeing Shinji and Matou working in sync, each taking care of one side, Tuko gritted her teeth in frustration. Traitors, all of you. Be grateful, Shinji said. In just a few seconds, he had already collected a stack of magazines. This is the first time I'm cleaning someone else's room. Even Sakura hasn't enjoyed this treatment. I don't want to enjoy it if you're offering, Tuko said. But despite her words, she didn't stop them and even joined in the cleaning effort herself. After about 10 minutes of busy work, Matou, who was cleaning the floor, suddenly stopped. One of her eyes changed from gold to red. Master, someone is approaching in the corridor, she said. Who is it? Tuko put down the cloth in her hand and asked. It's Miss Estella. The Silver Princess. What does she want with me? Tuko frowned slightly. Shinji, with one hand on his chest and the other supporting his chin, looked at the door with great interest. Hey, this is getting interesting. The sister just met with Waver, and now the younger sister comes to find you. The Golden Princess met with you. That is indeed very interesting, Tuko's posture and expression mirrored Shinji's. Soon, there was a knock on the door. I'm sorry to disturb you so late. Aozaki Tuko here. An indescribably beautiful voice struck their souls. It was undoubtedly the Silver Princess. Yes, I'm here. I'm coming, Tuko responded. As she answered, Matou had already disappeared into thin air, and Shinji had quickly hidden under the bed. Tuko adjusted her glasses, the laziness on her face disappearing, replaced by the intellectual elegance she showed at work. Well then, let's see what these sisters are up to, shall we? Chapter 758, Chapter 758. The Request of Silver Princess 1352 words. Perhaps because this was the Moon Tower, or because Tuko had lived at the Iselma family for a while, and was relatively familiar, Silver Princess appeared much more relaxed than Golden Princess, speaking more directly. I have a request. For Silver Princess to come alone at this time, it must not be a simple request. At work, Aozaki Tuko exuded a different aura. This aura emanating from her soul, and life experiences was something even Silver Princess's beauty couldn't overshadow. Yes, I know this is difficult, which is why I've come to ask Miss Aozaki. Well then, tell me what you want me to do, and what the payment will be. If it's suitable, I might accept your commission. Tuko's frankness and ease brought a slight smile to Silver Princess's face. For a moment, even the wall lamps seemed to brighten. I'd like to request your assistance in our escape. Your escape? You and Golden Princess? After a brief hesitation, Silver Princess nodded, yes. Running away just after stepping onto the stage, your father will go mad. What could make you go to such lengths? Hearing Tuko's question, Silver Princess fell silent. It wasn't that she refused to answer, but something too heavy had sealed the beautiful woman's lips. Tuko didn't speak, quietly waiting. Finally, we have no choice. Father has already gone mad. We must protect ourselves. Silence fell again, this time it was Tuko's turn. Not because she didn't understand, but because she did understand, and so she was silent. As a master in human body magecraft, she knew better than anyone how hard-won this beauty was, and the risks behind it. I see, the Iselma's magecraft has entered a dangerous area, hasn't it? Silver Princess struggled to give this answer, the same answer as Golden Princess. If this continues, either I or Golden Princess will die sooner or later, but father hasn't realized this. That's normal. Any magus, seeing their family's long-cherished wish about to be realized, would find it hard to maintain rationality. And this rationality is often the key to success or failure. Tuko sighed deeply. I understand the reason now. Let's talk about the specific approach and payment. If you're asking me to be your babysitter, I'm sorry, but that's impossible. I've just gotten rid of the ceiling designation not long ago, and I don't want to taste being hunted again. We won't ask you to go that far. I couldn't afford that payment anyway. Silver Princess shook her head with a bitter smile. I just hope you can provide some defensive tools. That's not a problem. I happen to have a suitable creation for you too. If the payment satisfies me, I could even secretly escort you out of Iselma territory. Thank you in advance, Miss Aozaki. Silver Princess bowed deeply, her face showing obvious joy. Regarding payment, how about an alchemical doll from the Catherine the Great? Although it's somewhat broken, I think it should be attractive to you. Indeed, very attractive. However, if you can answer one of my doubts, I can forgo any payment. Tuko said, waving a finger in front of the girl's eyes. The girl quickly inquired. Please ask. Why is Golden Princess more beautiful than you? What did you say? Tuko's question surprised Silver Princess. Playing dumb won't work. I don't know if other magi can see it, but differences in the human body can't escape my eyes. For example, you actually can't see. Although there are many magical methods to replace eyes, Tuko still noticed the abnormality in Silver Princess's eyes at a glance. Your eyesight is astounding. Silver Princess sincerely admired. But as you've seen, I can't see, so I can't answer your question. I see, that's truly a pity, Tuko said with slight dissatisfaction. I'll make some minor adjustments based on your magical energy. It should be ready by tomorrow morning at the latest. At that time, I'll have my maid Regina come to collect it. The payment will be brought along as well. Well then, pleasure doing business with you. Pleasure doing business with you too. With that, the young woman stood up, ready to leave. Wait a moment, Tuko called out to her. One last question. Do you think you can escape? You should know that your beauty is already very close to the root. It wouldn't be strange if you connected at any time. The clock tower won't stand idly by such a possibility, and even the secret judgment division might get involved. The worst outcome would be a ceiling designation. The dead end for magi is considered to be limited to one generation, unprecedented and unrepeatable. Although strictly speaking, Golden Princess and Silver Princess weren't magi, the secret judgment division had precedence of dealing with non-magi, so the possibility still existed. Regarding this point, you'll know tomorrow morning. Silver Princess ended tonight's conversation with a mysterious smile. Watching the young woman's retreating figure, Tuko also revealed a strange smile. Interesting, interesting. Today's young people really can't be underestimated. That's why I think your statement that the more beautiful a person is, the more dangerous they tend to be makes sense. Shinji crawled out from under the bed, meeting her inquiring eyes. You said earlier that Golden Princess came to find you guys. Also for escape. The reason was the same as what you heard, except they hoped to seek shelter with Waver. Today's Velvet indeed has that ability, but having the ability doesn't mean he's willing to shelter them. Do they have enough bargaining chips? They didn't mention bargaining chips. Waver said he wanted to confirm Silver Princess's thoughts, and Golden Princess invited him to her room tomorrow morning. Again tomorrow morning. Tuko's eyebrows furrowed. There's something wrong. But refusing the invitation means losing the initiative. This pair of twins isn't simple. They're not simple indeed, but still a bit naive. Hearing Shinji's words, Tuko couldn't help but glance at him. Do you know something? I know a bit more than you. Which part? The secret of Golden Princess's beauty. Tell me quickly. Tuko instantly lost her composure. She was that kind of person, interested in things she'd do even without payment, uninterested in things she wouldn't do no matter how much money was offered, except when she was broke. This is a big secret related to the rise and fall of the Iselma family. It wouldn't be fun to tell you directly unless you hee. Shinji laughed as he got closer, his laughter sounding more and more evil. Stop fooling around. I have to work overtime tonight to make final adjustments to the product. Tuko casually pushed Shinji's face away. It doesn't matter whether you adjust it or not. Their escape is doomed to fail anyway. Shinji approached again and was pushed away by Tuko again. That's not okay either. A promised commission must be completed. That's my principle. If I had known earlier, I should have kicked Silver Princess out just now. Could you have done it? What's so hard about it? She might charm others but she can't charm me. You charming me would be more likely. This big sister needs to work. I'm not in the mood now. If you have nothing else, you can go back. Tuko waved her hand, giving the order to leave. I'm not going back. I'll sleep here tonight. You're working anyway, so the bed is mine. Kicking off his sneakers onto the floor, Shinji directly fell onto the bed. Smells good. Has the scent of orange, Tuko. You fine, do as you like. With Shinji insisting on being unreasonable, Tuko had no good solution, and could only watch him occupy her bed. Good night. Good night, lit Shinji. Originally, she was going to use her usual nickname Little Brat. But hearing that familiar good night, she changed her words. Every night during their travels, he would say good night to her like this. Now finally hearing it again, her heart felt warm. Perhaps this feeling is what's called home. Chapter 759, Chapter 759, Another Murder Case 1169 words. What would the Golden Princess's room look like? Perhaps everyone who attended last night's banquet would be curious about the source of her beauty, curious about the daily life of such a beautiful person, curious if she also experiences the joys and sorrows of ordinary people. Unfortunately, that area was the most important part of Iselma, and without an invitation, it was almost impossible to step into this mysterious garden, even for guests staying in the Tower of the Sun. However, now all the guests have come to this area that should have been off-limits because something has happened to the room's owner. The room had an atmosphere of grandeur and elegance befitting the historic Iselma family. It was neatly arranged inside and out, with furniture around the perimeter, and a sliding bed in the center. Even the jellyfish-shaped bedside lamp was crafted by a master. The only surprising thing was that there was no mirror in the room. It's hard to imagine a woman's room without a mirror, but perhaps this had a special reason for the gold and silver twins. However, this small abnormality didn't arouse anyone's curiosity, because everyone's attention was drawn to the center of the room. It was a sight that made one's brain freeze. Red, bright red. Under the canopy, on the pure white sheets. As vivid as a freshly picked red rose. Yes, petals. Scattered petals. The golden princess's body, full of infinite beauty, was scattered like rose petals. Her eyes were tightly closed. Her lips were tightly closed. She wasn't breathing. Below her neck, there was no lower body. Her head was placed in the center of the soft sheets. How cruel, yet how beautiful. Life and death, the moment when beautiful things wither, give an unprecedented impact, making one's heart bleed while unable to look away. Rhaenys and Grey, who had been invited to come, were shocked to see this scene. The Golden Princess, the girl who had made a stunning appearance just 10 hours ago, was dead, right in her room. This news spread through the Iselma household with the speed of a hurricane. Guests who had stayed after last night's banquet rushed over upon hearing the news. Mayo Brishison Clenels, a pale young man from the neutral faction's Department of Creation. Islo Sibunan, a man with a strange hairstyle similar to the intricate braids popular among black people, but even more complex, like a delicate textile, is also from the neutral faction. Although they belonged to different factions from Iselma, these two men, and their families were Iselma's most staunch allies. They had always been supporters of Iselma's ideals, their bloodlines crossing factional barriers, working together to create people of supreme beauty. The so-called beauty wasn't just about appearance but also other aspects like scent, clothing, etc. Mayo and Islo were collaborators in these areas. Mayo was responsible for providing drugs, while Ilo specialized in making dresses. The dresses worn by the Golden and Silver Princesses at last night's debut were made by Islo. Arriving at about the same time as the two was a muscular man with a crew cut named Mick Grazalier, from the Department of Curses, also belonging to the neutral faction. Next came Tuco, who wasn't wearing glasses and was coldly surveying the situation in the room, occasionally muttering, "So that's how it is." Indeed, it's not simple. Soon, the family head Byron and the Silver Princess Estella arrived upon hearing the news. Seeing the corpse on the bed, Byron and the Silver Princess showed great distress. Clang, the sound of a cane striking the stone floor. A groan as if the world was ending, falling on the room's floor. Could this? Trembling voices as if confirming the event as a tragedy. In this blood-filled room, perhaps the most cruel thing was the arrival of these two people. The cruelty wasn't just towards Byron and the Silver Princess, but also had elements targeting Rhaenys because Byron had brought two more people with him, the twin maids Karina and Regina, who served the Golden and Silver Princesses. The testimony from Karina's mouth pushed Rhaenys, no, the entire El Meloy classroom to the brink of danger. The Golden Princess had gone to see Waver yesterday, and they had met alone. Waver was the last person to see her. Combined with the fact that Rhaenys and Grey were the first to discover the body, instantly the El Meloy classroom, led by Waver, became the prime suspects. However, it wasn't over yet. Karina then revealed the Golden Princess's plan to escape. Although Karina wasn't present during the Golden Princess's conversation with Waver, the fact that the Golden Princess could bring her to meet Waver showed her trust in Karina, and her deductions could essentially be equated to facts. At this point, Rhaenys had fully realized that this was a scheme, a conspiracy targeting the El Meloy classroom. Although she and Waver had been cautious, they hadn't anticipated that the moment the Golden Princess came to visit, the conspiracy had silently unfolded. The entire plot was intricately linked. Even if she hadn't come this morning, she still couldn't clear their suspicions, because all the other side needed was the fact that Waver was the last person to see the Golden Princess. Whatever was said afterward would be useless. Indeed, it was as Rhaenys had guessed. Even if she admitted that Waver had met the Golden Princess and swore that no one from the El Meloy classroom was the culprit, it would be of no use. Because the El Meloy classroom was outside of factional struggles, they had no allies and were naturally in an isolated position. This sense of helplessness couldn't be eliminated even though Rhaenys prided herself on her quick wit. Grey, who was even less adept at handling such situations, gripped at her side, ready to fight her way out. Just as the two girls found themselves in this dire situation, surrounded, a round of applause broke out. Clap, 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 unhurried, neither enthusiastic nor perfunctory. Along with the applause came a composed voice. Someone told me I would see a good show here. I thought the drama had ended last night, but I didn't expect the real show to be here. Dressed in a proper men's suit produced by Armani, paired with a red tie, and black full-frame glasses on the bridge of his nose reflecting a calm and wise light, this was a man who could instantly remind one of a teacher. Waver Velvet, the master of the El Meloy classroom, the dean of the Department of Modern Magecraft, the first professor of the Clock Tower, the Lord without a crown. The famous young duo, Flat Escardos and Sven Glaschite, stood to his left and right respectively, while Shinji Matou, appearing under the name Levi Ackerman, guarded behind him. Their presence couldn't be ignored by anyone, and their appearance swept away the panic and dejection in Rhaenys and Grey's hearts. Chapter 760, Chapter 760, If you don't agree, call the police. 1241 words. Sensing Waver's powerful aura, seeing the confidence radiating from his face, and hearing the mockery in his words, Byron's already grim expression due to his daughter's passing grew even darker, and his voice carried more anger. Professor Velvet, what do you mean? Everyone is just suspicious. If you have any questions, you can speak directly. There's no need for such sarcasm. You want me to speak directly? Waver pushed up his glasses with his middle finger, the playful look in his eyes making Byron involuntarily take a step back. Professor Velvet, please speak plainly. Did my sister say something to you last night? Silver Princess's voice eased the atmosphere slightly, though there was a hint of trembling in her beautiful voice, perhaps due to Waver's overwhelming presence among the crowd. Your sister. A strange smile appeared at the corner of Waver's mouth. You mean the one on the bed? Professor, why ask when you already know? Silver Princess replied discontentedly. Others also felt Waver's words were too much. Not giving others a chance to reproach him, Waver shook his head first. If I've caused you any harm, I apologize. But if you're referring to the lady on the bed, I'm sorry, but I didn't see her last night. But my sister went to your room last night. Karina can testify, and Miss Rhaenys also admitted it. I did see Golden Princess last night, but that shouldn't have been your sister. At this point, even the slowest person could hear the problem. Professor, are you saying someone impersonated my sister? How is that possible? Yeah, pretending to be someone else is one thing, but Golden Princess. This joke isn't funny. Even sophistry should follow basic logic. Silver Princess's doubt was shared by everyone. In the mystical world, there were many ways to disguise oneself as others, and some could even fool people completely. However, Golden Princess and Silver Princess were different. Their beauty had surpassed human limits, being the crystallization of generations of Iselma's accumulation, a gateway to the root. Impersonating them would be equivalent to fully mastering Iselma's secrets and recreating them, something even Iselma themselves couldn't do overnight. Waver wasn't shaken by the doubts. He just calmly and confidently stood in the center of the room, as if he were lecturing students from a podium. You find it hard to believe? No one answered, but Waver already knew the answer. I also found it hard to believe. Before seeing Golden Princess's corpse, I didn't believe last night's Golden Princess was someone else in disguise, because that beauty wasn't fake. However now, I have no choice but to believe it. Byron stood his ground and asked through gritted teeth. Because the time of death for the corpse on the bed isn't last night but earlier. This is the decisive evidence that clears my suspicion. Nonsense. Byron's cane repeatedly struck the ground, making angry thudding sounds. Look at the blood, look at her appearance. If she had died earlier as you say, how could her corpse show no signs of decay? That's a question for you, head of the Iselma family. Waver remained calm. Your Iselma family is quite skilled at preserving corpses, maintaining the luster and vitality of skin, muscles, and blood, aren't you? Humph, I don't see any traces of magic being used anyway. I don't see it either. It's not surprising that those skilled in preservation have ways to erase magical traces. However, while magical traces can be erased, another fatal flaw cannot be concealed. What flaw? Byron's body trembled imperceptibly. Scientific traces. If I can see that the corpse's time of death is over 24 hours ago, it shouldn't be difficult for police forensic experts or clock tower professionals to verify. Invite them to examine it, and they can easily determine the exact time of death. Of course, this includes the fact that the person who appeared last night wasn't Golden Princess herself. Waver's words were like sharp arrows, one after another striking Byron's vital points, leaving him bloodied and speechless, only able to desperately cling to one point. Can you produce evidence right now? If you can't, stop using your boring delusions to slander our reputation. Such evidence is indeed hard to produce at a moment's notice. Waver shrugged somewhat helplessly. Just as Byron was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he heard someone chuckle. Want evidence? That's easy. Looking at the voice, it was Levi, Shinji, behind Waver. He was now holding a phone, his thumb hovering over the speaker button. Flat, I remember the emergency number in England is 999, right? Yes, that's correct, Flat nodded. Are you going to call the police? When in trouble, call the police. It's such a simple principle. Do you want evidence? I'll let the police give you evidence. Everyone stay here and don't move. We can't give certain ill-intentioned people a chance to tamper with the scene. Seeing Shinji's thumb move to the number 9, Byron immediately became agitated. How can police solve matters of Magus? This is ridiculous. Then we'll call the Department of Policies. What's their number again? I was talking to Professor Velvet. It's not your place to interrupt. Sophistry won't work. Now you're pulling rank. Can't you come up with something new? Oh, I forgot, an old fossil who doesn't even know about scientific autopsies can't possibly have any new ideas. Byron was driven nearly mad by Shinji's insults. He had thought Waver's words were too much, but he never expected his students to be even worse. That's enough, say less. Waver turned his head to give Shinji a look, then apologized embarrassedly. I'm sorry, it's my fault for not teaching him properly. I'll discipline him strictly when we get back. Byron coldly snorted, pretending to take the high ground. In any case, this matter cannot be spread. You must produce evidence, otherwise it's slander. Lord Byron, Rhaenys walked to Waver's side and spoke, please don't misunderstand. We've already stated our assertion and method of proof. We all know in our hearts whether it's true or not. We now have reason to suspect this is a conspiracy against the El-Meloy classroom. To dispel our doubts, please provide evidence. If you can't, we will request arbitration from the Department of Policies or consider this a declaration of war by Iselma against us. Please remember, although the Department of Modern Magecraft doesn't have a lord, it doesn't mean we can be bullied at will. The El-Meloy classroom may be small, but we have our pride. We don't start trouble, but we're certainly not afraid of it. With Rhaenys's words, the young men and women's spirits immediately soared. Flat extended a finger, magical energy dissipating from its tip, ready to interfere with the moon tower's bounded field at any moment. Svin cracked his knuckles, the human intellect in his eyes gradually fading away, replaced by a dangerous bestial aura. Shinji smilingly pulled out a handgun from his bosom, a Thompson contender he had managed to acquire from America with great difficulty, the same model as Kiritsugu's beloved gun that had left a shadow on Kaneth. Even the quietest Grey clenched her fists somewhat eagerly, ready to deploy at any moment. Rhaenys raised her head. Despite being the shortest in the room, she gave off an overwhelming sense of pressure. Lord Byron, make your choice. Peace or war? Chapter 761, Chapter 761, Can I Kill Him? 1102 words in the original timeline. When the El-Meloy classroom was barely recovering from the aftermath of Kaneth's incident, Rhaenys would never dare to challenge an old noble family, let alone a branch of Valuelita, one of the three great noble families. Because they lacked strength. Merely surviving the power struggles between factions and the scheming among families was already extremely difficult. They didn't have the confidence to be fearless. Their first reaction to any incident was to smooth things over, with endurance as the priority and avoiding trouble. Unless they had overwhelming advantages, they wouldn't consider retaliation. But now, things were different. The El-Meloy classroom had long since overcome its precarious situation. Its foundation was stable and deep-rooted. Even the 12 lords wouldn't dare underestimate El-Meloy, let alone a branch family, Iselma. Not to mention, those accompanying Waver this time, were all top combatants from the classroom. Crushing the Iselma family wouldn't be a difficult task. Before Waver arrived, Rhaenys had to swallow her pride due to being the prime suspect in the murder. But once Waver appeared and cleared their suspicions with his renowned detective reasoning, Rhaenys had no more reservations. Byron's earlier threats made her realize that even maintaining neutrality doesn't mean always staying uninvolved and swallowing one's pride. Displaying strength was equally important. She wanted to use this opportunity to show off the might of the modern Magecraft division and the El-Meloy classroom. Seeing the El-Meloy classroom ready to fight at a moment's notice, especially that man waving a gun at his head, Byron began to panic. But his identity as the head of the Iselma family and the pride of Valuelita still prevented him from backing down. He stared intently at Waver, who was surrounded in the center. "Can she represent you, Waver Velvet?" "Rhaenys' will is my will." "Make your decision, Byron Valuelita Iselma." At this point, Waver certainly wouldn't undermine Rhaenys, and he knew she was much better at handling these situations than he was. "Fine, very well, El-Meloy classroom." Byron, enraged by Waver's arrogance, was breathing heavily. Suddenly he shouted. The girl called Estella did something no one expected. She removed her veil. Last night, the Golden Princess and Silver Princess had caused such an impact just by covering their faces. Many people wondered what kind of shock it would be if they removed their veils. Now that answer was revealed. Consciousness paused. Time stopped. Coordinates lost their meaning. All space-time continuums seemed to lose their original orderly compactness. Because of the arrival of emptiness. Not only human consciousness, but even lifeless soil and water droplets were affected by this essence. If evolution means adapting to the environment, then this was the endpoint of shape and number that could potentially cause the world's extinction. In an instant, the tense atmosphere in the room dissipated, and unfinished spells returned to nothingness. This was the meaning of emptiness, returning all things to their original state. Of course, all this had one prerequisite: seeing the Silver Princess's face. Humans are visual creatures, and if one didn't visually capture it, the impact would be greatly reduced. Since Byron was facing away from the Silver Princess, the effect on him was greatly diminished. Taking advantage of everyone's daze, Byron focused his mind and charged towards Waver. His idea was simple: subdue this group, and teach the El-Meloy classroom a lesson. Not only would this show the power of Iselma, but it would also put him in control of the situation. For a noble, for the head of a Magecraft family, death itself wasn't much, and even a murderer wasn't that important. What mattered was what could be gained from this incident. Essentially, the appearance of the Golden Princess and Silver Princess was no different from suppressing the El-Meloy classroom. Both were for gaining benefits. If he could force them to submit, it would only be a matter of time before the El-Meloy classroom, and even the entire modern Magecraft division, leaned towards Valuelita. Then he could gain more and more from the main family. The primary target was undoubtedly Waver. He was the head of the classroom and the dean of the modern Magecraft division. If he could be controlled, the others wouldn't dare to act recklessly. This strategy was undoubtedly correct, and using the Silver Princess's beauty as a weapon was an unexpected masterstroke. However, unfortunately, Byron forgot one thing, or rather never thought it could happen: someone could resist the Silver Princess's beauty. The Silver Princess's beauty could return incomplete spells or minds to their original state. If the completion level was high enough, even higher than the Silver Princess herself, this beauty naturally couldn't have any effect. Shinji, walking on the path of the third magic, was such an existence. The Silver Princess's true face reflected in his eyes, causing ripples that were quickly swallowed by the light of his soul. Byron's hurried figure didn't escape his sight. Just as his hand was about to touch Waver's body, it was caught and then kicked away. Byron, still in shock, instinctively exclaimed, but was silenced by the black muzzle of a gun in front of him. "I warn you, you'd better not move. This gun in my hand is one of the world's top 10 handguns, the Thompson Contender G2, with a 15-inch barrel, loaded with special 375 caliber bullets. Though called a handgun, it uses rifle designs, and its power can rival that of a rifle. Oh, you might not understand that, so let me put it another way: if I pull this trigger, your head will explode like a rotten watermelon. Even your magic crest won't save your life unless you possess the legendary immortality." Even though he was shaking with fear, Byron still wanted to know the reason for his failure. How did you want to ask how I wasn't robbed of my consciousness?" Shinji chuckled. "Why should I tell you the answer? From the moment you attacked us, it's equivalent to Iselma declaring war on us. I have no obligation to explain anything to an enemy. If I were to explain, it would be to your corpse." Eek. At this moment, all noble demeanor and Iselma's pride were overwhelmed by the threat to his life. "Father." The Silver Princess's call brought everyone's consciousness back to clarity. Seeing this, Shinji pouted disappointedly and glanced at the nominal leader of the team. "Professor, Miss Reynes, he has already attacked us. Can I kill him?" "Don't be so hasty, young man. Give this old woman a chance to speak." A new voice echoed in the room covered with killing intent. Chapter 762, Chapter 762, The Correct Way to Use Problem Students 1350 Words. Footsteps and voices. Carrying a unique boldness and grandeur. That's right. There was still one person missing from the scene. In this tragic scene, that woman's authority surpassed even that of the El Meloy classroom. "Sorry, I'm late. I've heard the general situation. Could you do me a favor?" "Lord Valualita," Shinji said with a perfectly timed hint of trepidation. Inori Valualita Atrahome. One of the three great noble families. The elderly woman at the pinnacle of the Valualita faction. Even within the clock tower, her status was enough to rank in the top 10, including the old jewel and the long-hidden director. Her words could not be ignored even by the opposing Bartholomew and the Department of Policies. "Regarding Lord Byron's matter, I will give you, Professor Velvet, and the El Meloy classroom an explanation once I investigate. But before that, he and Iselma are members of the Valualita faction. I can't leave them unattended." For an elderly noble to speak like this was already an extremely humble stance. If it were aristocratic mannerism, even if not a lord, it would be impossible to speak in such a tone to an obscure young man. "Professor." Instead of giving Lord Valualita a direct answer, Shinji slightly shifted his gun and inquired of Waver not far away. "Lord Valualita can be trusted." "Stand down, Levi." "Yes, Professor." Shinji slipped the gun back into the hidden pocket inside his clothes, coldly glancing at the middle-aged man on the ground who had long since lost his gentlemanly demeanor. "You're lucky to have escaped this time. If there's a next time, it won't be solved by just blowing your head off. I'll chop off your entire neck." Such unpleasant and arrogant words coming from other magus would naturally be somewhat inappropriate, but in the El Meloy classroom, there was no problem at all. Because all the members here had problems big and small, the title of Problem Student Concentration Camp wasn't given for nothing. And the problem Shinji designed for himself was an insolent personality and a fondness for modern technology. Being threatened like this, Byron naturally couldn't swallow this insult. Just as he was about to retaliate, he saw his lord glaring at him with an unfriendly eye. Like a bucket of cold water poured over his head, his anger immediately dissipated, and he stood to the side with his head lowered. The elderly woman, who had taken control of the situation as soon as she appeared, turned her gaze to Waver. "Professor Velvet, I hope you can give me some time. Unable to calculate the gains and losses for a moment, Waver unconsciously sought help from Rhaenys with a sidelong glance. The latter understood and touched Flat with her hand. The young man immediately spoke up. "That won't do, Professor. Everyone left here is a suspect, even if they're a lord, it's the same. The other party was a lord, so one must be cautious in speaking. Some things are known but just can't be said out loud." Flat was the only exception. His reputation as a genius idiot had long since spread throughout the clock tower, and many teachers and even lords had been left speechless by his natural speech before he finally ended up in Waver's hands. Lord Valuelita also tasted the destructive power of the genius idiot, but fortunately, Shinji stepped in to defuse the situation in time. "I don't think Lord Valuelita is involved in this matter." "I don't even know how to clear my suspicion," the elderly woman asked. "After the banquet ended last night, I was walking by the lake and saw you also taking a walk, and you were listening to music while walking. If I'm not mistaken, you were using an iPod player." "Hee, it seems I was too engrossed in the music and didn't notice you," Lord Valuelita chuckled self-deprecatingly, taking out a white metal block from her formal dress pocket and waving it in front of everyone. "This thing is not bad, I quite like it. Is it the latest model released this summer? I couldn't see last night because of the heavy fog, but this is even more convincing now. Professor, Miss Rhaenys, and Flat, just imagine how someone who can keep up with technological updates leaves such an obvious flaw on a corpse. Unlike the Iselma family, who don't even have electricity and rely entirely on magic, a conservative family. Looking at it this way, Iselma seems more like someone from the aristocratic side." Shinji's words were truly cutting to the bone, angering Byron almost to the point of losing control on the spot, if not for seeing Shinji's hand reaching into his pocket again. "Young man, can't you speak less harshly, even though I appreciate you speaking up for me," the elderly woman admonished. Faced with the elderly woman's teaching, Shinji changed his attitude again, humbly bowing slightly towards her. The old woman continued, "If this still doesn't dispel your doubts, why don't you investigate with me? I'd also like to see the eyesight of Professor Velvet, who is acclaimed as the eye of discernment. When one side cannot dominate, then cooperation between both sides is the most common strategy in politics." Waver and Rhaenys exchanged glances, and the former spoke, "Then I won't stand on ceremony. I'd also like to witness Lord Valuelita's style." "Then it's decided. Does anyone have any objections?" the elderly woman asked, looking around at everyone unhurriedly. "The Silver Princess and her maid Regina. Byron as the father and the Golden Princess's maid Karina. The three Meluastia faction Magus present and the Grand Magus Tuko Aozaki." With the two major powers reaching a consensus, naturally, no one else would have any objections. The elderly woman nodded with satisfaction and clapped her hands. "Well then, let's disperse. Now it's time for the detective to take the stage." In the end, only she and Waver remained, along with the equally sharp Shinji as an assistant and guard. Rhaenys, Grey, Svin, and Flat were sent to secretly keep an eye on the Iselma family, to prevent them from making any covert moves. At any time, it's necessary to maintain necessary caution to avoid allowing the enemy to exploit. Well, the combination of Flat and Svin looked unreliable no matter how you looked at it. As soon as they left the crime scene, they started to quarrel. Flat took the lead and Svin followed up. "So I'm saying, the real culprit must have used Baritsu. Baritsu is so awesome, it's simply invincible. Even if you fall off a cliff, it's no problem, and you can make people explode through small holes. Walking through walls and invisibility is even easier. What kind of nonsensical magic is that? And please clarify whether it's martial arts or magic." "It's Baritsu. This is a tradition passed down from Sherlock Holmes, the teacher must use it too. It's only natural for detectives to use Baritsu. How can you compare the profession of detective with our teacher?" "Oh right. Orthodox Baritsu is to be used in conjunction with a cane. That cane must be a catalyst for magecraft. So this is a martial art tailor-made for Magus." The reason it hasn't been passed down now is probably because some family hid it for their use. And Sherlock Holmes is romantic, right? Jack the Ripper is also a superstar who added color to London's history, right? Although he's quite scary, and it's a bit disrespectful to the victims to say so. Don't compare the teacher with murderers. In the end, whether it's Sherlock Holmes or Napoleon, how can these characters who are just briefly mentioned in literature and history compare to the teacher? While Flat's statements were certainly unreliable, Svin's responses weren't much better. These two were the biggest source of trouble for the El Malloy classroom. However, no matter how off-topic or nonsensical they became, it couldn't shake their absolute confidence. Because he is Waver Velvet, the most outstanding teacher in the clock tower. Chapter 763, Chapter 763, Detective Waver. 12:34 words. The commotion outside didn't affect the three people in the room. Lord Valualita asked, Professor Velvet, where do you think we should start investigating? Let's start with the victim's body. As Waver spoke, he put on a pair of white gloves and carefully walked to the bedside where the body was laid out, his gaze once again focusing on the shocking and heartbreaking scene. The dismemberment is very thorough. The body was completely dismembered, with the torso and limbs neatly cut apart. The cut surfaces are clean, indicating that the perpetrator was quite skilled in dismemberment. The victim also didn't seem to struggle. We can't determine yet if they were killed before they could resist, or if the dismemberment occurred after death. Judging from the edges of the skin and muscle, the victim's time of death is even earlier than I thought. There are no signs of transplanted magic crests. Waver was fully focused in work mode. Even the Golden Princess's astonishing beauty didn't affect his movements. His techniques were skilled and swift, reminiscent of an experienced surgeon, making Lord Valualita watching from the side exclaim in admiration. For a magus, this is quite an unusual sight. Are you particularly interested in this field, Professor Velvet? It's not interest but necessity. Because I lack talent in magecraft, I have to compensate in other ways. He calmly collected the body parts, examined each wound, and calmly uttered words that would be cruel to most magi. Science is also an art and equally beautiful. Unfortunately, most magi don't realize this, or refuse to admit it. For some reason, the old woman standing at the pinnacle of countless magi said such words. Waver didn't respond, focusing on reassembling the body. Finally, he reached for the breathtakingly beautiful girl's head placed in the center of the bed. When his hand touched the girl's small ear, Waver's hand stopped. Did you find something? The old woman asked. The Golden Princess has no eardrums. And it doesn't seem like they were removed later in life. Regarding that, I know some inside information. Many magical techniques involve honing skills by sealing off one of the senses, and Iselma's secret techniques are no exception. They've taken it even further, inscribing it into the genetic traits of their descendants. The Golden Princess has no eardrums, while the Silver Princess has no retinas. However, due to the existence of magecraft, this doesn't affect their daily lives. They can hear, see, and communicate with others through other means. Although modern science is gradually surpassing magecraft, there are still many advantages unique to magecraft. What Lord Valualita just mentioned, using magecraft to replace lost senses, is the simplest example. For instance, transmitting speech information without going through hearing, or visual information without going through sight, directly into the brain. While this type of magecraft is not low-level, the Iselma family is after all a branch of the Valualita, so such things are not difficult for them. However, if in a few decades, modern science can directly implant chips into the brain, magecraft will inevitably face another decline. So the Golden Princess's lack of eardrums is an essential condition for achieving that beauty. Waver nodded thoughtfully after hearing the old woman's explanation. In that case, we might be able to find out who the Golden Princess who appeared last night was. You're thinking of using the eardrums to search? Lord Valualita's reaction was also quick. That's right. Even for the Iselma family, restoring non-existent eardrums wouldn't be an easy task. Rather than asking me about this, you'd be better off asking my foolish apprentice. She's an expert in this field. Would you like me to call her over? You mean Miss Aozaki Toko? There's no rush. We can visit her after I finish examining the scene. As Waver spoke, he moved away from the Golden Princess's bed and began to investigate the room itself. The Golden Princess's room was about the size of an average cafe. The main furniture included a canopied bed, a desk with a jellyfish-shaped lamp, and several paintings by Impressionist masters. A few basic magecraft books were arranged on an elegant bookshelf. Every item was a luxury item worthy of the Golden Princess's name, yet in terms of variety, it gave the impression of only having the bare necessities for living. There was one window and one door in the room. Although there was also a skylight, it seemed impossible for anyone to enter or exit through it. If we were to consider that, we might as well think about what kind of magecraft could penetrate walls. The door had been destroyed, Gray's handiwork. According to plan, Rhaenys and Gray had come to visit the Golden Princess, but there was no response no matter how much they knocked. Sensing something was wrong, Rhaenys immediately ordered Gray to break down the door, and then they saw that chilling scene. Upon careful examination of several fragments, it was clear that a magical lock had been used on the door. A magical lock, as the name suggests, is a lock made with magecraft. Although it has several drawbacks such as high cost and difficulty of use without magical energy, its security is indeed first class. Even the clock tower's main treasury uses them, making them a relatively common type of lock in the magical world. The most distinctive feature of this lock is that it corresponds to an individual's magical energy wavelength. In other words, the Golden Princess's room could only be opened by the Golden Princess herself, which means this is a locked room murder. What a meaningless design. In the conventional sense, a locked room murder belongs to the realm of impossible crimes, but the existence of magi can't be measured by conventional standards. For this locked room, there are countless ways to kill someone inside from the outside. A complex fluid manipulation or air manipulation would be enough to kill invisibly. Was it necessary to create such a locked room? Or was it simply a coincidence? Waver crouched down, lost in thought, but even after pondering for a while, he still couldn't come up with any leads. Just as he was about to give up, he noticed that Shinji, who had been standing like a wooden post, had somehow come to his side, and was now sniffing at the door fragments. When did you pick up Svin's habit? That youth with beast blood mixed in his lineage loved to identify things by smell. Because I found something strange. Carefully scraping the ground with his gloved hand, Shinji gathered some powdery substance together, then cut off the thumb part of his other glove, poured the powder into it, and tied it up. Although there's only a little left, you can sense the unique scent of an ancient artifact. Its history is over 1,000 years. Hearing Shinji say this, Waver also became serious. He took out a magnifying glass and stared at the ash itself as if entranced. Finally, he even touched a tiny bit with his finger and put it in his mouth. Shinji couldn't help but quip, "You say I'm like Svin, but aren't you pretty much the same?" Waver ignored Shinji, moved his mouth for a while, then spat the powder onto his hand and muttered softly. "Ah, now we have a clue." Chapter 764, Chapter 764, Intruders. 1184 words. Waver took off his soiled white gloves and stood up, saying to Lord Valuelita, "To be safe, I'd like to confirm something with you." "What is it?" "If I can answer, I'll certainly tell you," the old woman replied with a gentle and sincere attitude. "I heard there was a recent underground auction." "Yes, that's correct. The star item of the auction was a legendary treasure." "Oh, you've heard about that too. I almost forgot you and your professor both participated in that Eastern ritual, so it's natural you'd be interested." Waver ignored the old woman's meaningful glance and continued asking, "Is this treasure the rumored item? Do you know who the final winner was? If it's just this level of information, I don't mind telling you. The treasure is indeed the rumored item, and my presence here is not unrelated to this matter. Please enlighten me." Waver's eyes lit up. He had only wanted to confirm something but unexpectedly got a pleasant surprise. "That treasure is special. It's top tier whether as a cursed object or as a catalyst for that ritual. So many magus came after hearing about it, and the auction price was driven very high. In the end, only 2 people were left competing. One was the master of this place, Byron Valualida Iselma, and the other was Atram Galeasta. Hearing the last name, Shinji's lips unconsciously curled into a strange smile. Atram Galeasta, a magus of Middle Eastern origin. People who knew him had one first impression: rich, very rich, extremely rich. He would buy whatever he fancied. Compared to him, the Edelfelt family that Luvia belonged to didn't even deserve to be called nouveau riche. Atram was the true nouveau riche, owning dozens of oil fields, a super-rich man who didn't even know how much money he had. Even Waver, who already held a high position, evaluated him this way. They're not even in the same league. Although Iselma has a long history, they surely can't be a match for Galeasta in terms of money. Normally, Lord Byron should have lost, but since you're here because of this matter, does it mean Lord Byron achieved the final victory? That's exactly the question. I think the same as you. Although Magus often has assets from questionable sources and hides them through various means, making it difficult to investigate, I can still guess the bottom line of Iselma. Moreover, Galeasta has a bad reputation, and given Lord Byron's personality, he wouldn't likely conflict with Galeasta over a treasure unless there was an unavoidable reason to obtain it. Perhaps to remove her suspicion, Lord Valualida was being quite forthcoming. Regarding the reason they couldn't back down, I can only think of the Golden Princess and Silver Princess. As a result, the completion level of this generation's Golden Princess is unusually high. At this rate, it wouldn't be surprising if she connects anytime. Honestly, I thought it would take a few more generations to achieve such results. Now that this has happened, there must be something hidden in between. You seem to have some clues earlier. I do have some leads, Waver nodded, but I still need some evidence. There are 3 elements to solving a case: who done it, how done it, and why done it. The first 2 aren't very significant for Magus, but the last one is an exception. If we can't clarify this, the matter isn't over. It seems my decision to choose you as the detective wasn't wrong. I like you more and more. You must seriously consider my invitation. Seeing that Lord Valualida was still trying to recruit him even now, Waver couldn't help but smile bitterly. Is this the time to talk about that? Seeking the truth is seeking the truth, and the invitation is the invitation. Besides, no matter how this incident concludes, it won't affect me much. This was the true source of Lord Valualida's confidence. As the head of one of the 3 long-standing noble families, and one of the most influential lords of the clock tower, such an existence couldn't be brought down by a small matter like this. Moreover, if you're willing to join, I wouldn't even flinch at the loss of 5 Iselmas. The old woman's smile grew deeper, while Waver's expression became more pained. You're overestimating me. Anyway, let's understand this incident first. The crime scene investigation is over. The next step is to find last night's Golden Princess. Levi, go and invite Miss Aozaki. I need her assistance. Yes, Professor. Glancing discreetly at Lord Valualida, Shinji turned and walked towards the door. At this moment 2 familiar figures burst in, shouting. Professor, something terrible has happened. We've discovered intruders. How should we deal with them? The one shouting was Flat, while the one excitedly calling out was Svin. Hearing their report, Waver and Lord Valualida looked at each other in surprise. Intruders? At this time? Where are they, and how many? In the forest over there. Flat pointed out the window. The number is about, 20, no, more than 30. The young man's detection ability was as impressive as his infiltration skills. If he said there were that many, Waver would not doubt it. Suddenly, the sun disappeared. It was clouded. Black clouds drifted over from the west, covering Iselma's land in an instant. The unnatural speed and scale would soon engulf the Twin Towers, Iselma's landmark building. Low thunder rumbled in the clouds and thick lightning bolts struck out, hitting the forest and leaving shocking marks on the ground. as well as an unpleasant burnt smell in the air. Is the goal to eliminate the land's protection of the Iselma family? But using weather magecraft at dusk has been the rule since ancient times. It's only morning now. Who could it be? If the land is damaged, the flow of magical energy would naturally become more difficult than usual. Under a magus management, defensive magecraft would be applied to the land, and nullifying it first would be the rule for attackers. Waver walked to the window, thoughtfully gazing at the dark clouds in the sky. The old woman standing beside him spoke with a deeper tone. I think I know who it is. Failed at the auction, so they want to rob instead. I don't dislike this quick and direct approach. But for them to choose to attack at this time, should we say it's reckless? Or overconfident? Hearing Lord Valualita's comment, Waver also guessed the intruder's identity: Atrum Galliasta. There were two main points in his reputation: a rich nouveau riche, and having a bad reputation. His wealth has been explained, while his bad reputation is related to his domineering style. What I want, I must get. If I can't buy it, I'll fight for it. If I can't win, I'll use the money to hire people to keep fighting until you submit. This lightning storm was Atrum Galliasta's greeting, an ultimatum to Iselma. Hand over the item now, or I'll beat you up. P.S. Atrum Galliasta was Medea's former master before she killed him in Fate/Stay Night. Chapter 765. Chapter 765. Atrum Galliasta 1143 words. A young man with brown skin, long blonde hair reaching down to his chest, and a gold chain as thick as a pinky finger. Atrum Galliasta stared at the aftermath of his bombardment with a cruel smile. This was on a nearby highland. The Lake District of Windermere is one of the most renowned holiday destinations in the UK, so naturally, the Iselma family couldn't monopolize it. Iselma's territory is only a small area with a radius of a few kilometers, while outside the territory are various public resorts and luxury hotels. Atrum was in the lobby of one such hotel, peering down at Iselma's land through an antique brass telescope. The entire hotel had been booked, with no outsiders allowed in or out, so Atrum acted without concern. He reached out to embrace a scantily clad maid sitting on his lap and whispered, "So, how is it? I'm confident that my fire rivals the witch's flames that once burned her love rivals and their cities to ashes." The young man compared his actions to the destructive magic once wielded by the witch of betrayal Medea, boasting about his accomplishments. If Shinji heard him, he might have laughed until his stomach hurt. First of all, this guy was a participant in the Fifth Holy Grail War, having bought his way in with a vast amount of money. The servant he summoned was none other than Medea. Secondly, the environment in which Medea lived during the Age of Gods was vastly different from the modern world. Before the Common Era, a magus of Medea's caliber could rival modern bombers with just a single spell. For modern magus, even with ritual magecraft or grand sorceries, reaching that level is not guaranteed. Atrum only succeeded because he had the right timing, location, and people on his side. Timing: the weather here was unpredictable. Location: the Lake District was rich in water vapor. People: Atrum brought 32 magus from the Galliasta family to set up the ritual. The Galliasta family happened to specialize in lightning-related magecraft, which created the thunderous, earth-shaking effect. Purely in terms of magical skill, Atrum wasn't even fit to carry Medea's shoes. Finally, and most crucially, in Fate/Stay Night, regardless of the world line, Atrum's fate was to be burned to death by Medea. Yes, by the very witch's fire, he was now boasting about to the maid. You really shouldn't tempt fate. Unless you're the protagonist, the true chosen one, no one can save you once that flag is raised. Of course, Atrum was unaware that his future was already sealed. He smiled triumphantly and issued further orders to his subordinates. Let the plundering begin. Usurp them. Start increasing efficiency. This is how the Galliasta family rose to power. If you want something, go ahead and take it. Wield your blade without hesitation. This was the way Atrum was taught. To determine the head of the family, his father subjected Atrum and his siblings to various trials centered on power struggles. Atram completed these trials with the highest efficiency. Unlike his father, who inherited the title but never delved into the world of magecraft, Atram proudly embraced magecraft. He believed that magecraft, considered outdated, was more advantageous in modern times. The pain he endured while inheriting the family's magic crest was also a source of joy for him, because it was the best way to savor the fruits of his victory just like now. The maid in his arms, his most trusted assistant, softly asked, "Young master, is this okay?" "That place has..." "Has what?" "That old woman from Valualita." Atram scoffed as he pinched the maid's waist hard. The maid silently acquiesced. After venting his anger for a while, Atram, seemingly satisfied, explained. "Don't worry. I'm not so arrogant as to challenge the authority of a lord, let alone one of the three great noble families like Valualita. Mick Grazelier has already contacted that old woman on our behalf. As long as we don't cause any real harm, she'll turn a blind eye to our actions, saying she wants to investigate something using us. It's infuriating, but for now, we'll let her use us. Her arrogance will be repaid by Iselma, in full. There are plenty of ways to make her life worse than death." "What's the matter? You seem like you have more to say." "Go ahead, you're looking out for me, after all. I can tell the difference between good and bad." With her master's permission, the maid breathed a slight sigh of relief and voiced her concern. "In Iselma, besides Lord Valualita, there is also Professor Velvet from the Elmeloy classroom and his students. I hear that group of New Age magi is quite troublesome." "I thought you were going to say something serious." "So it's just that." Atram's face showed obvious disappointment. A useless teacher who can't do anything but teach, and a bunch of problem students. No other department wanted what Elmeloy classroom, what New Age. It's just a fancy title. But Professor Velvet is called the Crownless Lord, so perhaps, I see your courage has shrunk since we arrived in London. If it were the actual Elmeloy Lord, I'd have to retreat. But a Crownless Lord? I'll worry about him when he becomes a lord. Besides, Mick said that Elmeloy and Iselma almost had a falling out. They might even try to take advantage of the situation. As long as he doesn't cause trouble, I wouldn't mind making friends with him. After all, he's also a survivor of that ritual. It seems he's been in debt recently. If he's willing to exchange information, I don't mind helping him out. Any problem that can be solved with money isn't a problem. Galeasta has no shortage of money, just digging up a bit of oil will do. Ha ha ha, technological advancement isn't all bad. If he stands against us, then we'll crush them all. By the way, he seems to have kept some relic of a great hero, right? Let's take this opportunity to get that artifact too. Even though we can only summon one servant, it never hurts to be prepared. I'm not participating with a casual attitude like the Elmeloy students who gained nothing and nearly ruined their families. To Atram, the only opponent worth fearing was Lord Valualita. Everyone else was irrelevant. Though she was nothing more than an ancient relic with no other merits, in the world of magecraft, age had its value. However, that obstacle had already been removed. In that twin tower, there was no longer anyone to fear. There was no need to care about trivial murders. Just trample them head-on and take what you want. Let's go. With that, Atram picked up his wine glass and stood up. Repent well for the crime of stealing my prey, and the crime of refusing to negotiate with me. Chapter 766, Chapter 766, The L. At the same time, in the Moon Tower's room of the Golden Princess. Professor, let us go into battle. Professor, let them see what we're capable of. It was only in moments like these that Flat and Svin would come to an agreement. Waver didn't immediately respond to their eagerness. Instead, he turned to the elderly woman beside him. No matter how much of an advantage he and his students might have, they were still guests. Before the host spoke, unnecessary actions should be avoided as much as possible. Lord Valualita, what do you think? My opinion is that I have no opinion. Even as storm clouds began to surround the Twin Tower, Lord Valualita remained calm, seemingly unfazed by the ritual magecraft that was capable of altering the weather. How can you be so indifferent? Isn't this your territory? Flat grumbled in dissatisfaction. Svin quickly tried to rein in his tactless comment. Flat, you should speak more respectfully to the Lord. No need to worry, I don't mind, the elderly woman said with a smile. But you're mistaken on one point, this is not my territory, it belongs to Iselma. While Iselma is indeed a branch of the Valuelita family, his land is independent within the clock tower, and doesn't technically fall under my jurisdiction. Although Galliasta's methods are somewhat crude, they don't violate the rules among magi. More importantly, his approach aligns with the principles of democracy. Beauty is sublime. Even if it's only momentary, simply existing has value. All we need to do is pass through this fleeting moment. Similarly, this era should be managed by those who live in it now, without clinging to the bloodlines of the past. That is our belief. This was what Lord Valuelita had said during last night's social gathering, reflecting the eternal ideals of the creation department. Now, how to judge value? The current situation provided the best opportunity. Atram Galliasta, aware of the Lord's presence, still dared to display his power. If Byron couldn't showcase his strength, there would be no reason to pity him if he were defeated. In a way, this was fair, but in another sense, it was cold and ruthless, a stark contrast to the relaxed atmosphere of the El Meloy classroom, leaving its two students feeling uneasy. Svin hesitated before speaking. But Iselma is still a branch of the Valuelita family. That's why I didn't say I wouldn't intervene at all, Lord Valuelita replied with a more joyful smile. Professor Velvet, I'd like to commission you to assist Lord Byron. The two young men couldn't keep up with the old woman's thinking, and even Waver was puzzled by her intentions. Lord, what are you? Don't understand why I'm doing this. And you're the head of the modern magecraft department. Oh, it seems the rumors are true that your sister handles all the administrative work for the department. Brother, this commission is beneficial for us. It not only allows us to showcase the strength of the El Meloy classroom, but it also provides an opportunity to make Lord Valuelita owe us a favor. As for the payment, Lord Valuelita has always been generous, we won't suffer a loss. Even though I know you're flattering me, it's still nice to hear, Lord Valuelita said, resting her chin on her hand. Let's do this. If you can resolve this incident satisfactorily, I'll ensure the Silver Princess joins the El Meloy classroom. What kind of reward is that? Rhaenys frowned but quickly realized the opportunity it presented. The possibility of reaching the root was an irresistible lure for other magi. I understand. Lord Valuelita is indeed generous. Brother, please make the decision. When I arrived, Lord Byron had already gone to meet the enemy. If you've already said this much, what's left to decide? Waver looked at them, who had come to an agreement, and naturally didn't hesitate any longer. Flat, Svin, Grey, you up first. Sir, yes sir. Flat exaggeratedly saluted, showing his enthusiasm, which was typical of someone who loved B-movies and easily picked up on various references. Yes, master. Leave it to us. After responding, the three of them sprinted out of the room, each moving as swiftly as a professional athlete. Undoubtedly, they were using magecraft. Watching them leave, Lord Valuelita's eyes gleamed with curiosity. 3 different methods of using magecraft, and none of them require incantations. The El Meloy classroom's reputation is well-deserved. Waver smiled. Only at times like this did he allow his pride to show. Look, those are my students. Rhaenys, Levi, let's get ready as the second wave. There are many enemies and Grey and the others lack experience, so we must be prepared to assist at any time. In that case, Mr. Levi and I will suffice. Brother, you should stay here. Rhaenys shook her head at Waver. The commission is to resolve this incident satisfactorily, not just the attack but also the Golden Princess's case. As you often say, everyone has their area of expertise. Solving mysteries is yours, while combat is ours. Leave it to us. Waver looked at his single remaining white glove, then at the calm Shinji, and finally nodded. Then I'll leave it to you. Levi, you're the eldest, take care of the others. Don't worry, Professor, Shinji said as he casually smashed a sculpture in the room. The other enemies might be difficult to deal with, but Galliasta is nothing. Lightning Magecraft is powerful, but its flaws are equally apparent. If you approach it scientifically, it's easy to handle. Waver glanced at the shattered sculpture pieces. Brass, I see what you're planning. Using science to counter Magecraft, huh? You taught me well, Shinji said, lightly complimenting Waver. If there's nothing else, we'll head out. Stay safe. Will do, brother. Rhaenys walked out with a different, more determined stride, shedding the elegance of a noblewoman and embracing the sharpness of a magus. The El Meloy classroom, take the field. Chapter 767, Chapter 767, Flat Escardos joins the battle. 1090 words. The Department of Creation is made up of artists. Their magecraft is born from art, and fighting an enemy is like using the art they've created to remove or assimilate foreign objects that interfere with their artistry. Take, for example, the elderly woman whose name is renowned throughout the entire Mages Association. She has dedicated her life to the art of painting. Once she picks up her brush, the surrounding mountains, rivers, heavens, and stars all become her canvas. When the painting is complete, her enemies are defeated. Byron, who also hails from the Valuolita family, is similar. Although he lacks the overwhelming presence and skill of Lord Valuolita, his essence and philosophy aren't much different. Byron's art is soap bubbles. Though they look fragile, they are not as delicate as they seem. Soap bubbles are beautiful, reflecting a flickering light that complements the surrounding mist, radiating a dreamy array of colors. As the middle-aged gentleman struck the ground with his cane, countless soap bubbles emerged from the mist, converging from all directions to form a beautiful bubble belt that encircled the invader's vanguard. To make the weather your ally, I have to admit you're impressive. Though this region is naturally prone to fluctuating weather, it's the first time someone has made such a grand spectacle. But if you think that Iselma is powerless, you're gravely mistaken. The invaders, now silent and cautious, watch the approaching soap bubbles intently. It is common knowledge among magus that triggering unknown magecraft without preparation is foolish. However, just because they wouldn't trigger it doesn't mean Byron was willing to spare these damned invaders. His situation was already dire enough. Last night's social event had been a great success, marking the peak of his life with both fame and fortune. But the very next day, something like this happened. As the head of the Iselma family, he knew the real time of Golden Princess' death. The one who appeared last night was indeed an impostor. However, that was an Iselma family secret. If revealed, it could destroy this family. Byron couldn't allow that. Though he was a Democrat at heart, he had always taken pride in his bloodline. To him, democracy was merely a tool to win favor. In the end, history and lineage would still take precedence, for that is the essence of magecraft. This ideological divide was the fundamental reason for his estrangement from Lord Valuolita. For Byron, neither the culprit nor the truth mattered. What mattered was keeping the Golden Princess secret. To this end, he redirected the conflict towards the El Meloy classroom, hoping to provoke a struggle between Lord Valuolita and Waver, thereby distancing himself and his family from the situation. Who would have thought that Waver would be so perceptive, immediately spotting the flaws in the Golden Princess? His students, too, were formidable, almost overwhelming him. He barely escaped with his life. Lord Valuolita, out of respect for the family connection, helped buy him some time, only for these ignorant fools to appear. Anger was secondary, the critical issue was that he had no room left to retreat. He knew Lord Valuolita's nature. She would only extend an olive branch to those with power. Helping him once was already a favor. If he failed again, he would truly be excluded from the core of Valuolita family. So, whether to vent his anger or to protect his family and position, he had to win and win impressively. What do you think of Iselma's ruby? Brian softly chanted the name of the spell. The next second the soap bubbles burst. Pop and nothing more. No surge of magical power, no emerging monsters, not even a shockwave, just the natural bursting of a soap bubble. Yet, this seemingly ordinary burst caused several invaders to clutch their throats and collapse. The remaining invaders were enraged, retaliating with crackling bolts of lightning. Byron was prepared, having already surrounded himself with a layer of soap bubbles for protection. These soap bubbles had been specially treated. Under the influence of the weather, the electric power that could turn a person to ashes was dissipated as the bubbles burst. Had it been a one-on-one fight, Byron would have already won. But there were too many enemies and too much lightning. The bubbles couldn't fully withstand the assault, blocking 70% of the attack, but the remaining 30% struck Byron, bringing the sturdy gentleman to his knees. "You're just a washed-up collector hiding in the countryside." The fallen attackers slowly recovered and, along with their enraged comrades, began forming a new spell. Having witnessed the soap bubble attack once, they had already deduced its mechanism. The soap bubbles destroyed the oxygen in the air, suffocating the enemy. Now that the mystery was solved, the invaders had no reservations, and were ready to seize victory in one fell swoop. Though he dodged in time, Byron's shoulder was burnt, and while not entirely incapacitated, he was significantly weakened. Clutching his charred shoulder with one hand, he repeatedly struck the ground with his cane with the other. The soap bubbles doubled, forming a rainbow-colored fortress before the enemy. After enduring the lightning once, Byron had gained some understanding of their technique. Now, it was a contest between his art and their magecraft who would last longer. That is, if there was no external interference. "There you are." A clear voice echoed from the mist-shrouded forest, causing Byron to pause in surprise. What were they doing here? "Who's there?" The nearest three invaders turned and unleashed a bolt of lightning. "That was close." The voice's owner seemed startled but appeared unharmed. "So you're the ones who made that massive black cloud? Impressive. This is a ritual magecraft that even the clock tower rarely tests." As the voice spoke, its owner emerged from the bushes, a blonde boy, wearing a disarmingly innocent smile, completely out of place on the battlefield. "But your efficiency could use some work. The 7th and 12th targets are still..." Before the boy could finish, a new wave of lightning struck. "Let me finish," the boy exclaimed, dodging left and right. "We have nothing to discuss with Iselma's lackeys." No, I'm not with Iselma." There wasn't a trace of fear on the boy's face, even as he was illuminated by the lightning. While dodging, he still found time to give a mock salute to the bewildered Byron. "Flat escardos of the El Meloy classroom, under the orders of the most powerful, greatest, and invincible professor in the clock tower, I'm here to join the battle." Chapter 768, Chapter 768, Sven Glasscheit joins the fight. 1216 words. "Lord Byron, rest assured and leave this to us." With innocent words and an innocent expression, Flat's seemingly naive demeanor was nothing but infuriating, as it clearly showed he didn't take the invaders seriously at all. After dodging another round of lightning, he let out a proud sigh and shouted toward the trees. "Go ahead, Lucien. Let's break through. I've told you not to call me Lucien. But the idea of clearing the way for Gray is a good one, so I'll let it slide this time." Sven shouted angrily as he jumped down from the tree, venting his frustration at being exposed by his companion, while lightly rubbing his nose. "The smell of rust on you is disgusting." Two boys, both ridiculously young. Of course, they knew that anyone who got involved despite being so outnumbered had to possess some level of danger. In the world of magecraft, power had nothing to do with appearances. So they didn't let down their guard. The group's collective magical energy continuously poured into their spell formation, shifting their focus from Byron's bubble defense toward the two boys. It seemed they planned to target the easier opponents first. However, these two boys were no pushovers. If you looked at their backgrounds, 10 Atrum wouldn't be enough to stand against them. Even without considering their backgrounds, their strength was terrifying. Awu. Just before the magecraft was unleashed, Sven raised his head and let out a howl. It was not a sound any human could make. The sheer sound pressure disrupted the invaders' magical energy. The mana that had already been converted by their magic circuits dissipated, as if it belonged to a novice practitioner. Could it be that you are Sven Glaschite of the El Malloy classroom? In front of the wide-eyed invaders, his self-introduction was immediately followed by a transformation. Paulita Moore's pale death. This was his incantation, and the beginning of his transformation. His golden hair came to life, writhing and shifting as if it were sentient, rapidly growing from short hair to waist length. His distinctive canines elongated into large fangs comparable to sharp blades. Though his appearance was somewhat fierce, it exuded a primal beauty. As he transformed, he leaped. The invaders reacted quickly, releasing their magecraft. It only took a brief chant to unleash a lightning strike capable of killing in an instant. However, before they could finish their chant, their arms had already vanished. Blood gushed from the stumps like fountains, yet none of them realized that the cause of it was Sven's hands, which had transformed into claws as sharp as his fangs. The invaders tried to respond, but when they saw his figure illuminated by the lightning, they were struck dumb once more. It was as if a legend had come to life. The once slim boy had shed his human form, now resembling a powerful mythical beast, covered in golden fur like steel needles. He stood on two legs, a creature out of folklore. A werewolf, a creature as formidable as a vampire in myth, was now leaping between the trees with incredible speed. From tree trunk to branch and branch to trunk again, he moved as if weightless, his abnormal agility allowing him to make multidirectional jumps. The strength and speed he displayed far exceeded the limits of any enhancement magecraft. Ordinary magus couldn't keep up with him, and were left to be utterly trampled. When Rhaenys and Shinji finally arrived after a slight delay, they were greeted by the sight of Sven in his full glory. A werewolf. I knew Sven had some beastly blood, but I didn't expect it to be a high-ranking mythical creature. Seeing that Sven had the upper hand, Shinji didn't rush into the fight. Instead, he used the Brahmastra's fire to melt the brass he'd picked up along the way, keeping a safe distance as he watched. No, my brother says he's not a werewolf, but a mimic. My brother calls it a phantasmal wolf. Phantasmal wolf. At Rhaenys's words, Shinji noticed that although Sven's muscles had swelled several times over, his clothes and shoes remained intact, indicating that the fur covering him wasn't a true physical entity. Instead, it was a semi-physical, semi-illusory manifestation of dense magical energy, much like the armor that servants conjure from mana. An ancient beast magecraft. No, it may not even be considered magecraft. If you trace it back, mimicking beasts goes back to the origins of humanity, a concept on par with nature worship and ancestor worship. It might sound ridiculous, but it's also a testament to human wisdom acknowledging our shortcomings and seeking to supplement them through other means. Even today, many traditions preserve beastly elements. Sven's transformation was one such tradition. By drawing out immense beastly instincts through family secrets, he gained the beastly mystery, granting him power comparable to a mythical creature. This kind of power was not something ordinary magus could withstand. Wherever Sven went, magus were thrown aside like chaff. If it weren't for remembering Waver's instructions to avoid causing fatalities, carefully steering clear of vital areas, the ground would have been littered with corpses by now. Shinji pondered over Sven's shining golden fur. Do you know the origin of Sven's beastly bloodline? Rhaenys shook her head. That's the Glaschite family's top secret. Even my brother might not know, let alone me. Mystery loses its power if it's not kept secret. Do this, find an opportunity to tell Sven something. There's still a golden wolf in this world. Let's see how he or his family reacts. Golden werewolf. Rhaenys found the name familiar, like she'd heard it somewhere before. The mythical creature said to be on par with dragons. Yes, that golden werewolf. That's impossible. The modern environment is unsuitable for mythical creatures. High-ranking ones have long gone extinct. Shinji merely smiled at her skepticism. I have no reason to deceive you, nor any need to deceive the Glaschite family. Why a golden werewolf exists in the modern age, Shinji didn't know, but he knew that Tuko once made a pact with one named Luff Beowulf. Although Luff Beowulf had left Tuko after the events of Mahatsukai no Yoru, Tuko could still find him if she wanted to. After all, Tuko's once flowing long hair, like Aoko's, was used as ritual material for the pact, which was why she now had short hair. Hair is the closest material to the caster, often used by curse magus to curse, or determine the status of important figures. Even a mystery like Luff Beowulf would have a hard time severing the connection between the hair and its owner. If Svin's bloodline truly connects to the Golden Werewolf, or if his family's secrets can incorporate other beastly traits, I might be able to offer him an opportunity. I understand. Seeing Shinji's seriousness, Rhaenys didn't ask further. After all, she was just a messenger. By this time, the magus who had been overpowered by Svin finally found a way to counter him. They abandoned their tight formation, scattering as they initiated their spells. If close combat fails, switch to ranged attacks. If single-target attacks don't work, switch to area of effect. This was undoubtedly the correct approach. However, it's useless. Flat has been waiting for you to scatter. Chapter 769, Chapter 769, Grey joins the battle. 1069 words. It's useless, Flat is just waiting for you to scatter. Rhaenys hadn't even finished her sentence, when Flat started waving his arms. MHM, just like that, spin around in circles over there. If you were observant enough, you would notice that before Flat started waving his arms, he struck the same pose as the invaders. This wasn't just simple mimicry, but a type of sympathetic magecraft, more plainly put, a curse. Interference begins, play ball. With a brief chant, the lightning released by the invaders changed direction the moment it left their spell formations. The next second, the area was filled with the screams of the Magi being burned by their lightning. Strictly speaking, the sympathetic magic Flat was using wasn't the orthodox Western magecraft taught at the clock tower, but was instead derived from Asian sorcery. However, to him, it made no difference, for he was a genius, a true genius. Flat Escardos was born into the Escardos family, an ancient lineage of Magi from the Mediterranean region. This family is quite interesting. If we're talking about history alone, few families in Europe can compare. However, the heads of the Escardos family through the generations could only be described as mediocre. Whether it was their natural talent or their mastery of magecraft, there was nothing remarkable about them. Many Magi mocked them as a family unable to turn their history into a genuine mystery. Until Flat was born. This child seemed to be born to compensate for the family's years of mediocrity, possessing an exceptional number of magic circuits as well as overwhelming talent to control them. He was sent to the clock tower with great expectations as a prodigious child. However, this genius proved to be a handful even for the clock tower. He was initially assigned to the Department of Spiritual Evocation under the Deputy Director of the Summoning Science Division, Rocco Belfaban. However, within a few months, he was transferred to another department. Though his extraordinary talent was welcomed by each department he entered, as he continued to break the record for how quickly he overwhelmed his instructors, he was eventually shunned. Why did this happen? The answer is simple. Every professor wants a student who is smart and diligent, and who can quickly grasp their lessons. However, few professors understand the sorrow of encountering a student who is too talented. Learning quickly, understanding instantly, and grasping the essentials at a glance, these are good things. Applying knowledge across different areas and thinking outside the box, this is even better. Comprehending everything taught, then refining and surpassing the teacher, this is a perfect student, a dream come true. However, if these three steps are completed in an extremely short time before the teacher even finishes the lesson and the student starts pointing out the teacher's mistakes, how would the teacher feel? Would they think their life had been in vain? This could still be excused. After all, the world occasionally produces a universal genius, a superhuman like Da Vinci. What made it worse was that Flat embodied the ideal attitude of a magus, yet he had no awareness of what it meant to be a magus. Modern magi are driven not just by their supernatural abilities, but by a fierce obsession passed down through generations, an unyielding pursuit of the mysteries of history that itself possesses a terrifying power. No matter how far science surpasses magecraft, as long as this mindset persists, magecraft will never completely vanish. However, Flat lacked this kind of obsession entirely. He wandered around aimlessly, meddling in everything, pestering others about spells he hadn't seen before, quickly analyzing them, and then pointing out their flaws with a naive smile. Try to discipline him. Sorry, but there aren't many in the clock tower who could even win against him. His opponent's spells would be thoroughly dismantled by the time they made a move, and they'd be the ones left humiliated. Don't discipline him. That would hurt your pride. And yet, despite goofing off all the time, this guy maintained perfect scores across all subjects, constantly embarrassing his instructors. Even the lords weren't spared. His nickname, the idiot among geniuses, came from his legendary history of humiliating the entire clock tower. As one of his most frequent victims put it, Flat's presence severely disrupted the teaching order of whichever department he was in. After cycling through 11 of the 12 departments save for the Department of Policies, the departments eventually dumped him into the Elmeloi classroom for problem children in the Modern Magecraft Theory department, where he has stayed for years. Just how many forms of magecraft does a young man who has been in all 12 departments possess? Even he couldn't say for sure. For instance, when it comes to Galliasta's lightning magecraft, Flat could counter it with his eyes closed. The breakthrough has been made, Flat said with his usual innocent, smiling expression, standing amid the groaning bodies around him. Grey kiss. Sven howled at the sky, radiating wild charm if you could ignore what he was saying. Although the two constantly bicker and seem like sworn enemies, their movements are fluid and coordinated, as if they were born twins, leaving their enemies battered and beaten. As they called out, a third voice echoed. Please don't call me that. Elmeloi classroom's Grey, entering the battle. A small figure in a cloak rushed into the enemy formation, leaving a trail of wails in her wake. Don't be mistaken, Grey wasn't using a scythe like a reaper, nor was she wielding a battering ram like a siege weapon. She carried a shield, and from the strange face on it, it was clear that this was another form of ad. The shield itself wasn't particularly frightening, nor did it have any offensive capabilities, but the sheer brute force of its wielder made it an unstoppable force. She charged through the lightning, smashing through the invaders' formation, all in under 2 minutes since Flat had appeared. See that? This is the power of the Elmeloi classroom. An enraged, almost twisted voice erupted alongside a deafening roar of thunder. This was no ordinary lightning, it was on an entirely different level from the previous sparks. If that was the true standard for lightning, then the earlier attacks were mere static. The thunderous lightning blazed with a blinding light, tearing through the dark clouds and ripping through the atmosphere. Its target was none other than the seemingly unassuming but most lethal member Grey. Chapter 770, Chapter 770, Atrum joins the battle. 12-13 words in the minds of ordinary people, lightning is the second fastest thing in nature, surpassed only by light. By the time the thunder roared, it was already too late for Flat and Sven to realize something was wrong and try to warn the others. Luckily, the boys didn't have time to react, but someone could add. This consciousness attached to the mystic code had an abundance of combat experience and a mental link with Grey. Whenever Grey was in danger, Ad was always the first to sound the alarm. When the mana started accumulating abnormally, Ad had already noticed it. Because of this, Grey was able to raise her shield in time to block the lightning strike. Someone ambush my precious Grey. Sven roared in fury, his voice reverberating through the forest, even more terrifying than the thunder itself. This roar had the power to disperse a magus mana, and had often given Sven an advantage. However, this time, his usually unstoppable roar had no effect. The spell that the moon emerging from the bushes had woven remained solid. This could only mean one thing: the enemy's mana was so concentrated and stable that it was difficult to interfere with, a sign of high-level magic proficiency. The expressions of the attackers confirmed this. It was a different kind of fear, mixed with reverence and concern, the attitude of subordinates toward their superiors. Seeing this man, Byron's eyes flared with obvious anger. Atrum Galliasta. The dark-skinned young man didn't even glance at Byron. His eyes were fixed only on Flat, who was scrutinizing him, Sven, who was baring his teeth at him, and Grey, who was peeking out from behind her shield, completely unharmed. The Elmeloy classroom, huh? Very impressive. Not far away in the spectator stands, Shinji was also speaking similar words. So he's Oil King, huh? Impressive. That nickname is quite fitting, Rhaenys chuckled briefly before quickly restraining her smile. But it's impossible for him to have earned such a reputation solely from oil. Are Grey and the others going to be okay? They'll be fine. If it's just Galliasta, even if he brought 100 men, he wouldn't stand a chance against those 3. But I'm worried there might be more enemies than just Galliasta. When that happens, it'll be up to you to handle their lightning. As Shinji spoke, he melted a piece of brass. The molten metal, instead of solidifying upon contact with the ground, was drawn by an unknown force to gather near Rhaenys' feet, eventually forming a nearly 1 meter wide sphere of liquid metal. If that Faraday cage you mentioned is as powerful as you say. Noticing the unease in Rhaenys' voice, Shinji smacked his forehead. I forgot you haven't attended high school yet, so you haven't encountered high school physics. I wonder if Waver ever told you anyone who messes with lightning without understanding science is doomed to be third-rate. Forget about geniuses like Edison, Tesla, Faraday, or Franklin. Even an electrician could leave him powerless. Is it really that exaggerated? Although she already knew Shinji was very capable, hearing him speak so dismissively still made Rhaenys a bit uncomfortable. Knowledge is power, young lady. It's a truth that applies to everything, except maybe magecraft. The more you read and learn, the less you'll regret it. Yes, you sound just like my brother even though you're only a few years older than me. So prematurely old-fashioned. Hey, don't compare me to that workaholic Waver. Be careful, or I'll. Mid-sentence, Shinji suddenly stopped, closed his eyes to sense something, and then spoke with some resignation. It seems I was right. It's going to be up to you next. What about you? Rhaenys' expression changed slightly. I have to go settle a score with an old friend. Shinji raised his head, his gaze piercing through the mist ahead, where a pair of barely visible eyes gleamed with a golden hue, revealing a faint trace of orange deep within. So not just the Elmeloy classroom but even you. Humph, we're barely reunited, and now we have to face off. If I had known, I wouldn't have accepted this commission. At the same time, a female magus at the moon tower opened her orange eyes, a hint of distress on her intellectual face, followed by a pout. No, this isn't my fault, it's yours. If you had told me that secret, I wouldn't have agreed to this additional commission. Underestimating a woman's curiosity has its price. You deserve it. But opposing him is not going to be easy. In a way, he's just as troublesome as Aoko, perhaps even more so. I might end up facing the full power of the third magic. Taking a deep breath, the woman who both hated and relied on the color orange stood up from the sofa. I have no choice. Since I accepted the commission, I must fulfill it. That's my creed. So, Shinji, let's have a long-awaited duel. Don't you dare lose to me. The woman removed her glasses. At her feet was a peculiar, somewhat bulky, and oversized leather bag, strange compared to the other items she carried. The moisture in the cumulonimbus clouds finally reached its limit, condensing into raindrops that fell heavily. In an instant, it began to pour. Amidst the downpour, Atram spoke in a voice colder than the rain. Elmeloy classroom, you have nothing to do with this. Withdraw now, and I can still pretend nothing happened. Sorry, but the professor said we need to take you down. If Atram's expression at that moment resembled the dark clouds overhead, then Flat's face was like the sunshine of a spring afternoon, beaming so brightly it was hard to believe they were on a battlefield. To ambush my precious Grey, you must pay the price. In his phantom wolf state, Svin licked his claws, his eyes gleaming like those of a wolf eyeing its prey. That's truly unfortunate. I thought the highly regarded New Age would be smart, but it turns out they're just a bunch of fools. To have such students, that professor must be overrated. Atram shook his head in regret as he retrieved a small object from his suit, a small pot-like device. You've heard of it, haven't you? The primitive battery, or the Baghdad battery. The world's oldest battery was discovered in the ruins of Qujut Rabu, on the outskirts of the Middle East. It's generally believed to have been developed accidentally with the aim of gilding, despite no knowledge of battery construction. However, this structure has also been passed down through magus hands, evolving through a completely different route from science. When one of the families researching this structure declined, Galeasta bought their knowledge and history with money. For a family originally specializing in ore and oil, the primitive battery was an ideal vessel. After some time of research, the Galeasta family succeeded in infusing their mana into electricity. By harnessing a power revered as divine or godlike in many ancient cultures, they have thrived ever since. The primitive battery in Atrum's hand, and the weather magecraft overhead both utilized this technology. Now, the contemporary master of this technique was about to unleash its true power. Unleash fury, gush out. Thunderstruck. Chapter 771, Chapter 771, Beauty Saves the Beast. 12:0 for words, unleash fury, gush out. With those words, the electric charge transformed into a massive hand. Tearing through the resistance of the air, it struck Svin's body at a speed faster than a blink. In response, the phantom wolf let out a roar. Both sides were using techniques infused with magical energy, with the carriers being some of the fastest forces in nature: lightning and sound waves. Though the forms were different, once controlled by a magus, they could not escape the absolute principle of the mystical world. The mystery is overwhelmed by a stronger mystery. But what happens when neither side's mystery can overwhelm the other? The result of the clash between Atrum and Svin made this clear. Lightning collided with sound waves, and the flow of magical energy materialized into visible sparks. The shattered plasma and atmosphere scattered all the raindrops along the line, leaving devastation in the forest. Judging by the marks left on the ground, it was clear that Atrum had the upper hand, but this advantage did not affect Svin. In his phantom wolf form, he remained standing in place, unharmed amidst the smoke and dust washed away by the wind and rain. Not bad at all. The voice came from between his sharp teeth. As far as magecraft goes, it's second-rate. But in a magus battle, it's certainly top-notch. You little mutt, did you call me second-rate? Atrum's mouth twisted into a cruel grin. Facing that voice, tinged with killing intent, the phantom wolf boy did not retreat a step, responding with a cold smile. You know it yourself, don't you? If the professor were here, he'd see through it instantly. Your magecraft is indeed well practiced. As a form of magecraft meant to hurt others and for fighting, it's a finished product beyond perfect. But that's not the essence of being a magus, is it? No, you're not a magus, you're a magician playing tricks. This statement was the greatest denial of a magus, the most venomous insult. You're asking to die. Atrum's eyes widened with rage. He refined his magic power several times more than before, using his magic crest to inject it into the primitive battery's technique. The technique the Galeasta family purchased allowed them to convert their magical energy into lightning with maximum efficiency. The lightning, controlled like a dragon, opened its jaws wide, sealing off Svin's escape route completely. Just as the lightning dragon was about to devour Svin, his body vanished. This was an even swifter move than his previous charge, moving at a speed far beyond ordinary human perception, reaching a level akin to that of a servant. He leaped back onto a tree, and then used the rebound to shoot through the gaps in the lightning dragon, hurtling towards Atrum like a meteor. The enemy would have no time to react. This was an unstoppable strike, or so Svin thought. But just as he was about to swing his claws, he saw Atrum beneath him lift his head, a smug smile forming on his lips. At the same time, his nose picked up the scent of danger. Svin, who had merged with the beast, trusted his sense of smell above all else. Though he didn't possess Flat's nearly omnipotent analytical and learning abilities, his grasp of techniques through scent was almost on par. A triangular, unsettling yellow. Damn, it's a trap. The first strike, which deviated from the magus path, and the anger that followed were all feigned to make Svin careless and lead him step by step into a snare. New lightning appeared, not as a powerful but easily dodged like the dragon lightning, but as a web of electricity that spread out, enveloping the area around Atram. The technique was still second-rate, any student in the El-Meloy classroom could refine it further. However, in Atram's hands, it exhibited a power that surpassed even the top-level secret techniques of Sven. He demonstrated to Sven through his actions that the outcome of a battle does not rest solely on the completion of a magical technique. Despite straying from the path of a magus, magecraft users are often more dangerous than orthodox magus. Sven's nose sounded the alarm, and his fur bristled. But he did not give in. So what if it was an electric net? He'd tear through it first, then tear through you. Even if it meant getting injured, he would still scratch you. When it comes to ferocity, wolves are more terrifying than tigers and lions, and the beastly nature within him granted him a stronger recovery ability than most magus. He wasn't afraid of exchanging injuries. The phantom wolf roared, and his descending claws were infused with all his strength. This desperate response was precisely what Atram had anticipated. In terms of battle experience, Sven, Flat, and Grey combined couldn't match him. The electric net was just the first step, meant to slow Sven's movements. The next strike was the truly fatal one. The charges gathered, and new lightning brewed in his hands enough to bring down the phantom wolf. However, the strike that was supposed to be certain suddenly crumbled before it could form, as its caster was violently struck by a shadow. Half of the hand-tailored suit was soaked in mud, and the carefully groomed hair was also stained with dirty water. But at this moment, Atram had no time to lament or even feel anger. He was only shocked. He hadn't been careless. Before revealing himself, he had been observing and analyzing the enemy thoroughly. Choosing to target Sven was also a result of the analysis. Due to his beastly nature, Sven was impulsive and easy to provoke. His extreme speed granted him terrifying attack power and mobility, but it also made it difficult for his companions to support him. With a prepared trap and the right timing, Sven was the easiest to deal with. Once he subdued one of them, the remaining two would naturally hesitate, making it easy for him to control the situation. Unfortunately, he didn't realize that he wasn't the only one holding back. So was Grey. Just because most people couldn't keep up with Sven's movements didn't mean Grey couldn't. As a descendant of Artoria, and having undergone special training from Shinji, her physical abilities surpassed Sven's, allowing her to match his speed and strength even without relying on Ad. Previously, since Flat and Sven had already disrupted the enemy's formation, she hadn't needed to go all out, so she had held back. But now that her companion was in danger, how could she continue to hold back? The moment Sven fell into the electric net, Grey threw her shield. In terms of mystery, not even gods like Zeus or Indra, who command lightning, could surpass the planet's self-generated anchor to the mortal world, let alone a primitive battery. Thus, Atram was in trouble. On the other side, Sven, having torn through the electric net, was overjoyed. He didn't even bother chasing after Atram, and instead sprinted straight towards Grey. Grey, darling. Awoo. My dear lady has saved me. I'm so moved, awoo. As he ran and howled, he looked less like a phantom wolf and more like a husky. Chapter 772, Toko Aozaki joins the battle. 1275 words. Grey trembled with fear. Among everyone in the El-Meloy classroom, the person she feared the most was Sven, and the action she dreaded most was when Sven, like a dog, would sniff her up close with his nose. Ah, Grey. You still have that sweet, gray, square scent that seems to cling to your body. It smells even better after exercise. Stop it. Grey was almost in tears, too overwhelmed to care about the enemy she had just sent flying. Of course, the golden husky like Sven, completely captivated by Grey's scent, was equally distracted. Flat, watching Atram rise from the ground like a living volcano, finally had his intelligence kick in. Ahem, hey, Lucienne. Don't call me Lucienne. But only a dog, Lucienne, dog, would sniff like that. Sven suddenly realized, quickly stepping back 3 paces. Embarrassed, he said, I'm sorry. I got so excited after being saved by Gray that I lost control, and my reason evaporated. Shinji and Rhaenys, who were watching, were too exhausted to even make a sarcastic comment. They thought, you were sent out to uphold the reputation of the El-Melloi classroom, not to embarrass us. If Waver knew about this, he would surely get a stomachache. Thanks to Flat's interruption, the group of teenagers finally remembered their mission and instinctively formed a triangular formation surrounding Atrum. Although Gray's flying shield hadn't caused him much harm, the 3-against-1 odds were putting enormous pressure on him. Damn you, El-Melloi classroom. Atrum's face turned pale with anger, but it was too late for regrets now. He had to break out of this dire situation. Just as he was about to go all out, Svin's suddenly stood on end, as if he had received a huge shock, letting out a howl. Turning his head, he was startled to find 2 people standing less than a meter behind him, a man and a woman. The man was someone Svin knew, Matou Shinji, who was using the alias Levi Ackerman. The woman, like Gray, was small in stature and wore a cloak. The difference was that her arm was not flesh and blood but a mechanism made from some unknown material. The man and woman stood facing each other, the man holding the woman's wrist in an intimate gesture that looked like flirting if you ignored the blade that had popped out of the woman's mechanical arm. Seeing this, everyone immediately understood what had just happened. The woman had somehow sneaked up behind Svin, preparing to attack, but was stopped by Shinji, who noticed and intervened in time. Svin's intense reaction was his animal instinct's warning of danger. His current reaction was the same. The phantom wolf let out a constant growl, and its claws, sharp enough to easily tear through human flesh, flashed with cold light as they aimed straight for the woman's head and heart. However, before the cold light could reach the woman's body, she and the owner of the claws were both sent flying backward at an even faster speed. The boy, who suffered the same fate as Atrum, landed on all fours and stared intently at the woman's other hand. It was this hand that had sent him flying. If you measured arm length alone, the woman's arm was naturally shorter than Svin's in his phantom wolf form, but it was a different matter if that arm was a mechanism capable of detaching and extending freely. In the instant the phantom wolf leaped, the woman's arm suddenly detached at the elbow, shot straight through the gap between his claws, struck Svin's chest, and then retracted back to its original position, guided by chains connecting the mechanism. The triangular nose twitched, finally letting out a doubtful snort. A mechanical doll. Whoa, what an incredible doll. Hey, Miss Doll, can I analyze you? Flat's eyes immediately lit up, his curiosity soaring through the roof. In response to his eccentric behavior, Kata replied with a barrage of throwing knives, making Flat yelp while his eyes shone even brighter. Wait a minute. Are those shuriken? Are you a ninja? A ninja doll? That's so cool. Finally unable to bear it anymore, Shinji spoke up, Flat, Svin, if you don't want to die, stay calm. This isn't an opponent you can handle. Focus on taking down that upstart. Upstart? Atrum's expression twisted with rage at the insult, which wounded his pride even more than being called a magician. Atrum's response to this insult was to throw a primal battery at them. This was his fastest form of attack because it would instantly release all the electricity stored in the battery, making it one of his most powerful moves. Even with his body significantly enhanced by the Phantom Wolf's abilities, Svin would struggle to withstand such an attack. However, Shinji was not Svin. He had far more combat experience and was much stronger. If not for the need to train these exceptionally gifted students, he could have captured Atrum and all his subordinates within 5 minutes alive, not dead. After all, it had already been confirmed that this guy would participate in the Fifth Holy Grail War, and killing him now would be a waste. A gunshot rang out. A bullet whizzed through the air from the silver barrel of a limited edition Thompson Contender G2, shattering the primal battery just as it left Atrum's hand. At this point, the electricity inside hadn't fully activated, so apart from some metal fragments and partial ionization, the shot didn't cause any damage to the surroundings. Taking advantage of the moment when Shinji drew his gun, the ninja doll also seized the opportunity to free herself and, with a few quick leaps, disappeared into the forest. Speaking of combat experience, she had the most of anyone on the battlefield. She was the legendary ninja Kata Danzo, who had been active for over 100 years, and her name was certainly not unearned. Her disappearance made everyone's hearts leap into their throats. This doll was too dangerous, able to slip past even Sven's nose, meaning the others had no chance of detecting her. Seeing this, Shinji smiled slightly and vanished into the forest after her. Leave her to me. Be careful, everyone. Be careful. Careful of what? Careful of Atrum. No, not at all. Atrum alone might, at best, be able to use his experience to defeat one of them, either Flat or Sven, but he had no chance against all three of them. What Shinji was warning them to be careful of was Sven's nose suddenly twitched, and a pair of blue-green eyes turned to look in the opposite direction of where Shinji had gone. There amidst the forest, a wisp of orange, made faint by the rain and wind, appeared at the center of the battlefield. There was no tension of battle, only calm, as if isolated from the world in a serene bubble. The figure spoke with a slightly troubled smile. Don't you think you're using a bit too much flashy magecraft? Her appearance caused the previously chaotic battlefield to fall into an eerie silence. Both Atrum and the El Meloy classroom, as well as the ignored Byron, all felt a chill. Toko Aozaki. No one had expected her to intervene at this critical moment. My apologies, Lord Byron, and the El Meloy classroom. The woman, without her glasses, walked across the damp ground and stood beside someone. It was Atrum. Then, the highest-ranked magus in the clock tower, a grand, turned to the youths and slowly smiled. Because someone asked me, I have no choice but to oppose you. Chapter 773, Chapter 773, Rhaenys Archazort joins the battle. 1049 words. Tuko's foot moved slightly, seemingly carving a simple character into the ground. Atrum, who was closest, noticed it first but couldn't understand why she did it until Luchien. Flat waved his arms, the same way he reversed Galeasta's lightning magecraft a few minutes earlier. But this time, before the spell could take effect, Flat's body was blown away. You, the blonde brat over there. You've been smartly trying to find my weaknesses since earlier, but it's too obvious. The spell was interrupted, and the dust-covered Flat looked up in confusion. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation. How did you know? It was impossible not to notice. Weren't you using that trick on Galeasta's people just now? It means you're using some method to read the flow of magic. This ability is quite common, but the precision is astonishing. Directly intervening in a spell to reverse it is something no proper clock tower lecturer would teach. After all, giving an opponent's spell a boomerang effect could easily lead to self-destruction. But for geniuses, the conventional doesn't apply. El Meloy's classroom, Waver Velvet, truly lives up to its reputation. Tuko rambled a bit, but those who knew her understood that she only acted this way when something piqued her interest. Your spell is the nemesis of most magecraft, but unfortunately, that most doesn't include mine. My magecraft is already complete by the time the mana flows through it. With a wave of her finger, Tuko traced a rune in the air. Rune magic. What blew Flat away earlier was an algize she had quietly carved with her foot, symbolizing protection. Now she carved Fehu, symbolizing primal and untamed fire. We're not a match. The best strategy is to run away. Luchien, Grey. Seeing the rune before him, Flat quickly made a judgment. Ordinary magic refines mana, and weaves spells simultaneously. Rune magic is different, the spell weaving and mana refining are separate. First you carve the character, then simply channel mana through it to complete the spell. The time between mana generation and spell activation is almost zero. Although carving the characters takes time, and the effects aren't necessarily stronger than other magecraft, this structure left no room for Flat to intervene. Of course, that alone wouldn't scare Flat. After the deal at the end of the century, rune magic saw a complete revival, with the clock tower even establishing several classrooms dedicated to its study. During his tour of the clock tower, Flat had analyzed rune magic and could casually carve out a few basic spells. But this woman was different. She wasn't on the same level as other rune users. If the completion of magecraft could be seen as beauty, then Tuko's expertise in runes rivaled that of the Golden Princess and the Silver Princess. Her connection to the rune magic foundation was so ideal it felt like a dream. She had no magic crest, few magic circuits, and her mana was unremarkable. She didn't even have the terrifying mystic code that other magus at the clock tower possessed. Yet, the mana circulating her moved seamlessly, like a Mobius strip, perfect and unassailable. Flat, who was extremely sensitive to mana, knew better than anyone that Tuko had already mastered a cycle of magic, from life to death, and back to life again, endlessly. Not even someone like the Grand Magus Kenneth had such a presence. This is bad, this is bad, this is bad. At that moment, Flat felt like a frightened sphinx, hair standing on end, ready to flee if not for the voice that stopped him. I stand here representing the El Malloy classroom alongside my brother. Even a grand cannot make us retreat without a fight. A white formal suit, dark scarf, golden hair, and eyes burning like flames, different from usual. El Malloy classroom, Rhaenys Archazort, joining the battle. Two pairs of similar-colored eyes met across the distance, quickly recognizing that they shared a certain resemblance. Both were resolute, never turning back once they set their sights on a goal, and both had once left their homes in pursuit of that goal. Though it may sound rude, you'd do well to heed this boy's advice. You're not my match. I don't deny it, but our goal isn't to defeat you. Even though you stand on Galliasta's side, that doesn't mean you share his purpose, does it? Rhaenys's words brought a hint of surprise to Tuko's face. You figured that out so quickly. The lost princess of El Malloy, impressive. So what are you planning to do? To stall you and quickly drive off Atrum Galliasta. Rhaenys made no effort to hide her intentions, displaying strong confidence in her every move. Will it be that easy? A word of warning, though Galliasta isn't my employer, I won't let you take him down. Thanks for the warning, I'll keep it in mind. Tuko offered a sincere reminder, which Rhaenys accepted with a smile. The two women didn't look like enemies but rather like friends. So who will stall me? You, the lost princess. You can call me Rhaenys. The 14-year-old girl lifted her skirt and curtsied. It's an honor to learn from the highest-ranking Grand Magus. Then let's begin. For a certain someone's sake, I won't kill you. The red rune suspended in the air was activated, sending fiery serpents flowing. With Rhaenys's chant, the snow on the ground began to stir. This was fluid manipulation magecraft, the specialty of the Archibald family, with the water from the sacred land of Iselma as the natural medium. Miss Aozaki, I have a suggestion. At the critical moment when water and fire were about to clash, Flat suddenly raised his hand. If your goal is money, wouldn't it be more efficient to beat up that brown guy, make a doll that looks exactly like him, and take over his fortune? That way, everyone can be happy. The brown guy ground his teeth in frustration. The humiliation he suffered today exceeded all he had experienced in his entire life. Tuko closed one eye, gazing at Atrum's profile as if deep in thought, then shook her head. Too bad, he's got no sense of beauty. I have no interest in making such a boring doll. Chapter 774, Chapter 774, Faraday Cage 1012 words. Atrum's face grew even more grim. However, considering the current situation and the strength Tuko had demonstrated, he could only swallow his anger. He then vented his frustration by kicking the magus under his command, using a slight electric shock to wake them up. Meanwhile, the magic-driven water and fire clashed fiercely. Within the mist, which spread as the magic intensified, Rhaenys' voice remained as calm as ever. Svin, continue attacking Atrum. Flat, support Svin by disrupting Atrum's lightning spell. Grey, be ready to assist me at any moment. The three people she called out to immediately followed her orders. In the El Malloy classroom, only she had such authority, aside from Waver. Surrender now. Svin's eyes gleamed with determination. His lower half, which had previously retained some human characteristics, was now fully covered in golden fur. His powerful magic circuits furiously refine his magic-driven phantom form, causing the air around him to tremble. Get lost, you mutt. Being repeatedly humiliated by a group of kids would anger anyone, let alone the already irritable Atrum. Thunder roared and lightning flashed as the fury of the magic and its master exploded, overwhelming even the fully transformed phantom wolf that Sven had become. Interference initiated, play ball. However, this terrifying display did not affect Flat. His Chaos Magecraft didn't target the external manifestation of Magecraft, but rather its deeper vectors. Once those vectors were altered, no matter how large the spell, it could be shifted or even reversed. The interference was executed smoothly, with lightning cracking and sparks of varying brightness bursting forth. Before he could celebrate, there was a cold snort, and the fragmented arcs of electricity bizarrely converged toward Flat. The previous interference had been so successful because Atrum had allowed it. His real target wasn't the physically strong and hard to take down Sven, but the frail Flat. Die 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 die. Flat's face turned pale with fear. Although he hastily cast several layers of well-known and lesser-known protection spells on himself, they were no match for the sheer lightning volume. This was Flat's weakness. He lacked decisive, head-on offensive power. Sven stomped the ground, rushing towards his companion at top speed, but the dense web of lightning was not only lethal but also a barrier to rescue. Fortunately, at that moment, Raina's voice rang out again. Flat, don't move. Her fluid manipulation magecraft was even faster than her voice. From the water below the arcs of lightning, more than 10 dark red, finger-thin metal wires shot up. These wires, propelled by the water, quickly rose and interlocked above Flat's head, forming a simple metal mesh that enveloped him. You think that can?
Atrum's mocking words were cut short, and a smug expression froze. His deadly strike had been blocked by that seemingly flimsy, misshapen metal mesh. How is this possible? In contrast to the stunned Atrum, Flat was bouncing with excitement. A Faraday cage principle? Miss Rainis, you're so smart.
This top student who scored full marks in all subjects had studied modern physics, likely thanks to Waver's tailored teaching. A Faraday cage is an electrical device named after Michael Faraday, a British physicist and pioneer in electromagnetism. Without delving into detailed principles, it's essentially a cage made of metal or a good conductor, grounded, to block electrical shocks and related effects. Although it's a simplified version. I'm saved. Flat shivered as he spoke, occasional bursts of magic of different natures flashing on his body. This was the result of the residual lightning not blocked by the cage colliding with his protective spells. Hearing Flat's feedback, Rainis visibly sighed in relief, but the next moment, an even greater crisis arrived. Do you have time to worry about others, Miss Rainis? As she heard these words, she realized something terrifying. Centered around her, a radius of about 10 meters had somehow been inscribed with runes. When were these carved? They weren't there just now. How could it be so fast? No, they couldn't have been inscribed physically. Their origin must be flame-like. Eyes traced the flow of magic to the source of the runes. Right under Tuko's feet, 3 runes combined to form an entirely new meaning. Rune script, creation. As the reviver of rune magic, Aozaki Tuko had reached the level of using runes to create more runes. So this is. Recognizing the reality, Rainis sighed in resignation, but it wasn't time to give up yet. She still had her trump card. Gray, I'm counting on you. Can we make it in time? Despite the heavy rain and the ongoing battle, Tuko still had the leisure to light a cigarette. The voice didn't come from her mouth, busy lighting the cigarette with a flame rune's residual heat, but from behind Gray. It was a cat. A completely black, flat cat. Without breath, it seemed to lack even thickness. A two-dimensional cat. The cat's eyes had no pupils. The cat's face had no mouth. The cat's claws sliced through a tree. The cat moved with astonishing speed, so fast that even Sven was in awe. Now this cat extended its claws toward Gray. Gray, facing this formidable foe, whispered, needing more reinforcement. Her shield stretched and transformed into a reaper's scythe. In this form, the weapon could not only reap souls but also devour the surrounding magic. Though it couldn't absorb magic as fast as in its holy spear form, the magical lands of Iselma and Galiasta's weather magecraft allowed Grey to gather a considerable amount of magic. This magic, through a special process, flowed into her nerves and muscles via her magic circuits. If this process were even slightly mishandled, the blood vessels in her body could rupture, but she had long since grown accustomed to this form of reinforcement. Recently learned breathing and body control techniques have further improved the safety and efficiency of magic flow. As the black cat leaped from the tree, Grey's body vanished from where she stood. In the next moment, the runes inscribed on the ground exploded with a force so great that even the heavens above paled in comparison. Chapter 775, Chapter 775, The Black Cat. 1333 words. This was the most perfected and powerful magecraft cast since the battle began. Although in the world of magecraft, the connection between perfection and power isn't always direct, Aozaki Tuko, who stood at the pinnacle of Magus, had seamlessly combined them, unleashing a strike that would astonish anyone. Anyone hit directly by this attack would suffer severe injuries, even someone as protected as Svin, who was guarded by his phantom wolf, or even Tuko herself, the creator of the technique. However, despite the light from the runes illuminating her face, there wasn't a hint of assured victory on Tuko's face. Instead, there was an unexpected trace of surprise. That reaction, that speed, someone could do that. As soon as she finished speaking, the shockwave formed by countless runes dissipated, revealing a ground level to the earth, spotless except for some charred ashes of grass and trees, with no other trace, no sign of anyone. Rhaenys, who should have been trapped within the runes and unable to escape, was now by Flat's side, both of them being protected by Grey, who held the scythe. The last member of their team, Svin, was at a distance, locked in a fierce battle with the strange black cat, slashing with his claws. In the instant the explosion was about to occur, and the black cat launched its attack, Grey unleashed all the magical energy it had consumed in one burst, converting it entirely into speed. At the last moment, she managed to carve out a gap in the explosion, rescuing Rhaenys. Of course, the black cat wasn't about to let Grey off so easily, following her at an equally astonishing speed. At first, Grey managed to maintain some distance, thanks to the advantage of her magic burst, but after she grabbed Rhaenys Lanyeres, and was caught by the explosion's aftermath, her speed inevitably decreased. The bizarre black cat, however, was unaffected by the explosion. The distance between the two girls and the cat quickly shrank, with the cat closing in fast. Fortunately, Svin arrived just in time, engaging the black cat with his sharp claws, buying the two girls time to escape. Tuko, true to her reputation, although unable to see the exact movements of Grey and Svin, accurately inferred the entire process through experience. After a brief moment of surprise, she clapped her hands in praise. First of all, congratulations, ladies, on escaping. However, it seems your companion is in a bit of a tough spot. It's not just a bit tough, it's very tough. Both the phantom wolf Svin and the black cat possessed extreme speed. During the time Tuko spoke, the wolf and the cat had already clashed dozens of times. The cat's claws raked across Svin's fur, while Svin's wolf claws pierced the black cat's body. On the surface, it looked like the black cat was at a disadvantage, but in reality, Svin's wolf claws felt no solid contact, as if they were striking water. The flat cat that had been pierced showed no sign of bleeding, nor did its movements pause for even a moment. On the other hand, the cat's claws inflicted real and effective damage on Svin, tearing apart his external phantom, and causing his golden fur to revert to its original magic form and scatter. Though the damage hadn't yet reached his physical body, if things continued as they were, it wouldn't be long before the phantom wolf's form was stripped away, leaving Svin at the mercy of the cat, not a man, but a cat. He. What the heck is this thing? Is it something created by a modern magus? Ad, unable to hold it in, burst out laughing. This laughter caught Tuko's attention, diverting her sharp gaze away from the dominant black cat to focus precisely through Grey's weapon, or more accurately, on the side's mouth. A talking weapon. I've never seen anything like that before. Hey, girl over there, could you lend me that weapon to study? Before Gray could answer, Ad let out a scream. At that moment, he remembered the terrifying experience when Waver wanted to dissect him. Tuco's tone was identical to Waver's back then. Unbeknownst to him, this reaction only heightened Tuco's interest. You can feel fear, that makes me even more intrigued. What kind of technology was used to create you? Sealing a spirit or simulating a personality? Aozaki-san, we're still in the middle of a battle. Seeing Tuco's attention starting to drift, Atrum quickly reminded her. But his well-meaning reminder was met with complete indifference from the female magus. She frowned, exhaled a puff of smoke, and seemed to suggest that the head of the Galliasta family was less important than smoking. Sigh, the taste is still terrible. All right, not just seemed it was less important. The cigarette in Tuco's hand wasn't the dragon smoke she usually smoked but a rarer, handcrafted cigarette. Over 10 years ago, a Taiwanese collector had produced just one box out of personal preference, and it had long since become a collector's item. The half-pack in Tuco's hand was an old item that Lord Valuelita had kept for her for nearly 20 years. Back when Tuco was studying at the clock tower, she accidentally left the cigarettes in the lab, where her teacher, Valuelita, found them and applied anti-moisture magic to preserve them. Last night, during a conversation between master and disciple, she returned them to Tuco. It was a treasure money couldn't buy, and someone with nothing but money like Atrum could never compare. Of course, Atrum wasn't aware of the story behind it. He felt humiliated once again, and for a moment, he even considered killing her who was so close to him. However, when he met those orange eyes, the coldness in them instantly extinguished his killing intent. Although it's a bit troublesome, let's wrap this up quickly. At her master's command, the black cat suddenly sat down. Though it was sitting, its speed didn't decrease, instead, it became even faster. Maintaining that sitting posture, it slid through the trees and shadows, its pupilless eyes drawing closer and closer to Sven. Sven sensed the danger, swinging his claws faster and faster, but that couldn't stop the black cat's advance. Gray gripped the scythe tightly, about to rush to help but was stopped by Rhaenys. Not there, above. The raindrops in midair, outlining a faint shadow beneath the dark clouds. In the next moment, Gray left the ground, and at the highest point, she swung the scythe, colliding with the falling raindrops. Although it was invisible, she hit something. After being slashed by the scythe, the invisibility magic on it instantly failed, and the object became visible as it fell to the ground. It was a bird-shaped familiar. Its body and wings were woven from brass wires, and its eyes were rubies. Inside, there was something resembling a miniature old-style film reel, rotating and projecting some kind of light through the gemstone eyes. As that light faded, the cat also vanished. So it was a projection, Flat murmured as he observed the black cat. That's why it couldn't be cut, Sven, whose phantom had been mostly destroyed, gasped in realization. To be precise, it wasn't that it couldn't be cut, it was that no matter how many times it was cut, as long as the projector was intact, it would continue to absorb magic from the great source and restore itself. This was technology beyond its time, a mystic code that only a grand magus could create. Ah, it's been destroyed. Was it a problem with the materials? If I had asked Justice to make it, no, she probably wouldn't agree because she'd be on the opposite side of him. What a loyal woman. Well, I don't have the right to judge others. Shaking her head regretfully, Tuco with the cigarette looked up at Rhaenys, who had just deciphered her trick. A rare glimmer of recognition appeared in her orange eyes. Good eyes. As expected, we're quite alike. Chapter 776, Chapter 776, Mystic Eyes vs. Mystic Eyes 1169 words. The first time she felt a similarity was due to their personalities. This time, it was because of their magical characteristics, or rather, their innate talents. Rhaenys' fiery, constantly shifting eyes were not the result of using some form of magic, but were something she was born with. This is an anomaly, or one might say, a condition unique to Magus. Usually, her eyes are a common European blue, but once exposed to magic, they appear as if they are burning, continuously heating up. Fortunately, after a diagnosis by experts at the clock tower, it was determined that this was not a bad thing, but rather a sign of talent. These burning eyes are a type of mystic eyes, capable of detecting even the slightest fluctuations and changes in magical energy. The projection mechanism set by Tuko, almost perfect, was seen through by Rhaenys, thanks to her eyes. As for the heating of her eyes, this is a side effect of the mystic eyes. The powerful insight they provide means that her eyes process information at a speed beyond normal human capabilities. However, only her eyes have mutated, her brain and magic circuits are normal. As a result, her brain and magic circuits can't keep up with the processing speed of her eyes. It's like running a game at the highest graphics settings, causing the CPU to overheat and lag. Some might suggest lowering the graphics settings, but unfortunately, Rhaenys' mystic eyes are passive and always operate at their highest level, with no way to turn them off. Because of this, she uses special eye drops to suppress their effects when overused or in public settings. Fortunately, this burden is temporary. As her brain and magic circuits develop, the side effects will improve or even disappear altogether. Thanks to these mystic eyes, Rhaenys' magecraft is exceptionally precise. And precision happens to be Tuko's specialty as well. Despite only having 20 magic circuits, Tuko rose to the pinnacle of modern magecraft, relying on overwhelming precision. Rhaenys clearly understood this, and she performed a ladylike bow. "It is an honor to receive such praise from you. You have always been someone I admired. To be honest, that's really not a good choice." Tuko was not being modest but merely stating a fact. In comparison, that modern Paracelsus would make a better role model. There's no such thing as better or worse, it's just a different path. If I had chosen the path of a lord, I wouldn't be standing before you now. Rhaenys shook her head, her calm words carrying a maturity beyond her years. Indeed, Kenneth had always supported Waver in secret, but he had never asked Rhaenys to leave the family or give up her right of succession as a lord. Everything was Rhaenys' own decision. When she left the family, her succession rank had already risen to second place, creating a significant threat to the first-ranked successor. In the end, Rhaenys gave up her claim to succession and, in exchange, received a large amount of capital from her only competitor. This became the foundation for the first major success of the El Meloy classroom and solidified Rhaenys' unshakable position within it. Even if Waver were to marry someone else, no one could replace Rhaenys. Reading the resolve in her flame-colored eyes, Tuko sighed helplessly. "If you regret this in the future, don't say I didn't warn you. I'll never regret the path I've chosen." "Then what are you waiting for? Show me how far you can go. I'm asking for your guidance." Rhaenys massaged her temples, focusing all her attention on her eyes, using them to search for any openings in Tuko's defense. There's no such thing as perfect magecraft, even a grand has flaws, but most mages can't detect them. This kind of intense use of mystic eyes will damage your vision, you know. Tuko warned, having suffered from deteriorating eyesight during her youth due to excessive effort. "Against you, there's no other way." Rhaenys gritted her teeth, not letting up. "So stubborn. I guess I'll just have to make you rest for a while." Tuko's eyes were originally a shade lighter than Rhaenys, but at this moment, the light reflected in them surpassed the burning gaze of Rhaenys. It wasn't just the light, even the magical energy was overwhelming. Mystic eyes. Tuko Aozaki also possessed mystic eyes. It was too late to avoid her gaze. The only way was to focus all of her magic to resist. Broadly speaking, the effects of mystic eyes are a type of magecraft, and if it's magecraft, it can be resisted. If it's just a matter of comparing magical power, then she should have the upper hand. So wait, what is that? This is absurd. Because she could see the changes in magical energy, Rhaenys understood better than anyone else what Tuko had just done, and it was something she had never considered, something utterly ridiculous. The effect of the mystic eyes was the most common and easiest to resist, binding. The type of mystic eyes was also the most common and easiest to handle, projection-type mystic eyes. If mystic eyes are compared to modern firearms, this type's flaw is low firepower. No matter how much you enhance a handgun, it's still a handgun, it could never compare to a cannon. This was a rule widely recognized by Magus, but Tuko had broken that rule. The handgun was still a handgun, but instead of one, there were countless of them. One handgun can't destroy a fortress, but if you have enough of them, no matter how strong the opponent's resistance is, just overwhelm them with enough bullets. This was Tuko's Mystic Eyes accumulative Mystic Eyes. Within the Mystic Eyes, she created an identical set of Mystic Eyes, then arranged them like two mirrors facing each other, thereby turning the effect of her gaze, and its impact, into something infinite. To duplicate a Mystic Eye within another was already absurd. To then make them reflect off each other, managing the progressively replicated magic without it spiraling out of control, was sheer insanity. This was the principle of the accumulative Mystic Eyes, a near-perfect weapon in the world of magecraft, where concepts hold power. Rhaenys was trapped, and she understood. She wouldn't be able to move until Tuko shifted her gaze. So, if she could just make Tuko look away, Sven. With a howl, Sven eagerly charged forward. During the conversation between the two women, he hadn't been idle, continuously honing his magic and repairing his phantasmal body. Now, fully transformed into wolf form, he launched an attack on the Black Cat's master. Tuko casually drew symbols in the air, which turned into a tangible force that repelled Sven. As she glanced at the phantom wolf on all fours, mouth open in a growl, the corners of Tuko's mouth curled into a peculiar smile. A golden wolf. My, what kind of day is this? All these nostalgic things are popping up out of nowhere. Chapter 777, Chapter 777, The Madness of Atrum 1121 words in his berserk state, Sven had no idea what Tuko was thinking. His mind was entirely consumed with the thought of how to quickly defeat this dangerous woman and complete his mission. There was no need to hold back, he had to unleash all his power. His roar, fangs, claws, reaction speed, combat instincts, the accumulation of his family's knowledge, and his teacher's teachings, all of it. At this moment, Sven was fully immersed in the mystery of the world, converting his life into power. If Waver Velvet were to see this, he would undoubtedly feel an immense sense of pride. However, even Sven still couldn't get close to Tuko, let alone break her gaze, because this level of completion and magical power is close to a grand. But unfortunately, when it comes to dealing with wolves, I have some expertise. Tuko continued to talk as she inscribed runes. Sometimes, flames ignited. Sometimes, ice spikes were created. Sometimes, a violent wind arose. Sometimes, thunder clapped. Runes are such a convenient form of magecraft that, even after their decline, many continued to study them. This is why, after the restoration of the foundation, they quickly revived. Drawing power from nature, the runes generated a barrier that firmly protected Tuko. Her relaxed demeanor fully demonstrated what it means to be a magus standing at the pinnacle of rune magic. Knowing that Sven alone posed no threat to Tuko, Rhaenys deployed a second person. Understood. The scythe carved out a dark streak, slicing through the air and breaking through the barrier created by the rune symbols. For the first time, Tuko was forced back, a faint look of surprise crossing her face. I didn't notice earlier, but your weapon, it's probably a mystery over 1,000 years old. Could it be that it's not even man-made? Modern magus can't stand up to that. The ancient defeats the modern when it comes to mysteries. Though reversals can happen depending on compatibility and skill, this principle generally holds. In most cases, older mysteries are stronger, making Grey, who possesses a natural enemy of the modern magus. If you understand that, could you please step back? Grey stopped her attack, earnestly asking Tuko. Sorry, but this is still a contract. I can't give up so easily. Tuko continued to inscribe runes with her finger. Her movements lost their casual ease, each stroke now slow and solemn, as though the air around her had turned into a viscous liquid. Hey, do you understand how to use something this over the top? Ad couldn't help but exclaim, while Grey felt a deep fear. Though she didn't understand runes magic, the ancient aura emanating from the text told her and everyone else that this was a higher-level existence than any rune she had seen Tuko inscribe before. The primordial. Rhaenys gasped in shock. She had known Toko Aozaki was a key figure in the revival of rune magic, but she hadn't expected her to be able to use such ancient characters. Gray, be careful. Do you have time to worry about others? Perhaps you should worry about yourself first. Atrum's grating laughter echoed from nearby. It seems you're the Crownless Lord's most trusted assistant. I wonder how he'd react if you were to die. Will he be devastated? Atrum, having been ignored, insulted, and beaten down multiple times, had descended into a twisted madness. He was eager to prove himself, desperate to earn some kind of achievement. The most suitable target, of course, was the highest-ranking and now helpless Rhaenys, who was immobilized by Tuko's gaze. Faced with this deranged nouveau riche, Rhaenys didn't show fear or panic. She spoke calmly as if she were evaluating something unrelated to herself. I, too, am curious. If I were to die, how would my brother react? Would he cry? Or would he secretly smile, relieved that there's no one left to tease him? But if I ever meet such an end, it definitely won't be at your hands. A second-rate magus like you can't hurt me. You wretched girl. You want to die? Atrum completely lost his mind. He had intended to regain his confidence by targeting the weakest enemy, only to be humiliated once again. Gush out. In an instant, the clouds above spun like a tornado, rapidly descending. The dark clouds pressed down, lightning flashed and thunder roared within them, constantly exploding with deafening sound. Heaven's wrath. Atrum's final trump card, using Weather Magecraft to unleash his strongest attack, carried enough terrifying power to reduce Rhaenys to ashes. Faced with Atrum's furious assault, Rhaenys remained calm, a confident smile on her lips. I knew you'd do that. Flat, I'm counting on you. Can you handle it? Leave it to me. Let me show you what a real Faraday cage looks like. With Flat's confident shout, a copper net rose from the grass. Compared to the crude version Rhaenys had made, Flat's modified copper net was more scientific and logical, and it also looked much more aesthetically pleasing. He manipulated the copper net with one hand while taunting the sky with the other. Come on, come on. If Miss Rhaenys gets hurt, I'll admit defeat. You brat. You and that wretched girl can die together. The thunder struck. In ancient times, it was considered divine punishment, a force to be feared in all civilizations, bringing ultimate destruction. But this time, the mighty force of nature was stopped by a small copper net. No matter how loud the thunder was, no matter how thick the lightning, it couldn't break through the copper net to harm them inside. I didn't waste all that time for nothing. Perfect, perfect. The usually lively Flat had been unusually quiet earlier because he was secretly refining the Faraday cage's design. To ensure it wouldn't leak electricity, he had even waterproofed every single copper wire. From a purely structural standpoint, this was perfectly correct, but from a practical defense against lightning, it was the least efficient method. It would have been far easier to add an extra protective spell to counter the risk of leakage rather than performing such complex alchemical processing. Tuko couldn't help but feel exasperated watching this from the other side. What is this? Is he the kind of idiot who puts all his effort into pointless things? Wait, this doesn't even use the existing magical foundation. It's like he created a temporary Magecraft formula to replace the foundation. It's like recreating a CPU every time you use a computer. Idiot doesn't even begin to describe it. He's a total anomaly. But then again, as an anomaly myself, I have no right to talk. Indeed, in a sense, everyone present was an anomaly. Chapter 778, Chapter 778, Atrum's Unfortunate Fate. 1101 Words. Magecraft, as it's commonly understood, is an extraordinary phenomenon simulated through the use of mana and a magic foundation. In conventional terms, a magic foundation refers to specific forms solidified by belief and unconscious thought. It is the very root of magecraft. Without it, both the magcraft and the magi relying on that foundation would decline, much like the ancient rune system did. Theoretically, even a temporarily prepared magic foundation could work. However, in such cases, the foundation is influenced by a variety of factors: the spiritual energy of the land, the movement of celestial bodies, even a gust of wind, or a handful of sand, not to mention the myriad thoughts of those present. All these factors must be accounted for when constructing a magical formula. Given so many influences, a magical formula that succeeds once might lose its effectiveness the next day or even within seconds. An unfixed magic foundation is inherently unstable and significantly weaker than a permanent one. It's easy to imagine how troublesome and inefficient it is to create a temporary magic foundation. Those who can do it are geniuses, but those who attempt it are often considered fools. Flat is the embodiment of both a genius and a fool, and the main reason others can't replicate his chaotic magecraft is due to the need to construct a temporary magic foundation. However, whether genius or fool, it doesn't change the fact that Atrum's lightning magecraft was nullified. Is that all you've got? Now I understand why people say knowledge is power. Playing with lightning without understanding science will keep you forever third-rate. Rhaina's taunts drove Atrum into further madness. He howled and screamed hysterically. Gush out. Now, not only was lightning coming from the sky, but Atrum was generating it from his own body, forming an all-encompassing web of lightning. However, a Faraday cage provides absolute defense against direct lightning strikes, no matter how much lightning comes. Finally, even the usually carefree Flat couldn't help but offer some advice. A Faraday cage isn't flawless. It can't shield against static electricity or low-frequency magnetic fields, and the structure itself is quite fragile. It's easy to break. Why insist on using lightning? Unfortunately, Atrum was completely deranged and could only keep repeating, "Are you still mocking me? It's no use, he's gone mad." Let's end this quickly, Rhaina sighed, showing no awareness that she had driven her enemy to such despair. Flat didn't dwell on it either. He skillfully deployed his chaotic magecraft, intervening in Atrum's magical formula. With his customary chant of playball, one of the lightning bolts curved in midair, returning to strike Atrum, leaving him convulsing, foaming at the mouth, and finally collapsing unconscious. This is another drawback of lightning magecraft: its power is so intense that it can easily backfire. Great, that takes care of one. Now on to the next. After confirming Atrum's unconsciousness, Flat excitedly flashed a victory sign, but before he could dismantle the Faraday cage, he heard Tuko say, "I've finished over here as well. It's just you and me now." What? Flat was dumbfounded. Turning his head, he saw that both Gray and Svin, just like Rhaenys beside him, were standing motionless, as if in a daze. "Did your mystic eyes capture them too? But you didn't even look at them. Did you use some kind of light reflection technique?" Hearing his words, Tuko's expression grew increasingly strange. First a Faraday cage, then light reflection, and on top of that, temporarily constructing a magic foundation just to make the magic work. You really are a magus. Flat nodded seriously. "Of course, I am. I'm the strongest magus trained by Master V. But I still don't understand how you did it. What's going on with the clock tower these days?" "Well, it's better than the old stagnant atmosphere. You don't need to worry about them, young genius. I just used something inside here to intimidate them a little. Sometimes, being too perceptive isn't a good thing. But to push me into using this, you're quite something. You might become a great magus someday." As she explained, Tuko casually shook the bag in her hand. This was her most powerful familiar, with which she had devoured Louvre the Lake Apostle, a candidate for the 27 dead apostle ancestors, and once caused executors to shudder in fear. Unless she faced a mortal enemy or had no other choice, Tuko would never use this trump card. But this time, it was neither. It was simply the easiest way to handle the situation. Although Tuko's primordial rune is an extremely ancient mystery, fully unleashed it could reach the level of authority. However, compared to an anchor born from the planet itself, it was still insufficient. And with Kata taken away by Shinji and no guard left, she couldn't afford to let these two get close. She had once, out of curiosity, learned a bit of women's self-defense from Sakura, but it was only effective against a few street thugs. If Sven or Gray got close, she'd be down in an instant. The coordinated pair, constantly disrupting the magical formulas and closing in, thought the same. But as they approached the final strike, their decisive blow froze at the critical moment, halted by Tuko, who slightly opened her bag, revealing a narrow slit. Within the slit was a darkness impenetrable by light, as though a tangible darkness was trapped inside. Within that darkness, two glowing eyes stared out. In an instant, all movement ceased, as if absolute zero had descended, halting all motion. It's worth noting that these eyes were not mystic eyes, nor did they possess any power to bind others. What immobilized the two was their fear. In their minds, countless tentacles, thorny and unbreakable even by death's scythe, extended from the slit, wrapping around their arms, legs, and finally, their bodies, pulling them into eternal darkness, devouring them completely, leaving no trace. In reality, the bag hadn't truly opened, and its contents hadn't entered the physical world. Tuko merely used a special technique to let a bit of the scent escape. It was this indescribable scent that made Gray and Sven see the additional scenes. As Tuko had said, one of their senses was too sharp. Spirit vision, which sees souls more clearly than the living, and a sense of smell that detects the color of magic, were extraordinary traits. Because of this, they could better perceive the essence of what was inside the bag and the despairing difference in power. Chapter 779, Chapter 779, Out of Control and Suppression. 1061 words. Tuko's mystic eyes restrained Rhaenys, using fear to overpower Sven and Gray, leaving only Flat as the remaining combatant from the El-Melloi classroom. What kind of shabby magecraft are you going to show me next, genius boy? Tuko, who had been in control of the battle, said this while taking out her compact mirror, using it to direct her gaze onto Flat. Oh, you mentioned optical reflection earlier. Not a bad suggestion. Let's go with that. Eek, 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 this is bad, this is bad. Realizing Tuko's gaze was on him, Flat panicked and tried to hide in the bushes. His swift movements indicated that he had already cast an enhancement spell on himself, making his reactions and spellcasting speed top-notch. However, he had only run 2 steps when he slipped and collided headfirst with a tree trunk ahead, knocking himself out cold. Even without wearing glasses and while in her colder, more calculating personality, Tuko was stunned by the scene. She could swear by any means that she hadn't done anything, and there was no external interference in Flat's actions. This guy had simply run too fast, didn't notice the muddy ground beneath him, and knocked himself out. To think he'd self-destruct. This is really... A talent so lopsided is also a kind of rarity. Enhancement isn't just about boosting strength, it also affects reflexes and balance, but it doesn't enhance one's experience or judgment. Flat's situation was one where his physical abilities had greatly improved, but his ability to use them was utterly lacking. Or maybe it's because of exceptional talent that they end up exposing fatal flaws in certain situations. This seems to be a common trait among you. Before she could finish her sentence, Tuko already got her answer from the continuous twitching of Rhaenys' eyelids. The El-Melloi classroom certainly is an interesting place, no wonder he likes it. Let's put that aside for now. Looks like I've won this round. Oh wait, there's one left. Lord Byron, will you surrender, or would you like to engage in a magecraft duel? Considering the pleasant time I've spent in the castle, I'll give you the choice. The last remaining Byron was pale and trembling all over, whether from the sudden turn of events or Tuko's attitude, or perhaps both. The middle-aged gentleman pondered and hesitated, while Tuko took her time, silently savoring what might be her last limited edition cigarette. As the cigarette was about to burn out, she heard a song. Deprave. With each word, the surrounding source was devoured bit by bit. I see, so that's your secret. Tuko's long-maintained mystic eyes finally lifted, as she looked at the struggling Gray with a slight frown. Now that I think about it, your face. I didn't expect you'd use the same method as me. This could be a problem. He might take an interest in this. As if in response to her words, the handbag trembled slightly. The handbag's essence was a seal, sealing a terrifying monster inside, a power even Tuko couldn't fully control. The same went for the seal on Ad and Gray, which guarded the Holy Lance. Similar seals influenced each other, and the same otherworldly mysteries stimulated one another. The monster within the handbag made Grey feel a fatal threat, and her powerlessness. Stimulated by this, the Holy Lance began to awaken, and Grey started transforming into the original wielder of the lance. She had been created for this lance from the start. She just needed to wield it as the lance demanded. There was no need to think from the beginning. There was no point in trying to escape from the start, so all she had to do was accept it. Her head bowed, her voice low. Grey's consciousness was fading away, while another consciousness lurking deep within began to awaken, a monster created by her homeland. In response to this monster, the handbag automatically opened. This time, it wasn't an illusion but something happening in reality. Such a monster, such a weapon. Are you trying to destroy this place, destroy Iselma? Following Atrum, Byron was now on the brink of collapse. The darkness within the handbag spread outward, with vine-like tendrils ready to act. For you. The devoured magical energy began to return. Within Grey's body and a contract began to circulate. That mysterious, undiminished environment caused flesh and bones to be reborn by magic, allowing the genetic factors of a certain past hero to be hypothetically constructed. What you should destroy is, you are a child to be proud of. Because you are more like a hero than anyone else. The voice echoed in her mind. The voice of her homeland. The people. The parents and relatives were purely delighted by her change. All she had to do was completely give herself over. She just needed to transform into someone who was no longer herself, an ancient hero. You'd better run now, or else you won't be able to run later, Tuko said, pressing her temples as she began reinforcing herself with enhancement magecraft. There's no need. Accompanied by a cold voice tinged with resignation, two figures, one red and one black, descended from the sky. The red one charged towards the handbag at Tuko's feet, sending it flying with a single blow, then chased after it with even greater speed, striking it again and again until, in the blink of an eye, the handbag had flown into the sky. The black figure came to Grey's side, forcibly seizing the scythe of death, which had been infused with magical power, and was transforming into the Holy Lance, despite its consuming effect. The half-lance, half-scythe weapon struggled to return to its owner, but Shinji, refusing to let it go, forcefully subdued it. With a loud, rough command, the struggle subsided, along with the star's brilliance contained within. The Holy Lance could only be used by Artoria herself or Grey, who was born to recreate King Arthur. Once separated from Grey, the connection between the person and the lance was severed, and the seal was reactivated, returning it to its original form, a small caged box. Deprived of the Holy Lance's stimulus, the monster within the handbag ceased its agitation, and was pressed back into the bag by Matou. A potential disaster of uncontrollable magnitude was thus quietly averted. Chapter 780, Chapter 780, An Unexpected End. 1161 words. After confirming that Ad and the monster had both calmed down, Shinji finally let out a sigh of relief. He returned the box to Grey while complaining, don't you think you all went a bit overboard? The main culprit is already down, and you're still going all out. Just down, not dead. He can still be useful when woken up, and with me around, he won't die, Tuko responded with a slight snort, never having shown any respect for Atrum, whom she saw as nothing more than a nouveau riche. Are you sure? If I hadn't intervened earlier, how many do you think would have survived? Shinji rolled his eyes and casually pressed a finger on Svin's forehead. The power from his soul was transferred through his finger, dispelling the fear caused by oversensitivity in his brain. That was an accident, and besides, you and Matou wouldn't have stood by and watched. Though she said this, Tuko knew she was at fault, and her voice involuntarily lowered. We wouldn't have stood by, but only because we were nearby. What do you mean? Don't tell me you guys also. Don't lump us together with you. Even if I lose my cool, Matou never does. So what were you doing then? As she spoke, Matou slowly descended from the sky, handing the bag back to Tuko, and replied, Master Levi took me to find someone. Tuko looked puzzled. Find someone? You'll know soon enough. Matou, please go and bring them here. Understood, Master Levi. Matou nodded, but Tuko grabbed her hand. Wait, if she leaves, who's going to protect me? If someone has to go, it should be one of your people. Shinji scratched his head, looking helpless. We're still doing this. Of course, Tuko nodded seriously. I don't have a habit of leaving things unfinished. Shinji was thoroughly exasperated. Fine, fine. Sven, can you go in that direction and fetch them? What about here? Sven seemed hesitant. Although he'd been beaten many times, a grand is still a grand, and there was also the enigmatic ninja puppet. He was a bit worried. I'll handle things here. I'm not hoping to defeat a grand, but buying some time should be possible. Hearing this, Sven didn't hesitate any longer. He leaped through the trees and disappeared into the forest. Shinji, on the other hand, bowed slightly to Tuko, showing respectful behavior as he said, I ask for Miss Aozaki's leniency. Keep acting. Tuko pursed her lips, giving Shinji a playful look while assuming the demeanor of a senior to a junior. She said, Mr. Levi seems pretty confident, despite losing so much magical power. The Holy Lance would indiscriminately devour magical power, and forcibly interrupting it had caused Shinji to lose a significant portion of his magic. Aren't you pretending just as much? With the same knowing look, Shinji replied without losing his composure, You've also expended quite a bit of magic on my companions. Well, let's test it out, then. Tuko smiled slightly as a rune quietly formed under her feet. Thyrsa's Hammer of Thor. Shinji remained calm, turning his hand palm up, revealing the water rune Laguz inscribed on it. Both were utilizing the atmospheric magecraft, counteracting each other. The man and woman faced each other, exchanging smiles. Levi, your runes are quite well used. Not at all, I'm far from your level, Miss Aozaki. I still have much to learn. Shinji's fingers moved swiftly, tracing a line of runes in the air at a speed that would put any modern rune user to shame. Tuko wasn't as fast, but she never relied on speed to win. Her strength lay in overwhelming precision. The same spell, under her meticulous craftsmanship, saw a significant increase in the efficiency and conversion rate of magic, making the effects far more pronounced. Simply put, Tuko's low-tier magecraft could produce effects that matched Shinji's mid-tier spells, neutralizing his speed advantage. And because low-tier magecraft consumed less energy, the advantage was actually in Tuko's favor. Normally, the weaker party would change tactics to alter the situation at this point. Shinji certainly could do so. His rescue of Sven, and his earlier intervention demonstrated his impressive physical capabilities, which happened to be Tuko's weak point. Yet, Shinji didn't leverage his speed advantage. Instead, he focused on inscribing runes, exchanging magecraft with Tuko, in what seemed like a very harmonious scene. Some observers believed Shinji was deliberately holding back, trying to keep Tuko's puppets and familiars in check, maintaining balance and buying time. Others thought Tuko was aware reinforcements were coming, and was simply going through the motions. In truth, they were all wrong. The reason Tuko and Shinji appeared so harmonious was that both were reminded of the time they once spent together. Back in 1995, when he was just a child, he barged into her workshop with two girls, stepping into her life. The four of them traveled together, exploring the mysteries of Japan, encountering all sorts of interesting things, and training together. Among the activities they did the most, aside from making rune stones, was practicing rune magic through offensive and defensive sparring. From that time on, Shinji and Tuko's practice had always been in this style, one using speed to overwhelm, the other relying on quality. From single runes to runic sequences, from basic spells to low-tier magecraft, and even to mid-tier magecraft. High-tier magecraft composed entirely of primordial runes hadn't been mastered before Tuko left, so it wasn't included. But even if it had been, it wouldn't have changed anything, at least not in their sparring. It was part of the memories they created together. Fingers traced and flames roared. Flame spear, flame storm. Toes danced and snow and ice flew. Ice blade, ice sprite. The unconscious Atrum and Flat were awakened by the alternating heat and cold. Thunder roared and the earth shattered. Thunderbolt, stone blast. Rainbows arched and starlight sparkled. Rainbow missile, cross assault. Rhaenys and Byron were astounded by the constantly shifting magecraft. Light and fire combined and shadows took form. Holy flame spear, night sword. The exquisite display even drew applause from Lord Valuelita and Waver, who were the ones Svin had gone to fetch. Their arrival marked the end of this chaotic battle. "Ah well, now that everyone is here, I suppose I have to concede," sighed Tuko, her magic almost depleted. While others thought she was yielding to Lord Valuelita's presence, only Shinji knew the truth. If she had truly wanted to, Tuko could have unleashed the monster sealed in her bag and ordered Katu to go on a rampage, potentially achieving her goal. What truly concerned her was her client, Estella the Silver Princess, who had arrived with Lord Valuelita. Estella had hired her to participate in the battle to create chaos and facilitate her escape. Since Estella's presence indicated her escape had failed, there was no longer any need to waste time or magic. Chapter 781, Chapter 781, Time for Deduction 1040 words. The name Clock Tower has two meanings. One, of course, refers to the headquarters of the magical world, a significant organization. The other refers to the main school building, home to the first Department of General Fundamentals within the inner part of London, as well as the 5 major departments, and over 70 smaller classrooms. This highest educational institution claims to be an old established university to the outside world. Despite this, the building is designed with both magical and psychological barriers to prevent passers-by from approaching it casually. However, once inside, the concerns change. Waver once remarked, "There are rules here as a school, but no laws from human society." At first glance it might not seem much different from an ordinary prestigious university, but a little deeper, it's commonplace to encounter out-of-control magical beasts or elemental magecraft. The underground labyrinth, in particular, is still being excavated in search of remnants of mystery and the corpses of fantasy creatures. Even high-ranking magus are warned during their initial registration that they might not return safely if they venture in recklessly. The main campus, the Clock Tower, along with 11 other independent academic cities near London, essentially constitutes the geographical and political presence of the Mages Association. Some might ask why there are only 12 departments, missing one. The answer is simple: the last department, the Department of Policies, doesn't involve teaching. Like the Department of General Fundamentals, it's located within this clock tower. The office of the Department of Policy's head, Lord Bartholomew, the highest ranking of the 12 lords, is at the very top of the school building. And then, the familiar office, the familiar queen, the usual time for a relaxing afternoon tea. Perhaps due to her busy work schedule, Lorelei had grown accustomed to drinking tea at her desk. To be honest, in terms of charm, she might not surpass the Golden Princess or the Silver Princess, but her queenly aura, her presence, and her unique elegance were more captivating to Shinji than mere beauty. Beauty isn't just about appearance, it also comes from how one lives. This girl was living proof of that. Shinji rested his chin on his hand, watching her graceful demeanor and curious expression. And then, it was Waver's deduction show. The trick, once revealed, wasn't much. From the clues I provided, you should be able to deduce it too. Lorelei had been in charge of the Department of Policies for 5 years, and had seen countless events. The Iselma incident was just a farce to her. If not for Lord Valuelita's involvement, she wouldn't have bothered to investigate, at most reading the incident report for a brief overview. The false Golden Princess claimed that Byron Iselma had gone astray. If that's true, then the real Golden Princess's death likely involved him, and the dismemberment of her body was probably his doing. Dissecting bodies for information is a fundamental skill for any magus. The existence of the false Golden Princess indicates that Byron hadn't repented, and had delved even deeper, forcing the Silver Princess to flee. Given this, the method isn't hard to guess. Using the banquet's focus on the El Meloy classroom as a distraction, leveraging the Golden Princess's death to frame them as suspects, drawing everyone's attention, and then quietly escaping. From the moment the false Golden Princess entered your room, you were already involved. Then, the real Golden Princess's body was staged to be discovered the next day, inciting a conflict between El Meloy classroom and Valuelita, while they took the opportunity to escape. Who are they? Don't play dumb. Of course, the Silver Princess and those two maids. Karina, the maid who served the Golden Princess since childhood, couldn't have been unaware of her death. Yet she immediately accused Waver when the body was found. Doesn't that say something? And she's a twin with Regina, the Silver Princess's maid, just like the Golden Princess and Silver Princess. Wait, twins? Served since childhood, could it be that the false Golden Princess was Karina in disguise? Hearing Lorelei's deduction, Shinji's expression stiffened, and then he burst into laughter. Impressive, impressive, as expected of the omnipotent queen. You'd make a great detective after retiring. Do you want me to retire? Well, if I retire, I won't be around to bother you. Lorelei gave Shinji a sharp look. No, no, absolutely not. I'm just a humble servant hoping for your long and prosperous reign, so I can continue to follow you. Can't you have a bit more ambition? Lorelei was exasperated. She believed that great power came with great responsibility, but this guy, despite his abilities, was always slacking off. But I'm still just a child. Shinji deliberately spoke in a cutesy voice. Lorelei finally lost her patience, reaching for her usual short-wit magical tool. If you want a beating, just say so. My apologies, my lady. You apologize but don't change. Let's get back to the Iselma case. How did you deduce that Karina was the false Golden Princess? Knowing that apologizing wouldn't help, Shinji quickly changed the subject. Lorelei, understanding that pushing too hard would be counterproductive, decided not to press further. It's simple. Iselma's techniques are documented in the Department of Policies. The beauty of the Golden Princess and the Silver Princess is holistic appearance, clothing, aura, and even gestures are all part of it. The closer someone is to the Golden Princess, the easier it is to impersonate her. By this logic, the best fit would be her twin, the Silver Lady. However, Iselma's techniques require twins to complement and enhance each other, so both twins are indispensable. The answer is clear. How did they achieve such a perfect disguise? This isn't ordinary mimicry, it's a fundamental transformation. I can't figure it out. Her deduction, based solely on information, demonstrated her meticulous thought process. However, not being present at the scene meant she lacked some clues, which Shinji would provide. Hint 1, why Atrum attacked Isilmar. Hint 2, the true nature of the secret treasure. Atrum attacked Iselma because of that underground auction, and the nature of the secret treasure is... Lorelei briefly muttered, then looked up, her eyes shining with realization as the missing pieces fell into place. It was Cinderella. Chapter 782, Chapter 782, Siegfried and Cinderella. 1168 words. Cinderella, the fairy tale, is one of the most well-known stories worldwide, originally collected and adapted by the French writer Charles Perrault and the German brothers Grimm. In some versions, Cinderella is both the title and the name of the main character. While the details may vary between versions, the core story remains consistent. Cinderella is a kind but unfortunate girl. After her mother's death, she suffers constant mistreatment from her new family members and is forced to do heavy labor, often getting covered in ashes, which earns her the nickname Cinderella. One day, with the help of a magical force, possibly a fairy godmother, or a wishing tree, Cinderella transforms into an elegant lady, unrecognizable even to her own family, and attends the prince's ball, eventually finding happiness. For ordinary people with no connection to the mystical, this is just a fairy tale with a happy moral. However, in the world of mystery, this magical transformation takes on a new meaning, as transformation itself is a form of magecraft. Karina's transformation from a servant into the Golden Princess perfectly aligns with this process. Of course, given the uniqueness of the Golden Princess, the standard Cinderella spell alone wouldn't suffice. A special magical item was needed, which was the source of the conflict between Galliastra and Iselma. The sacred relic auctioned at that underground auction, the bloodstained linden leaf with dragon's blood. This leaf was from the moment Siegfried killed Fafnir and bathed in dragon's blood, only to have a single leaf fall on his back, leaving him with a fatal vulnerability. Because of this blood-stained linden leaf, Siegfried's invulnerability was compromised, and the leaf absorbed the concept of immortality from the dragon's blood. As Lorelei said, Siegfried bathing in dragon's blood symbolizes his rebirth from a mortal to an immortal hero. This kind of fundamental transformation is enough to elevate the Cinderella spell, making it the perfect magical medium. However, since it was steeped in dragon blood, it's impossible to extract the concept from the medium using ordinary methods. At least Iselma couldn't do it. Only Lord Valuelita and Tuko Aozaki could achieve it. Shinji could have done it too, but since he never showcased his ability to extract concepts in front of Lorelei, he wasn't considered. Lord Valuelita, as the biggest loser in this incident, obviously wouldn't do anything to tarnish the Valuelita family's reputation. Because of Atrum's attack, the fact that the Golden Princess was dead could no longer be hidden. Along with the news of her death, the Iselma forgery incident also spread throughout the clock tower. As the main family behind Iselma, the Valuelita family was also implicated and suffered a damaged reputation. The only two beneficiaries were the El Meloy classroom, which successfully made a name for itself and gained some benefits from the Valuelita family, and the aristocrats, who opposed democracy and enemies' loss is our gain. In the end, only Tuko Aozaki remained, a master of both puppetry and human transformation. If I remember correctly, you had already roped Tuko Aozaki into your plans. Did you by any chance play a role in this incident as well? I didn't, Shinji shook his head. Seeing he wasn't lying, Lorelei continued, then, did you have a falling out with her? You went so far as to involve the entire rune system, and even owed a favor to the second magician. What happened to cause a rift between you? Why do I feel like you're enjoying this? Shinji frowned. Lorelei mimicked Shinji's earlier reaction, shaking her head in denial. I'm not. Shinji sighed, rolling his eyes. We didn't have a falling out. We're doing just fine. You can check the immigration records if you want. She boarded a flight from London to Osaka a few hours ago. My father is sending someone to pick her up, and Sakura and Fujino are probably preparing her room as we speak. Then what's going on? She couldn't have lost her memory. Lady, you really should consider becoming a detective. You'd be better than Weber. Lorelei was stunned for a moment, then hesitantly asked, did she lose her memory? I was just guessing. To be precise, her memory was impaired by a drug, so she couldn't remember. Lorelei fell silent again. There are many ways to interfere with memory, and one of Iselma's collaborators was a highly skilled pharmacist. The Department of Policies also had several experts in this field. However, no matter the method, one principle must be followed: the higher the target's magical ability, the harder it is to succeed, and the more cautious the target, the more difficult the interference. The Grand Puppeteer, who had evaded executioners multiple times, was undoubtedly the most difficult target. How did they manage it? Seeing that Lorelei was starting to overthink, Shinji quickly revealed the answer. It wasn't like you think. She took the drug voluntarily. It was one of the conditions of the contract. The reason, of course, was to conceal the fact that the Golden Princess was dead. As long as there was a chance to revive her, Byron was willing to pay any price, including opposing Galliastra and fighting over the bloodstained linden leaf. A pointless obsession. Even though he knows reaching the root is impossible, why does he persist? For Iselma's reputation. Besides that elusive goal, all Magi care about is the continuation of their lineage. Without the golden and silver ladies, Iselma's decline is inevitable. You of all people should understand this. Lorelei sighed. As one of the oldest families in the clock tower, the Bartholomewoi had witnessed the rise and fall of many Magus families. Even from her position at the top, overlooking the entire world of mystery, Lorelei couldn't judge the rights and wrongs of it all. Why would Tuko Aozaki agree? She must have known how risky it was to interfere with her memory. She knew, but risk has never been a concern for her. As long as the commission is interesting enough, she wouldn't hesitate to cut open her brain. That's just the kind of hopeless person she is. Here's another piece of information for you. The blood-stained linden leaf was Tuko's payment. She felt that using Byron's funds and materials would lower the quality of her work, so she insisted on using the leaf even if it meant forfeiting her payment. As a result, even she didn't realize the Golden Princess at the banquet was a fake. When Waver presented the ash from the blood-stained linden leaf that had been burned using a special method, the expressions on Byron and Atrum's faces were priceless. For Tuko, interest comes first, and the quality of her work is paramount. Everything else is secondary. This mindset allowed her to reach the pinnacle of modern magecraft, but it also worried her family and friends. Because of this incident, Shinji used the force of the contract for the first time to teach Tuko a lesson. What it was, however, is a private matter. Feel free to use your imagination. Chapter 783, Chapter 783. The full picture of the incident. 1094 words. By now, the full scope of this incident has become clear. The Iselma family went down a misguided path, and the Golden Princess died as a result of side effects from their research. The head of the family, Byron, dissected her body in an attempt to find the cause. At the same time, to preserve the family's reputation and legacy, he approached Tuko Aozaki to help cover up the truth. To meet Tuko's demands for payment, Byron participated in an underground auction a month ago, where he acquired a blood-stained linden leaf stained with dragon's blood. This acquisition led him into conflict with Atrum, a candidate master for the upcoming Fifth Holy Grail War. Having received her payment, Tuko burned the blood-stained linden leaf into ashes through special means and integrated it into the Cinderella spell. This allowed the maid, Karina, to be reborn as the Golden Princess on the night of the banquet, dazzling everyone, including Byron and Tuko herself. Since it was a Cinderella spell, the effects were short-lived. Not long after her appearance, the spell began to fade. When Karina visited Waver, he didn't find her as striking as before, not because he had become accustomed to her, but because the Silver Princess wasn't present. Incidentally, the maid who accompanied Karina was her twin sister, Regina, who served the Silver Princess. During the banquet, the one by Karina's side could have been another maid disguised as her or perhaps a puppet. Since Karina and Regina didn't possess the Golden Princess's unique traits, they were easy to disguise, and no one paid attention to the maids when everyone was focused on the Golden and Silver Princesses. After visiting Waver, Karina returned to the Golden Princess's room, and placed a prepared physical form in the room, locking it with a magical lock before the spell fully dissipated. Tuko's Cinderella spell was perfect, even matching the magical wavelength of the deceased Golden Princess. Once the Cinderella spell faded, the locked room was created. Everything that followed was straightforward. Regardless of when the body was discovered, Karina would truthfully explain the situation, and Byron would naturally target the Elmeloid classroom, even if they weren't involved in the incident. After all, in politics, the truth and the culprit are secondary, the real concern is how much benefit can be gained. Both Byron and Lord Valualita were qualified politicians. Their scheme was solid, but they still lost due to a lack of experience. Living in the conservative Iselma family, their understanding of technology was severely lacking, and Detective Waver, with his discerning eye, immediately noticed the flaws, countering their plan effectively. They couldn't escape the chaos and risked exposure due to Lord Valualita's and Waver's collaboration. Fortunately, at that moment, Atrum launched an attack. Knowing that time was of the essence, the Silver Princess quickly sent Regina to contact Tuko, offering the secret behind the Golden Princess's beauty as payment to get her involved, while the girls quietly escaped in another direction. Unfortunately, their plan to deceive everyone ultimately failed because someone who knew the truth had been watching them all along. As soon as they left, Shinji arrived with Kadu. Tuko's original task for Kadu was to restrain Shinji, and she was happy to let him leave with her. After all, Kadu knew that she couldn't win against Shinji in a real fight. In terms of physical ability alone, there wasn't much difference between the two, and Matou, as an automaton, was stronger without using magic. But the problem was compatibility. Kata's skills and fighting style were completely countered by Shinji. Her best stealth tactics were ineffective against Shinji's soul vision. Her most powerful attack couldn't shake his soul, which was protected by the third magic, and her remaining ninja techniques were no match for his endless supply of noble phantasms. How could she possibly win? Thus the girl's plan failed, Tuko's scheme was thwarted, and after all involved were taken to the Moon Tower, Waver revealed his deductions. The truth quickly came to light, exposing the Iselma family's scandal and implicating the Valuelita family. Tuko, unwilling to stay in Britain after playing an unflattering role, returned to the Matou family, while Shinji went to report to Lorelei as usual. This was the version of events Lorelei heard. Of course, Shinji's covert actions were omitted, and all credit was given to Waver, with Shinji downplaying his role. I think the biggest beneficiary of this incident isn't Velvet but you. Shinji never expected Lorelei's first reaction to be this. Aside from following your instructions to expose people and bring Tuko back, I was practically a bystander. What benefits did I gain? Seeing Shinji's confusion, a slight smile appeared on Lorelei's lips, and she softly uttered a single word, the Holy Grail War. The ritual was established by the Tosaka family, a disciple of Zelrich, and jointly conducted by the esteemed alchemy families Einsburn and Matou. Both Lord Elmeloy and Velvet have participated, and have changed in some way since their return. Isn't there some secret behind this? At the very least, it doesn't seem like the small-scale magical ritual Tosaka Naga initially reported to the clock tower. Lorelei's suggestive remarks set off alarm bells in Shinji's mind, but he kept his expression calm. What kind of secret do you think there could be? The Holy Grail War has taken place 4 times already, with the 5th soon to come, and nothing significant has happened, right? In terms of outcomes, that's true. Neither Lord Elmeloy nor Velvet has shown any suspicious behavior, but a piece of spiritual land, even if it's exceptionally rare, and of high quality, producing 3 geniuses yourself, Sakura, and Rin Tosaka at the same time. Moreover, Tuko Aozaki has a workshop there, and Zelrich occasionally appears there as well. Doesn't that seem unusual? Lorelei's slightly aggressive gaze made Shinji's expression strange. What do you mean? Nothing much, just pure curiosity. Since the first 4 didn't cause any major issues, the Department of Policies won't dig too deep. Though I have some interest in the legendary summoning of heroic spirits, it seems that's limited to the duration of the ritual. If those heroic spirits could remain after the ritual, the magus in the Department of Spiritual Evocation would go crazy, and we'd have a way to boost our power. Since you're so interested, why not participate yourself? Shinji narrowed his eyes, testing the waters. According to tradition, the clock tower has 2 slots in every Holy Grail War. This time, aside from Atrum, the other participant hasn't been finalized yet. Chapter 784, Chapter 784, Atrum's Foolishness. 1119 words. Upon hearing Shinji's question, Lorelei's voice took on a different tone. What, do you want me to participate? I don't, Shinji shook his head. The ritual involves mutual slaughter, leaving only one victor. I don't want you to risk yourself. Are you doubting my abilities? Lorelei pouted in dissatisfaction. I've never doubted that. In a one-on-one fight, there are few in the world who can defeat you. Here, Shinji's tone shifted. The Holy Grail War tests not only the abilities of the masters but also the servants they summon. These are famous figures from history, some even monstrous beings beyond normal specifications. If the enemy summons a hero from the age of myths, can you still be so confident? If they can summon one, why can't I? If they have treasures, doesn't Bartholomew also have them? Of course, you can. But there are 7 masters in the battle. Have you considered the consequences your reputation might bring? How do you think Professor Kenneth lost 10 years ago? Kenneth's loss had many reasons. One was Waver stealing the relic he had originally prepared, forcing him to change his summon. Another was his arrogance and self-righteousness. Lastly, there was Kiritsugu's targeting. However, Lorelei didn't know the details, and Shinji's words didn't make her suspicious. As the head of the Department of Policies, the undisputed queen of the clock tower, Lorelei's strength and capability were evident. The pressure she would exert on other participants in the Holy Grail War was unimaginable. They would unite to eliminate the strongest competitor first. A common tactic among the weak. But if they can unite, so can I. Someone like Atrum wouldn't be hard to win over with enough benefits. Add you into the mix, and with 3 servants on our side, there would be nothing to fear, even if the other side united against us. How are you so sure that I'll participate? Is it that hard to guess? The Matou, Tosaka, and Einsborn families haven't missed any of the previous 4 Holy Grail Wars, so I doubt they would miss this one. Although there are plenty in the Matou family who qualify as masters, knowing you wouldn't push the responsibility and risk onto them. You're that kind of overprotective person. Can't you use a nicer term, like deeply caring? Wait a minute, did you give Atrum the spot just because of this? Lorelei's queenly demeanor and confidence caused Shinji to waver a little. However, in her eyes, this hesitation was purely due to a lapse in intelligence. What nonsense! If I truly wanted to participate, I could have chosen subordinates from my family or the brigade. Why would I pick a stranger? You say you're going, then you say you're not. I really can't figure out what you're thinking. Shinji gave up trying to understand. After learning about the Holy Grail War from Lord Elmalloy, I considered participating, but I later decided against it. There are 2 reasons. First, safety. I'm not worried about the enemy masters, but there are many hidden enemies besides them. The Department of Policies has little control in Japan. Going there recklessly would be irresponsible not only to myself but also to you. This isn't something I want to see. Second, I don't want to damage our relationship. Shinji, I know your family values this ritual. Perhaps your deliberate low profile over the years is related to it. If my curiosity were to disrupt your plans, I might lose you forever. My lady, you. Shinji was both shocked and touched. He was shocked by her perceptiveness. He had hidden things for years, but in the end, he couldn't hide from her. Even so, she chose to turn a blind eye, and how could Shinji not be moved by her thoughtfulness? The shock quickly faded, leaving only the warmth in his heart, which slowly spread to his eyes. Lorelei, seeing Shinji's gaze, felt a little flustered and unconsciously fiddled with her fingers, trying to maintain her composure. Don't misunderstand. I just think you're talented and hope you can continue to work for me. There's nothing more to it, understand? Little did she know that her proud yet shy demeanor only made her more endearing. At this moment, Shinji was like a magus witnessing the Golden Princess for the first time, completely losing his ability to think, only able to respond with incoherent sounds. This rare display of foolishness brightened Lorelei's mood considerably. If you understand, then put in more effort. Really, with such strong abilities, why are you always so lazy? Shinji, are you even listening? Yes, you're right, my lady. It was only then that Shinji seemed to wake from a dream, noticing that Lorelei was biting her lip. He quickly asked, by the way, my lady, why did you say that the biggest beneficiary of the Iselma incident is me? Lorelei sighed helplessly. Atrum targeted that treasure because he wanted to summon Siegfried as his servant. Siegfried is one of the greatest heroes in Norse mythology, capable of slaying a dragon alone and gaining an almost invincible, immortal body. If he were truly summoned, he would be a formidable opponent. Now that the blood-stained linden leaf is destroyed, you have one less powerful potential enemy. I don't deny that. Having fought alongside Siegfried, Shinji knew well how powerful he was. Even now, he didn't have a good way to deal with the hero clad in dragon's blood armor. And with their bond of camaraderie, Shinji couldn't bring himself to resort to sneaky attacks. A fierce battle would be inevitable. However, I need to correct one thing. Just because the blood-stained linden leaf was destroyed in a curse doesn't mean it can't be used as a summoning catalyst. What matters is its connection to the heroic spirit. Even if the blood-stained linden leaf is reduced to ashes, the fact that it once covered Siegfried's back won't change, nor will its connection to him. So you're saying, even the ashes could summon Siegfried? That's right. Where are the ashes now? They're with me. I found them in the Golden Princess's room. Waver also got his inspiration from the powder. As Shinji spoke, he took out a small sealed box from his pocket. The funny thing is, Waver said the blood-stained linden leaf was burned to ashes by Tuko, but Atram never thought to look for them. What do you think would happen if I summoned Siegfried and flaunted him in front of Atram? Lorelei stared intently at the box in Shinji's hand. He might try to fight you to the death. Fight to the death? He's not even qualified for that. Let me tell you something interesting. Chapter 785. Chapter 785. Beauty and Undercurrents 1076 words. Despite being heavily struck by Tuko Aozaki and the Elmeloy classroom, Atram Galliasta quickly recovered. After Waver Velvet's deduction show ended, he arrogantly made a declaration: although the bloodstained linden leaf is destroyed, it doesn't mean I can't find another relic. I've already prepared an alternative plan. If I can't summon a dragon slayer, I'll summon a hero who can use dragons instead. Though the class isn't quite satisfactory. When Lorelei Bartholomew considered Atram's alternative plan and compared it with the box in Shinji Matou's hand, she unexpectedly felt a bit of sympathy for the overconfident Magus. A hero who uses dragons versus Siegfried, the pinnacle of dragon slayers. Was this a death wish? As I said, you are the biggest winner. Lorelei repeated herself. In response, Shinji merely chuckled. Lorelei assumed he was gloating, unaware that the young man before her had already secretly sentenced Atram to death. All he needed to know was that Atram was targeting Medea's relic. That was enough. As for Siegfried, Shinji had no intention of summoning him for the time being. Although powerful, Siegfried paled in comparison to Shinji's planned summons of Scathach, Karna, or a fully enhanced Artoria. He would keep Siegfried in reserve, only to be used in case of an unforeseen situation. The incident was just a minor episode. Neither Lorelei nor Shinji paid much attention to Atram, or the Galliasta family behind him. What concerned Lorelei more was the effect of using the blood-stained linden leaf as a catalyst. Because such a precious catalyst was used, will the fake Golden Princess be more beautiful than the real one? That's only one reason. Besides, there's the grand puppeteer's skill, and most importantly the idea that those who witness beauty themselves become more beautiful. This isn't some idealistic philosophy, but rather a magical definition of beauty. It's also a concept in Valuelita's creation department. Lorelei, who has long been in a subtle rivalry with Valuelita, knows this well. The art of beauty is a form of sympathetic magecraft, wherein the act of appreciating beauty purifies the observer's soul and spirit. This is the true essence of beauty. The ultimate form of beauty could even elevate the observer to a higher dimension. This observation must be direct, seen with one's own eyes. Any indirect methods, including mirrors, diminish beauty. The mutual reflection and sublimation of the Golden Princess and the Silver Princess are based on this principle. But the Golden Princess cannot see her face, nor can the Silver Princess. So, when the mutual reflection reaches its limit, a third person must be introduced. This is what Karina meant when she said Lord Byron went down the wrong path. Shinji affirmed Lorelei's analysis. Of course, Lord Byron, anxious about the upcoming debut ball, didn't know this. He was only desperate to fill the void left by the loss of the Golden Princess. Even so, the technique was established with the inclusion of a third person. The maid Karina, who had always been watching the Golden and Silver Princesses, also attained beauty, and even surpassed them. Originally, the technique stabilized with the presence of the paired Golden and Silver Princesses. But the decisive change occurred when Karina, who could rival the two, and had undergone an internal transformation from constantly watching them, joined. Although only for a brief period, Karina indeed came very close to reaching the root. As the implementer of the Cinderella technique, Tuko Aozaki had foreseen this possibility from the start. How could someone with such a passion for higher forms of beauty be satisfied with mere cosmetic surgery? Using the blood-stained linden leaf as a catalyst was aimed at achieving a higher level of beauty. Although she lost her memory after the technique was completed, and was used by the Silver Princess for her curiosity, anyone in her position would be dissatisfied. Tuko was no exception, and after hearing Waver's reasoning, she immediately sold out her client well. It was a form of revenge for being tricked first. As for why the completion of the Silver Princess Estella did not improve, the reason is simple: because the Silver Princess couldn't see. Her reflection with the Golden Princess was due to the unique nature of the spirit land where Iselma was located, combined with years of adjustments and synchronization. The sudden addition of Karina did not affect her. However, because the Silver Princess was already of high completion, and the Golden Princess made a shocking first appearance, most magi overlooked this detail. Only Shinji, Waver, Tuko, and Lord Valuelita noticed. Lord Valuelita also allowed Atrum's intrusion, partly because she needed to uncover what Byron was desperately trying to hide. As a result, Atrum was defeated. Lord Valuelita achieved her goal, but she was also implicated in the scandal. Byron not only failed to gain anything but also lost more. He was imprisoned, his territory was frozen, and the pursuit of beauty by his family was entirely cut off. Even though the magic crest remains, Iselma faces an inevitable decline. While this outcome benefited the Department of Policies, Lorelei still noticed some suspicious points. Where did Byron get the money to bid on the blood-stained linden leaf? Even among the lordly families, few can match the liquidity of the Galeasta family. How did Byron manage to contact the elusive Tuko Aozaki? Was the idea to use a decoy Byron's own? And going further, did Tuko Aozaki modify the technique to elevate beauty to a higher level by recognizing the potential of the Trinity? Was this truly an accident? Shinji couldn't answer these questions because the original story didn't provide answers. Byron, the only one who might know the truth, had lost his memory due to a similar memory interference as Tuko, a clear sign of the mastermind's secrecy. Shinji once suspected the Department of Policies was behind it. They had both the motive and capability to implement such a plan, and enough knowledge about Tuko. However, Lorelei's reaction made him reconsider this suspicion. It wasn't the Department of Policies, at least not Lorelei's faction. If it had been, there would have been no need for her to send Shinji to confront him. Moreover, such a meticulous conspiracy didn't align with Lorelei's usual style. She prefers overt strategies and confrontation. It seems there's a deeply hidden undercurrent in the clock tower. The Queen and the Dark Hand clenched their fists simultaneously, as if they could hear the ominous laughter echoing from afar. Chapter 786, Chapter 786. The lively L1415 words. After finishing afternoon tea with Lorelei, Shinji, as usual, donned his disguise and left her office. Although Shinji had some interest in the mastermind behind recent events, it wasn't something that concerned him directly. Lorelei had promised to send someone to investigate, which allowed him to remain at ease. The Fifth Holy Grail War was about to begin soon, and peaceful days were becoming fewer. Why bother worrying unnecessarily? He wasn't like Waver, the workaholic who was likely to die from overwork someday. Once the Fifth Holy Grail War was over, Shinji planned to search for a treasure to improve Waver's constitution, otherwise, Waver might not even live past 40. As fate would have it, just as he was thinking about Waver, Shinji saw the man with waist-length hair smoking by the window. This wasn't an unusual sight. The General Education Department of the Clock Tower was akin to a beginner's village. Every newly admitted magus had to undergo basic training here before applying to specialize in one of the 11 departments, based on their grades and preferences. Because the modern magecraft department was the youngest and smallest of these, it was naturally assigned the worst location right next to the Department of Policies. The ideological differences and power struggles had given the Department of Policies a bad reputation in the magical world. So even though the location, structure, and orientation of the room were all quite good, no department was willing to choose it. But having had plenty of interactions with Lorelei, Waver didn't mind. The intimidation factor of the Department of Policies meant that no one would dare cause trouble here except for the troublemakers in his classroom. Waver was silently smoking in the hallway precisely because of his students' antics. There were no scheduled classes this afternoon, so Waver had brought Gray to the main building, where he handled some administrative tasks while she helped with the cleaning. This was how they usually spent time together. It's worth mentioning that Waver hadn't initially intended for Gray to do any cleaning. His principle was to fulfill his duties as a teacher and avoid making his students do chores unless necessary. This applied even to Gray, who was as close to him as a daughter. Gray chose to clean entirely of her own volition and interest. Yes, interest. This introverted, shy, and insecure girl found great satisfaction in achieving small, unnoticed tasks. For her, wiping dust off narrow window frames, polishing floors until they gleamed, and neatly organizing well-maintained shoes were all joyful activities. Every time she saw the results of her efforts, she would smile brightly. And when someone offered to help, she would react with clear resistance, like a kitten guarding its food. This was Raina's assessment, as she sometimes teased Gray for this. There was no malice, Raina simply found this side of Gray adorable. Over time, Waver accepted Gray's help with the housework and even allocated a portion of his salary for her as compensation, as well as to cover any expenses incurred. Compared to those in the mundane world who saw exploiting students as a teacher's privilege, Waver was practically a saint. As it was nearly time for afternoon tea, a new student came to visit, applying to join the modern magecraft department. When this new student walked into the office, Waver's eyelid twitched. Sometimes, being too perceptive wasn't necessarily a good thing, especially when you were used to dealing with problematic students. With just one look, Waver could tell that this student was going to be as much trouble as Svin, and Flat if not more. Yes, even in appearance. Her eyes sparkled like amber jewels. Her golden, curly hair, adorned with a cerulean ribbon, seemed to have been crafted by a master artisan. Her delicate lips were like flower petals. Without a doubt, she was an exceptionally beautiful girl. Beauty often came hand in hand with trouble, as evidenced by the recent incident involving the Iselma family. After seeing the girl's request to reserve an entire floor of the dormitory, and watching her mohawk-headed butler take the lead by brewing tea, bringing his snacks, and inviting him to join them for afternoon tea, Waver was further convinced that the girl before him was nothing short of trouble. But the real trouble was yet to come. Halfway through their tea, the office door suddenly burst open with a bang. "Professor! Is it true that Luvia's here?" Waver felt a vain throb in his temple. Another troublemaker had arrived. The rash behavior, the spontaneous way of speaking, and the habit of giving people random nicknames were all Flat's trademarks. And the Luvia he mentioned was the girl sitting across from Waver, Luvia Gelida Edelfelt, who had experienced the Castle Adra incident alongside Shinji and Gray. "Ugh, you." Seeing Flat, Luvia suddenly stood up. Her butler, who had also participated in the castle incident, calmly steadied the tray she nearly knocked over, letting Flat approach his mistress. From his demeanor, it was clear these two golden-haired youths knew each other. "I heard you were visiting the clock tower, so I had to stop by and say hi. You're planning to join the El Meloy classroom, right? That would make me your senior, and it's common courtesy to greet your seniors, after all. When did I give you permission to call me Luvia?" Luvia protested Flat's overly familiar behavior, but everyone knew that Flat's natural charm would eventually win her over. "Can't you greet your juniors properly for once?" Next, Svin, who was inseparable from Flat and constantly argued with him, appeared. Waver's face darkened. "You lot. No, I do care about our juniors. Gray-chan. Gray-chan's lovely scent. Today it seems to be a bit of a melancholic, square blues flavor." Gray, frightened, hid behind Waver, and with that, Waver's previously decent mood was thoroughly ruined. "I've told you not to approach Gray." Hearing Waver's words, Svin instantly became dejected. Even his curly hair drooped, making him look like a dog with its ears down. Meanwhile, knowing that words would be useless, Luvia resorted to physical force. "Play ball." Flat was not one to back down easily, and the room quickly descended into chaos. If the headquarters rooms hadn't been specially reinforced, and if Flat didn't prefer a defensive fighting style, the office might have been destroyed. Amidst this fierce magical battle, an even more troublesome guest arrived. "It's so noisy in here." Rhaenys appeared at the door, a cheerful smile on her face. Waver was on the brink of collapse. "If it's so noisy, couldn't you say something?" "Oh my, if I did that, it would undermine your authority, wouldn't it? As a virtuous and well-behaved little sister, I must consider my brother's dignity in the workplace. You just want to see me suffer. Oh dear, you've figured out my true intentions already. How unromantic of you." Rhaenys didn't hide her malice, her smile growing more amused by the second. Thus, Waver decided to flee before he was tormented to the point of developing a stomach ulcer, leaving the miners in chaos. However, even after stepping into the hallway, he could still hear the ruckus. Apparently, the soundproofing spell had been ruined during the earlier scuffle. "I told you not to call me Lucienne. Can't you two behave like proper seniors?" "Ahaha, don't say that. Isn't there anyone more senior than Lucienne and me? You can ask me anything about the clock tower. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell Atrum about the improvements needed for his weather mage craft." Enough already. Finally, the most obedient and well-behaved girl had had enough and intervened to restore order. "Wah wah Grey-chan, please put down the broom. Don't hit me on the head. Grey-chan, I didn't do anything wrong, please don't hit me. Why are you hitting me too? Brother dear, save me. Your apprentice has gone mad." Waver pretended not to hear, and continued smoking in the hallway. At this point, Shinji approached him and teased, "It seems lively in there. Aren't you going to step in? Do you think I could?" Waver shot him a disdainful look. "Want me to handle it? Gray's already taken care of it." "Not bad, not bad. She's learning to ease her master's burdens. Looks like my lessons with her haven't been in vain. Come with me, I need to ask you something." Sensing the seriousness in Waver's voice, Shinji didn't say anything more and simply nodded silently. Chapter 787, Chapter 787, Waver's Questioning, Part 1. 1269 words. A few minutes later, in an unused and vacant storage room, Waver tossed a cigarette to Shinji. After lighting it for him, Waver spoke in a somewhat heavy tone. "This morning, Lord Valuelita called me, saying that Myobricious Clenel's magic circuits have necrotized and deteriorated. Although it won't affect his daily life, he will never be able to be a magus again. Because of this, Valuelita is facing questioning from the Department of Lore." "Oh, I see," Shinji replied casually, taking a deep drag of his cigarette. Waver suddenly looked up, staring intently into Shinji's eyes, and asked, "Was it your doing?" "What do you mean, my doing? Is there any point in playing dumb? Don't forget, you were the one who personally told me about the symptoms 10 years ago. Although Mayo's symptoms are less severe, you also mentioned that the more talented the magus, the worse the outcome when facing such issues. If I remember correctly, the magus killer who injured the professor has always been on good terms with you. Do I need to explain further?" Waver's gaze was sharp, penetrating, and impossible to deflect. "Ha, as expected of you, Waver. It seems Flat and Svin weren't wrong when they compared you to Sherlock Holmes." Realizing there was no point in hiding it, Shinji decided to come clean. Waver snorted, "That's an overblown comparison. I know my abilities well enough." "Tsk, why do I feel like you're being overly modest? Your attempt to change the subject is clumsy." Waver bluntly exposed Shinji's real intention, leaving the latter with no choice but to concede. "You've seen through it all. All right, what do you want to know? Was it on the Lord Bartholomeo's orders?" Shinji countered, "In what capacity are you asking? If it's on behalf of Lord Valuelita, or the Department of Lore, then all I can say is don't make baseless accusations without evidence." Waver shook his head, his tone softening slightly. "If that were the case, I wouldn't have brought you here. I'm asking as a friend on a personal level." "Phew, you should have said that from the start. You made it so serious that it got me all tense." Shinji let out a sigh of relief. No, aside from the incident at the banquet, the rest has nothing to do with Lorelei. So you decided to do this on your own. Because what he did crossed your line. Hearing this guess, Shinji looked at Waver as if he had seen a ghost. You a mind reader or something? How did you guess that? Waver returned a similar look. I recall you had no previous dealings with Iselma, right? This was my first visit. Then why could it be that you fell in love with the Silver Princess at first sight? Yes, that's very possible. First, you ignored the battle to go capture someone, then you came to ask me and Lord Valuelita, and finally, you persuaded me to have them join the classroom. Hold on a minute, my friend. Seeing Waver's wild speculations, Shinji quickly interrupted, it's not what you think. Waver was referring to an incident during the Iselma affair, where Shinji had seemingly abandoned the battlefield to seek out the Silver Princess for reasons that were initially unclear. In truth, Shinji wasn't trying to disrupt the girl's escape plan. He felt that Byron had gone too far, both from the perspective of a magus and as an ordinary person. The girl's attempt to escape was self-defense, and their actions were understandable. Although they had used the El Meloi classroom and Toko Aozaki as shields, no real harm had been done. Given how meticulously they had planned everything, letting them go wasn't unreasonable. As the saying goes, beautiful girls often have privileges, though this was just an excuse. Allowing them to escape was a way to drive them into a corner. By leaving, they were essentially cutting themselves off from the world. With Waver seeing through the truth behind the Golden Princess's death, Iselma's downfall was inevitable. Even if they wanted to return, it would be impossible. Moreover, with the Silver Princess's stunning appearance, many would surely be after them. It was easy to imagine how frightened and desperate the girls would be, with no escape route, and no one to rely on. At that point, by having Rhaenys and Waver play the role of the good guys, it would be effortless to bring them into the fold. After all, the girls had already considered using the El Meloi classroom as a refuge, but had hesitated due to a lack of knowledge. Now that they had nothing left, their choice was obvious. But don't misunderstand, Shinji had no ulterior motives towards them, nor was he trying to present Waver with a harem, although even if he did, Waver would likely still be a virgin. His intentions were purely professional, recognizing the Silver Princess's talents. Her talents included both her cunning and her beauty. Cunning, although her plan had ultimately failed, that was because she was up against the exceptional detective Waver, a rare breed among magi. If it had been any other magus without a specialty in forensics, they would have fallen into her trap, as had happened in the original timeline. Without Shinji's influence, Waver would have stayed at home as usual, leaving Rhaenys to attend the banquet with Grey, nearly getting trapped in the process, forcing Waver to intervene to save them. Given her strategic mind, along with being around Shinji's age, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a Zhuge Liang female form. What Waver currently lacked most were people like her. Most of his subordinates were either down-and-out lecturers who had failed in political struggles or troublesome students, capable enough in teaching and administrative tasks, but utterly unreliable in other areas. Waver and Rhaenys were carrying the burden themselves. If they could recruit the Silver Princess, their workload would lighten considerably. As for beauty, it speaks for itself. The Silver Princess's beauty was so overwhelming that it could charm anyone, regardless of age or gender, causing people to lose their composure and reveal their weaknesses. This is what is known as the privilege of beauty. Imagine someone like her as a diplomat in negotiations. How many people could say no? Of course, this was all Shinji's wishful thinking. The girls' escape had just begun, and had already failed, thanks to Matou and Clenels. Matou and Clenels had been tracking the traces left by the Golden Princess before her death. As a collaborator of Iselma, he had grown up with the Golden Princess and knew her well. This allowed him to find Karina faster than Waver did, just as Karina was making final preparations for the escape. When Matou arrived, Karina didn't hide anything, revealing both the escape plan and her true identity as the Golden Princess. After all, Matou had been a childhood friend of both Diadra and Estella, as well as of her and her sister, Regina, who had grown up serving as maids in Iselma. Mayo and the tailor Islo were the people the girls trusted the most. Karina fully expected him to support her and help with their escape, but to her shock, not only did Mayo refuse to help, he even attempted to kill her. This all took place in a forest near the Moon Tower, by a spring that bore an uncanny resemblance to the place where the great hero Siegfried had met his end. He had used the hero's relic and been tainted by the hero's fate. Sometimes, destiny can be truly ironic. Chapter 788, Chapter 788, Waver's Questioning, Part 2, 1132 words. Karina is just an ordinary girl who can't use magecraft. How could she stand a chance against Mayo? When it seemed like she was about to meet the same fate as Siegfried, fortunately, Shinji and Matou arrived in time to subdue Mayo and save Karina. They quickly summoned Lord Valuelita and Waver, and the coincidentally arriving Silver Princess and Regina. After Waver surveyed the surroundings, checked the luggage hidden in the forest, and finally examined Karina's ears, the truth became clear. With that, there was no need to allow Atrum to continue causing trouble. Because Tuko had gone a bit too far with her little game, Shinji and Matou had to rush ahead to stop her. No one questioned how they were able to time their rescues so precisely. This is a world of mystery, where monitoring techniques abound. Before Rhaenys went to find the Golden Princess, Shinji had already set up detection spells at suspicious locations and around relevant individuals. Since they intended for the Silver Princess and the two maids to follow Waver, they naturally had to ensure their safety. In the original timeline, poor Karina had already been killed once by Mayo for the same reason, and Shinji didn't want her to die again. Seeing how she adeptly disguised herself as the Golden Princess and negotiated with Waver, it was clear she was quite talented. Of course, not all of this could be shared with Waver, only part of it could be revealed, focusing on foresight and the benefits of recruiting talent to the Elmeloy classroom after learning the truth. Since Shinji was genuinely considering these things, Waver didn't see any problem, but he still felt I appreciate your concern, but I find it hard to accept what you've done. Mayo wanting to kill is certainly a crime, but it wasn't your place to judge him. And do you think Karina will be grateful to you for this? Have you forgotten what happened afterward? What do you think Karina will feel when she finds out? Afterward, more precisely after Waver finished showing off his reasoning, and resolved the Golden Princess's death, everyone's attention turned to Mayo's attempted murder. Mayo's reason for killing was simple, even purer than Byron's forgery of the Golden Princess. Even if Deirdre is dead, the Golden Princess isn't. That beauty remains untouched. But she said she wanted to escape. She wanted to flee from Lord Byron and take the Silver Princess and Regina away from the Twin Towers. How could I allow such a thing to happen? Even if it means her death, I must reclaim that beauty. Even if I have to kill her, I must keep her. The Silver Princess's research must continue. Because we've already seen the end. Since we've reaped the fruit, we must keep moving forward. As a magus, there's no other choice. He wasn't wrong, not a single word. A person's life and freedom are insignificant compared to the root. If it can be realized, even if dozens or hundreds must be sacrificed, it must be done willingly. Sacrificing a childhood friend to achieve a goal is only natural for a magus. Just as Grey's parents and kin did to her to recreate the legend of King Arthur, this obsession is the foundation of magecraft's persistence. But in that case, why didn't you ask her to die for you? As everyone was stunned by Mayo's righteous declaration, a long-haired man in a suit stepped forward. Before you were willing to kill your childhood friend to keep her, why didn't you ask if she would die for you? For the whim of seeing ultimate beauty once more, why didn't you beg her to be dissected for you? And if that didn't fulfill your dream, why didn't you straightforwardly and proudly ask the Silver Princess and Regina to become sacrifices too? This man, now a legend in the clock tower, sharply questioned, ignoring the incredulous, even irrational, looks from others. Are you trying to say such a reckless request is impossible? Then you are just that limited. He scolded him harshly, without mercy. His suit was like armor, the cigarette in his hand like a blade, striking at the heart, shattering not only Mayo's obsession but also the very foundation of others' lives. It's not as if you can trample over nations in the absence of divine will or righteousness merely by personal desire. Nor can you take away the honor and glory of countless war gods and princes just to fulfill a delusional wish to see an endless sea, let alone have them stand by your side. If you can't even believe in such a delusion, how could you achieve your dream? Everyone was shaken, except for Waver, who remained unwavering. His voice held a terrifying determination, as if it came from the end of the world, from that hot sandy land that existed only in dreams, from the landscape deeply engraved in his heart. No one could defile that landscape, no one could mock that dream. This man had come this far, driven by his dreams and beliefs. Whether you are a magus or not, the self is absolute for everyone. No matter what good or evil deeds you do, you might not truly save or harm others. But whether it's a misunderstanding or a mistake, if it's a way of life you've struggled to find, then stand tall. If you're going to fight for yourself, at least inspire others by being true to yourself. So what? What if I asked? Would CC Karina agree? Mayo was naturally a stutterer, and in his agitation, his speech became even more broken, making it hard to understand. But Karina understood. After being rescued, the silent girl bravely stepped forward, stood tall, and walked up to Mayo. I would agree. Her voice was firm, her attitude sincere, delivering a different kind of shock. Because I like you, I've always liked you. Even if your eyes were only on Diadra, even if you never saw me, I still like you. As long as it's what you want, I'm willing to do anything. An unexpected reason, yet a logical answer. Magus are blind in their pursuit of wishes, just as a girl in love is blind in her affections. Hearing Karina's words, Mayo, who had been angry and agitated like a fighter, suddenly lost all strength and collapsed to his knees in despair. Waver looked down at him and gave his final judgment. He said, because you didn't do that, you lost. Because you didn't do that, you're kneeling here. Ordinary people have their values, and Magus has the values of Magus, both existing in his heart and supporting him as he moves forward. You're just greedy. His words fell like the blade of a guillotine. Chapter 789, Chapter 789, Shinji's Revenge 1144 words. Shinji had known about Karina's feelings for a long time. It was a love that consumed her, like a moth drawn to a flame. If Shinji hadn't saved her, she would have died. Yet, even in the face of death, she clung to her love for Mayo, using her last bit of strength to leave a message through the twin bond, help Mayo. The second half of the original story begins with this event. How would someone like her react once she learned the truth about Mayo's downfall? Would she be grateful to Shinji? Even Waver felt that Shinji's actions against Mayo were excessive. Whether it was to avenge Karina, win her over, eliminate future threats, or simply because he didn't like Mayo, it was still too much. Karina, the person involved, didn't mind, and neither her sister Regina nor the Silver Princess said anything. So why did an outsider like Shinji interfere? Shinji just chuckled at this. Since you asked so sincerely, I'll generously answer you. To prevent the world the tension was getting too high, so I thought I'd lighten the mood a bit. My actions against Mayo had nothing to do with Karina, there was another reason. Another reason? Waver asked, puzzled. The attempted murder case was already solved, so what else could there be? Let me show you something, Shinji said, pulling 2 items out of his pocket. One was something like a cigarette, emitting a distinctive herbal scent. This is a scented drug I found on Mayo. The other was a transparent bottle containing a viscous liquid. This is stomach acid extracted from Tuko's body. What do you think would happen if I lit the scented drug and opened the bottle? Waver shook his head, but he had a certain suspicion in his mind. Shinji lit the scented drug with a cigarette, then casually opened the bottle, exposing the liquid to the air. Soon, something green began to emerge from the liquid, quickly absorbing it and growing larger, the intertwined mass resembling plant roots. The roots soon spread out of the bottle, creeping toward the hand holding it, as if trying to take root in the flesh. Shinji unleashed the fire of the sun, burning the roots to ashes. Tuko not only drank a memory-impairing potion, but also ingested the seeds of this thing. When triggered by the corresponding scented drug, the seeds would take root and grow inside her, spreading to vital organs like the heart. Waver was speechless. Being smart, he quickly figured out Mayo's plan to use this to coerce Tuko into undergoing multiple surgeries for the ultimate beauty. Recalling the end of the incident, when Mayo searched his pockets in despair and found nothing, Waver realized he had underestimated the stuttering youth. Mayo's greed had driven him to the extreme, refusing to repent even at the end. Waver, you know me. If someone comes after me, I might not care much. But if they go after my family or friends, I won't hesitate to be ruthless. Mayo's actions crossed my bottom line. Even if Tuko could understand Mayo's feelings and didn't want to pursue it, I wouldn't let him off. He wanted to pursue the ultimate beauty, so I stripped him of his ability to do so, ensuring he'd never achieve it. Tuko had noticed something was wrong with the potion when she drank it, but she chose to ignore it. After all, she had spare bodies. If this one was ruined, she'd just switch to another. Moreover, her body was connected to the sealed monsters, ready to unleash it upon death to devour her enemies. In the original timeline, Tuko's final move was a big 1A tit-for-tat, leaving no debts unpaid. But as Shinji said, even if she wouldn't die, the pain of death wouldn't change. So he made preparations in advance, stealing the scented drug from Mayo and helping Tuko detoxify. After confirming everything, with evidence in hand, Shinji secretly sneaked into Mayo's cell, inflicting some hidden injuries and sprinkling the wounds with the origin bullet powder. Mayo, being a magus, could easily heal minor wounds. But when he tried to heal himself, Kiritsugu's origin kicked in, causing his magic circuits to go haywire and ending his life as a magus. This was my revenge. I initially intended to keep it under wraps, but since you've figured it out, I don't mind. You can tell Mayo and Karina the truth, but make sure to let them know that I spared them this time because of you. Next time, I won't be so merciful. Whether you believe it or not, if I want them dead, it's as easy as taking something from my pocket. Even if Valuolette decides to stand up for them, it won't matter. I'm not afraid. His resolute words and firm attitude made Shinji's determination clear. He had kept a low profile so far due to the secrecy of the Holy Grail War and the safety of his family. But once the Holy Grail War began and the servants descended, he would have no more reservations. In Fate/Grand Order, 3 servants were enough to destroy the clock tower without high-level combatants. 1 Valuolita wouldn't be a threat. Waver knew Shinji was serious. He had known ever since that time 10 years ago when Shinji had openly berated Kenneth in front of him. Most of the time, Shinji was easygoing, but once he set his mind on something, especially if it touched his bottom line, he would see it through to the end. What about Lord Valuolita? Was making sure Mayo got hurt while in her custody part of your revenge too? Of course. After the Isella incident, Lord Valuolita brought the Silver Princess, the 2 maids, and Mayo back to the creation department for further processing. However, before the clock tower could issue a decision, Mayo was incapacitated. Mayo's family, which held a significant position in the Department of Lore, quickly filed an inquiry with Lord Valuolita's office. Because of Tuko's sealing designation. Before Lord Valuolita left, Tuko had asked her how she felt about her sealing designation. Without hesitation, the old woman replied, I think it's quite appropriate. Among modern magus, you're one of the most suitable for a sealing designation. When others asked for my opinion, I wholeheartedly recommended you. They should preserve Tuko Aozaki and her magic circuits in the depths of the spiritual tomb of Albion. A straightforward response, leaving no room for argument. This was Valuolita. Her warm words and graceful smile at social gatherings were genuine. But deep down, she was the ideal magus. She believed that if it would advance magecraft, she wouldn't hesitate to have her students sealed, without a second thought. The ideal magus. Perhaps this is the way of life that truly befits one of the 12 lords. Chapter 790, Chapter 790, Waver's True Heart, Gray's Wish 1167 words. However, ideal magus, ideal lords, and Shinji have nothing in common. He only knows that debts must be repaid, and lives taken must be avenged. It's a natural law. If you want to kill my people, I'll retaliate. The fact that I haven't blown things up yet is out of respect for your teaching Tuko and Lorelei's desire to keep the clock tower stable. Otherwise, what does it matter if you're a lord? Even Kenneth, who was at his peak back then, fell to Kiritsugu. Do you believe that I would kill someone first, destroy the magic crest, and completely sever the lineage of Valuelita, forcing you to follow the same path as Elmeloi in another world line? Of course, Shinji was just being fierce in his thoughts. The situation wouldn't escalate to that point. Lord Valuelita is a competent lord who would calmly assess the pros and cons, and Lorelei is no different. They wouldn't allow things to spiral out of control. More importantly, Shinji knows Waver and trusts that he'll make the right decision. As the cigarette butt burned out, the young man's attitude softened and he sighed helplessly. How am I supposed to face Karina and the others? That's your problem. Everyone has to bear the consequences of their actions, whether it's you, me, Mayo, or Karina. Wait, are you saying the Silver Princess has already chosen to side with you? Shinji assumed a knowing look and reached out to pat Waver on the shoulder, but Waver quickly shrugged him off. What do you mean, my side? She's just enrolled and serving as Reina's assistant. It's all the same, all the same. Anyway, good luck with that. Though her escape plan failed, the Silver Princess's situation hasn't changed. She remains surrounded by wolves without any support. To survive better, her best option is to align with the Elmeloi classroom. Reina saw this, which is why she negotiated with Lord Valuelita. And Lord Valuelita's precarious position ensured that she wouldn't refuse this mutually beneficial proposal. Thus, Waver gained a new student, Reina's got an assistant, and Valuelita eased some pressure while laying the groundwork for future interactions, a win-win situation. Except for the potential risks when the involved parties discover the truth. But that's no longer Shinji's concern. There are always those with ulterior motives around Vivere. The Elmeloi classroom is known for its inclusiveness, accepting all types of people, so one more or one less doesn't make much difference. Both Waver and Rhaenys are already accustomed to dealing with such individuals. Besides, Maya was the one at fault this time, and Karina's attitude doesn't entirely represent the Silver Princesses. When Shinji dealt with Mayo, he also visited the girls. The Silver Princess and Regina were already advising Karina not to be so foolish. While Karina still insists on her stance, her tightly clenched expression shows that Mayo has hurt her deeply. As time passes, will she continue to selflessly sacrifice for him? Human hearts and emotions are not things to be trampled on and consumed carelessly. As Shinji walked away, the setting sun cast shadows on his face. He had been gone for quite some time, and only one cigarette remained in the pack. After some thought, Waver returned the cigarette pack to his pocket and headed back to his office. It was time to finish work and rest. Though it felt a bit early compared to usual, he didn't have the energy to work overtime today. He decided to take a rare break. The noisy office was empty, the students had long since left. Everything was back in place as if nothing had happened, giving the illusion of time reversing. After standing at the door in a daze for a while, Waver walked into the inner room, heading to the deepest part of his office, where a special storage cabinet was located. Standing before the storage cabinet, Waver lost his usual composure. With a mix of hesitation and nostalgia, he took out a key and chanted a spell. The cabinet was secured with both physical and magical protection, specifically for storing valuable items. With a soft click, the cabinet door opened, revealing a small box in the center. The box was made of the finest oak, symbolizing honor and remembrance of ancestors, typically used to store relics. Gently pressing on the edge of the box, Waver lifted the lid, revealing the item that had changed his fate. A piece of red cloth, its color faded over time, appeared dull. But in the eyes of the man with the best vision in the clock tower, it shone like a kaleidoscope, reflecting countless emotions and colors. Carefully, he picked up the cloth and placed it in his hand. He didn't grip it tightly, as if he didn't want to leave even a single wrinkle on it. He just gazed at the seemingly insignificant cloth, staring at it. His brows and lips trembled slightly, and his eyes overflowed with emotion. It seemed like anger. It seemed like a lament. It seemed like mourning. It seemed like joy. It seemed like sorrow. It seemed like love. Do you think I'm foolish? Living in an abnormal world, yet I persist in adhering to normal ethics. Even though I know from a Magus perspective I haven't made any mistakes, it still feels uncomfortable. Ordinary people have their ethics, and Magus have theirs. The two are fundamentally opposed, but I don't want to give up on either. I can't be like Lord Valuelita, who can abandon even their most valued disciple for the sake of magecraft, nor can I be like Shinji, who simply sees magcraft as a tool to protect his family. That's why I've always been stuck in the middle, always just a half-baked magus. I must have disappointed you. His voice grew weaker and weaker, almost becoming a whisper. If you could just smile and tell me, you're such an immature guy, that wouldn't be so bad. Lost in his thoughts with the cloth in hand, Waver didn't notice that the inner room's door had somehow cracked open. A cloaked girl stood at the door, her gray-green eyes wide open. She covered her mouth, trying desperately not to make a sound. At this moment, she knew she mustn't interrupt. She felt this deep inside. Her petite body slowly slid down the wall, her hand never leaving her mouth. Only her heart thudded noisily, beating uncontrollably. She knew she had seen something very important. It was as if she had accidentally glimpsed someone's treasure. No, it was something that could rival that person's heart, their very life. It was the relic her teacher had used during the Fourth Holy Grail War, and the reason he wanted to participate in the Fifth Holy Grail War. After a long time, she exhaled softly. I want them to meet. She sincerely wished for this. It was the first wish she had since leaving her homeland and coming to London. A wish born from her consciousness. Chapter 791, Chapter 791, The Lost Relic. 11:04 words. Waver felt a bit embarrassed. Not long ago, he had just confronted Shinji about the Matou incident, which had caused their friendship to reach a freezing point. They were even playing games separately. And now, he had to ask for Shinji's help. It was awkward for anyone. However, he was no longer the impulsive youth he was 10 years ago. Time had smoothed his edges, and society had stripped away his naivety. He now understood what was important and what wasn't. After adjusting his emotions slightly, Waver knocked on Shinji's door, and said to the boy living next door, I need your help. Seeing Waver's expression, Shinji knew it wasn't the time to be petty. He immediately pulled Waver in, closed the door, and asked, what's going on? His relic is missing. Wasn't that thing stored right under the noses of the Department of Policies? How could anyone steal it from there? Shinji's pupils contracted instantly. The relic in question belonged to Iskandar, the king of conquerors, a man who held irreplaceable significance in Viver's life. The relic, a fragment of Iskandar's cloak, was Waver's most treasured possession, stored in his office at the clock tower's headquarters. It usually is stored there, but... Waver lowered his head, unable to meet Shinji's gaze, but recently, I moved it to the modern magecraft department's hidden safe. With the Holy Grail War approaching, I wanted to keep it as close as possible. You're usually so sharp, but how could you be so careless this time? The security at the modern magecraft department can't be better than at the headquarters. If I had known, I would have tied you up and sent you off to Fuyuki. Shinji was speechless. He wanted to scold Waver, but seeing his distressed look could only sigh instead. Forget it. Let's focus on how it got lost. Here's what happened. With the Fifth Holy Grail War approaching, Waver's emotions had become increasingly unsettled. Emotionally, he wanted to participate. Winning or losing didn't matter, he just wanted to see his king again. He wanted to show his king how much he had grown, share his efforts, and once again stand side by side on the vast desert. But logically, he knew he shouldn't go. On one hand, the modern magecraft department was at a critical stage of development, and leaving, even for a short time, would be a significant loss. On the other hand, he had studied the mechanisms of servant summoning, and knew that the summoned servant wouldn't retain memories from the previous Holy Grail War. His king wouldn't remember him, and everything would have to start over, a thought that filled him with anxiety. Waver had dreamed countless times of reuniting with his king accompanied by a whirlwind and a flash of light. The massive figure would emerge, becoming reality, and in his usual booming voice, declare, "Oh, it's wonderful to be summoned here. I am Iskandar, the king of conquerors. I shall pave the way for you. Now tell me, are you my master? No, you are my king." The man who had grown from a boy to a young man would try to contain his excitement, standing tall, and responding in a trembling yet resolute voice. "Please guide me once more, so I can see the same dream." The king, unchanged from 10 years ago, would be momentarily stunned but would soon break into a broad smile. "Ah, Viver. I didn't recognize you at first, you've changed so much, grown into a fine man. Ha ha ha, I'm delighted, so delighted that I want to drink. Right now. But it's already 2 in the morning, and there's no." Waver would instinctively try to reason, but his words would be cut off by the king's hearty slap. "I've told you before, a king lives more vividly than anyone else, so why care about the time? You're just looking for an excuse, you just want to drink," Waver would retort. "Yes, I do want to drink. You are my subject, so stop fussing and go fetch some wine. You are a reckless king." Waver would shake his head and sigh, but a smile would inevitably curl his lips. "I've always been this way. Let's drink until dawn, let's have a feast." But that was only a dream. The reality would be, "Are you my master? No, you are my king. Please guide me once more, so I can see the same dream. Who are you? Do I know you?" Though Iskandar's magnanimous nature would likely lead him to accept the situation and re-acknowledge Waver's loyalty within minutes, it wasn't what Waver wanted. He didn't want their bond to be erased. Even being scolded by his king would be better than being forgotten. The mere thought filled him with dread. This inner turmoil had plagued him from summer, when Shinji first notified him, through autumn, and into early winter, until the recent Iselma incident, where Atram had taunted him directly. To Lord El-Meloy, the Holy Grail War might just be a game. To you it's probably like winning the lottery, but to me, it's a real war. Just watch, I'll make sure you and the other Magus learn that the outcome of a battle is determined long before it even begins. The brown-suited youth's words had enraged Waver. He glared at the man and, with a curt and blunt response, said, "I hope you remember one thing, never underestimate the Holy Grail War." As he spoke, a surge of defiance and a thought he had tried to suppress with reason welled up inside him. "I want to participate in the Holy Grail War and teach this ignorant fool a lesson, because if it were you, my king, you would surely succeed, for you are the king of conquerors, whose life was one of endless conquest." Once the thought arose, it could not be suppressed. So he took the relic from the headquarters and kept it close, as if to force himself to make a decision. Of course, he knew his limitations and that carrying such a valuable item with him was risky. So he stored the relic in the modern Magecraft department's safe. The safe was of the same type used at the headquarters, requiring both magical and physical verification. With Flat, a master of intrusion, enhancing the security system, it was quite formidable. Even someone of Lord El-Meloy's caliber would struggle to breach the defenses and steal the relic. Waver believed nothing could go wrong, but less than a week later, it was stolen. It happened the day after Svin Glaschite became a pride. Chapter 792, Chapter 792. I have a dream. 1237 words. I have a dream. I dream that one day every valley shall be exalted, every hill and mountain shall be made low, the rough places will be made plain, and the crooked places will be made straight, and the glory of the Lord shall be revealed, and all flesh shall see it together. These words weren't spoken by Waver, but by the famous civil rights leader Martin Luther King Jr., a great man destined to ascend to the throne of heroes, in his speech, I Have a Dream. King, Waver also had a dream when he was young, a dream to surpass his professor, the clock tower's most brilliant genius, Lord El-Meloy Archibald. He wanted to prove himself to his once disparaging mentor by outshining him. Today, the two have reconciled, each acknowledging the other's path and accomplishments. Waver now knows that with his talent and abilities, it's impossible to surpass Kenneth, who stands at the pinnacle of modern magi. However, Waver is not one to give up easily. Inspired by the philosophy of the Atlas Institute, he found a way to achieve his goal indirectly. There's no need for me to become the strongest, because the strongest will be created by my own hands. I may not have the ability to surpass you, but I can teach someone who will. This is Waver's strategy. He has worked tirelessly toward this goal, and after 10 years, he has finally made decisive progress. Kenneth was a prodigy, renowned for earning the title of child prodigy after achieving a pride rank as a teenager. In the world of magecraft, where progress depends on accumulation, falling behind in the early stages means falling behind forever. To surpass Kenneth, one must start from a young age. Most of the students in the El Meloy classroom are teenagers for this very reason. However, when it comes to magecraft, Kenneth is almost perfect, possessing the highest level of talent, resources, and diligence. Even with the right path, surpassing him is no easy task. 10 years have passed, and although many students have graduated from the classroom, some even reaching the pride rank, none have done so as early as Kenneth, who achieved it in his teens. That is, until yesterday, when the classroom's longest-standing student, Sven Glascheit, passed the pride evaluation at the age of 15. Finally someone, one of my students, reached that level. The excitement of seeing his dream fulfilled and the overwhelming pride in his student made Waver let loose for the first time in a long while. He not only treated everyone to a party out of his pocket, but also drank alongside his students. In the UK, as long as a guardian is present, children can start drinking at age 5. As it turned out, the most petite among them, Rhaenys, managed to outdrink everyone. According to rumors, Waver's drinking capacity is average, while Rhaenys can drink 10 times as much as him. Even after returning to his dorm, Waver still felt unsatisfied. He took out some of his finest liquor and continued drinking alone. Unlike the wine at the party, this was a rare treasure from the Macedonian region of northern Greece, a special drink Waver had gone to great lengths to acquire. He only brought it out on special occasions, using it as a way to report to the king who resides on the throne of heroes, until he eventually passed out drunk. As the saying goes, pride comes before a fall. On the day after Waver thought he had reached the peak, tragedy struck. As usual, he opened the safe to check if everything was still there, partly to show off to him, but to his horror, the relic was gone. The safe was intact, and there were no signs of intrusion in the office. If not for the envelope left in place of the relic, Waver might have suspected he had removed it himself in a drunken stupor. An envelope? What kind of envelope? This one, Waver said as he handed it to Shinji. The envelope was styled after ancient Western European traditions. The paper was crystal clear, sealed with bright red wax, and stamped with a seal featuring a wheel and an eye, reminiscent of the recent Castle Adra incident. However, that incident had been completely resolved, so the seal was likely just a magical symbol. When they opened the envelope, they found an equally exquisite invitation inside. The letter was written in elegant, flowing script, inviting the recipient to a banquet, urging them to overcome all obstacles to attend. At the end of the letter was the name of the sender, Mystic Eyes Collection Train. Mystic Eyes Collection Train. Shinji returned the invitation to its envelope and handed it back to Waver, a faint gleam of understanding flashing in his lowered eyes. So, it's finally happening. Shinji was no stranger to Mystic Eyes. Tuko, Rhaenys, Arcuade, Fujino, Shiki, and Tano were all Mystic Eye bearers. Among them, the last 3 possessed eyes so rare that they were enough to earn a sealing designation. The Mystic Eyes Collection Train, as the name suggests, is a train that collects various types of mystic eyes and travels through the forests of Europe. Each year, it exhibits a new batch of mystic eyes and hosts an auction where the mystic eyes are put up for sale. Mystic eyes grant various abilities and are a symbol of the rare and the powerful. Many desire to own mystic eyes and are willing to pay exorbitant prices for them. In addition to auctions, the train also deals in buying mystic eyes. However, using mystic eyes comes with a price. The rarer and more powerful the mystic eyes, the harder they are to control. Take Tano and Shiki, for example. When their mystic eyes first awakened, they had difficulty adjusting to the fragmented world they saw. Tano's mental state gradually deteriorated, and Shiki even had the impulse to blind herself. If not for the intervention of Aoko and Tuko, both might have already succumbed to the side effects of their mystic eyes, either turning into monsters or meeting their demise. Tano and Shiki were fortunate, but not every mystic eye bearer is as lucky. Some successfully control their mystic eyes, turning them into assets. Others, unable to bear the strange new world, see removing their mystic eyes as the best option, especially if they can sell them for a high price. With buyers and sellers in place, a market emerged, and the Mystic Eyes collection train became the most exclusive marketplace for this commodity. The reason it's considered the highest end is because of its unique technology, risk-free removal and implantation. Eyes are among the most complex organs in the human body, and mystic eyes are even more so. The higher the rank of the mystic eyes, the harder it is to operate on them. Even the ancient and powerful clock tower cannot guarantee absolute success. But the Mystic Eyes collection train can. Since its inception, the train has maintained a 100% success rate in both removal and implantation, with no failures. For both buyers and sellers, this makes the train a savior of sorts, attracting many covetous eyes, including those of the two largest factions within the clock tower, Bartholomew and Trambilio. Given that the train has managed to grow its business despite all these greedy eyes, it's clear how dangerous and formidable it is. Chapter 793, Chapter 793, Conflict arises. 1172 words. The foundation of the train comes from two aspects. First, the mystic eyes. Each mystic eye possesses unique powers. The ones that are auctioned off are just a small portion. Most are stored in the train's special warehouse, Pandemonium Room. If used properly, they could become a terrifying force. Everyone believes the train possesses this ability if it can perform risk-free extraction and transplantation. Merely using them should be a trivial task. Second, the owner of the train. The train's owner, Rita Rosa Yen, is one of the 27 dead apostle ancestors with formidable strength. Though she hasn't appeared on the train for a long time, no one can ignore her presence. It's no exaggeration to say that the Mystic Eyes collection train is a true den of dragons and tigers, so dangerous that no matter how much Waver prepares, he still feels uneasy, and has no choice but to ask Shinji for help. Can you accompany me to the Mystic Eyes collection train? No problem. When do we leave? When it comes to Iskandar's relic, Shinji didn't hesitate. Besides, someone he is particularly interested in will appear on the train this time, and a series of interesting events are bound to happen. He can't miss it. Hearing Shinji's agreement, Waver finally tugged at his tie and took a long breath. 3 days later at midnight, the old train station in the suburbs. What did you say? However, before Waver could finish, Shinji sitting opposite suddenly clutched his forehead and exclaimed in shock, his deep blue pupils rapidly filling with gold. Damn it, what are the odds? What happened? Waver's expression changed slightly as he asked in a serious tone. As the golden light faded from his eyes, Shinji lost his usual confidence, replaced by worry and apology. I just received a message from Arcuade. The Forest of Inash is about to appear. The Forest of Inash, the seventh dead apostle ancestor. Waver frowned. Although he didn't know how Shinji got this information, he could see that Shinji wasn't lying, and that the seventh ancestor had an extraordinary significance to him. Do you have to go? I have to go. The Forest of Inash appears only once every few decades. If I miss this chance, who knows when the next one will come? It doesn't matter to me, but Arcuade can't wait. Her bloodlust has grown so severe that she has to seal herself away to control it. To relieve this impulse without resorting to bloodsucking, that crimson moon fruit is essential. He had promised Arcuade to explore Mooncell with her. He had promised Arcuade to see the world with her. He had promised Arcuade that he wouldn't let her sleep in loneliness. He had promised Arcuade that they would kill Roa together. He had to obtain that Crimson Moon fruit, even if it meant breaking his word, apologizing, or being scolded by Waver for being untrustworthy. I'm sorry, Waver. I know that relic is important to you, but the matter with Inash can't be delayed. Seeing Shinji's firm stance, what else could Waver say? He wasn't a spoiled child who thought the world should revolve around him. He had no choice but to accept reality. I understand, there's nothing we can do. We both have tasks we must complete, so let's do our best. Yes, let's both do our best. This attitude was what Shinji appreciated most. I'll be heading back now. There's not much time, and I need to prepare. Wait, don't be in such a hurry. I can't go with you, but that doesn't mean I can't help. Hearing this, Waver's face lit up. When Shinji first refused, his mood plummeted, but now it seemed there was a silver lining. Of course, Shinji said with a smile. How can you help? That depends on your plan. I just checked, and the invitation is limited to 3 people. If it weren't for the Inash incident, it would be simple. You, me, and Gray could handle anything, even if Rita Rosien herself showed up. But since there's a scheduling conflict and I can't go, we'll need to find a replacement. First, let's rule out the lecturers. Those guys are all seasoned veterans, and bringing them might result in them shirking their duties. We can't take the security personnel hired by the department either. They re-suspects, until the relic theft is solved. That leaves only the students. Flat's gone back to Monaco, so he's out of the picture for now. Monaco was Flat's hometown, and rumor had it that some family issues forced him to return. Svin has just been promoted to rank, and he's got a pile of troubles waiting for him. Rank is proof of status. The higher the rank, the more privileges one has in the clock tower, and the more complicated the procedures for promotion. Svin's promotion to rank was manageable, but when Kenneth was promoted to grand rank, it took him a full month to deal with everything. The remaining candidates, Pentel sisters and Roland Brzezinski, aren't bad, but they're not quite as strong as those 2. These 3 names were also well-known students in the El Meloy classroom, especially the Pentel sisters. Their peculiar personalities and the unique synchronization of their magical energies as twins made them stand out wherever they went, giving Waver plenty of headaches. However, I don't recommend taking them. Their tendency to cause trouble is proportional to their strength. It's too easy for something unexpected to happen. You might not find the relic, but you'll run into conflicts with other passengers. Waver was speechless, his stomach churning. Why were all his students so troublesome? Then who do you suggest? The new student seems well behaved, right? He's not bad. You even taught him the Baghdad battery technique, and Reynes scolded you for it. The Baghdad battery, or the primitive battery, is a secret magecraft of the Galeasta family. It wasn't meant to be taught to outsiders. Unfortunately, during the recent Iselma incident, the technique was deciphered and improved by the human-shaped universal CPU, Flat, who then turned in his results as homework to Waver. Waver casually inquired at headquarters and found that this magecraft hadn't been patented, so he combined Flat's work with his theories, actualized it, and taught it to a promising new student with exceptional aptitude for current magecraft. The reason Reynes scolded Waver was that he had violated a taboo again. For Magi, the secrets of their magecraft are as valuable as their lives. Not patenting the magecraft wasn't due to its insignificance, but because patenting would spread the knowledge among Magi. Secrecy itself is more important than small privileges. Deciphering someone else's magecraft is an affront to magcraft, and an insult to the generations of a Magus family who refined that magecraft. Being killed for it wouldn't be surprising. Reynes had scolded Waver more than once, telling him to restrain himself, but Waver not only ignored her but also escalated the situation by directly copying and teaching the results to others. If Atram found out, a war would be inevitable. Chapter 794, Chapter 794, Shinji's Promise. 1122 words. You mean calls. He's indeed a good student. How could Waver not know the student Shinji was referring to? When he received the application from this student, he almost cried. Finally, another normal student. Yes, it's calls for veg. He is the same person as calls for Vegig millennia from a parallel world but from a different universe. In this world, Darnik never discovered the Holy Grail's existence and never founded the Ig millennia family, so the Forveg family remains independent. It's worth mentioning that Call's sister, Fiori, is still alive, and she also suffers from paralysis of the lower limbs caused by a mutation in her magic circuits, rendering her unable to walk. However, this Fiori is more courageous. She decided to give up on her magic crest, and chose not to be a magus. When this decision was announced, the Forveg family was thrown into chaos. Fiori was the most talented member of the family, and everyone had placed high hopes on her, believing she could save the declining family. No one expected her to give up so easily. At that time, there were even extreme voices suggesting that Calls should be killed. Without Calls, Fiori would be the only heir, and if they didn't want the family lineage to end, she would have to inherit the magic crest. However, Fiori's actions were even more decisive. She left everything behind and ran away from home. To this day, her whereabouts remain unknown, making Calls the sole heir by default. The existence of Magus families is all about passing on their lineage. Even if they are declining, they wouldn't dare risk losing that lineage entirely. What if Fiori still refuses to return after Calls is gone? So Calls inherited the magic crest, and the spot originally intended for his sister to study abroad went to him instead. Due to his lack of talent, he wasn't accepted into the Department of Spiritual Evocation, which he most wanted to join. He applied to the Modern Magecraft department as a last resort, and was accepted by waiver. But unfortunately, he's not strong enough yet. Wouldn't it be too dangerous to take him along? Shinji responded to waiver's doubt with a light laugh instead of an answer. How I thought you'd say you didn't want to use students. So have you finally come around? Is this the time to talk about that? Wave responded, annoyed. I'm not inflexible, I understand the need to adapt to the situation. So tell me, why do you recommend Calls? Because he's like you. Calls might not have the best aptitude, but he's smart, hardworking, and open to new ideas, even exploring technology, a rarity among Magus, much like Waver himself. Waver might have taught Calls the Baghdad Battery Magecraft partly because of these similarities. Of course, there was also an element of revenge against Atrum, who had previously looked down on him. Waver had grown more cunning after spending so much time with Rhaenys. Your primary goal on the Mystic Eye collection train is to retrieve the relic, not to start a fight. From that perspective, brains are more important than brawn. Calls is one of the few brainy types in your class. Moreover, the Forveg family's evocation magecraft is well suited for covert investigations, and the Baghdad battery he recently learned compensates for his lack of combat strength. Besides, with the Forveg family crest, there's no way his combat abilities are worse than yours. Could you have phrased that a bit more gently? Waver's current mood could be summed up with a classic phrase, ouch, that hurt. Sorry, I'm just blunt like that, Shinji said with a shrug. Oh, and there's another reason for recommending Calls. He probably already knows about this. How is that possible? Waver's first reaction was disbelief. I've only told you and Gray about this. Rhaenys probably figured it out, but she hasn't said anything. Did she leak it? No, you wouldn't be recommending him if she did. What's going on? Here's a hint, who made the Baghdad battery you gave him? Waver instantly understood and ground his teeth in frustration. Flat had turned infiltrating others' spells into a habit, constantly analyzing and hacking into them. Waver's office was a prime target. Anything sent to his office by Flat could be rigged with eavesdropping spells, including the Baghdad battery Waver had given Calls. These eavesdropping spells were linked to Waver's office, and as long as they were activated in the school building, anyone could listen in on conversations there. Though Waver quickly detected and defended against these intrusions, Flat would always improve his spells, and this battle of eavesdropping and counter-eavesdropping had been going on for years. The spell embedded in the battery this time was Flat's latest version. After he finished it, the genius idiot went home, giving Waver a false sense of security, only for him to be caught off guard once more. Calls was an incredibly diligent student. After receiving the Baghdad battery, he treated it like a treasure and practiced with it constantly. When the battery was activated, the spell within it was triggered, and since Waver and Gray's conversation took place in the office, everything fell into place as if preordained. That eavesdropper. When he gets back, I'll make sure he pays. And how do you plan to make him pay? By giving him more assignments. Shinji watched Waver with a smirk. Waver froze for a moment before looking embarrassed. It was another painful truth. Flat wasn't afraid of extra assignments, he could finish 20 times the workload if needed. How about leaving it to me? I could give him a few lessons in protective magecraft. Better not. I knew it. Half of those students' problems stem from your leniency. Keep that up and someday, oh, never mind. You're the expert here, I'll leave it to you. Everyone has their area of expertise, and it's unwise to speak out of turn about a field one isn't familiar with. After a brief complaint, Shinji decided not to push the issue. Back to the matter at hand. I'll handle the combat readiness. I have something that will be perfect for calls, and you can give it to him. Even if Atram himself shows up, he won't be able to outdo calls in lightning magecraft. That powerful. That powerful. And it's not just for calls, I'll prepare gear for you and Gray as well. No matter who the enemy is, we'll make sure they regret it. In this area, you're the expert, so I'll trust you, Waver replied, echoing Shinji's words. Trust me, you'll get back what's rightfully yours. I guarantee it, as Matou Shinji. Shinji rarely made promises, but when he did, he always fulfilled them. Chapter 795, Chapter 795, Can You Resist? 1178 words. With Shinji's promise in hand, Waver felt a great deal of relief, and after agreeing on the delivery time, got up to leave. Shinji had only promised to provide combat equipment. Waver still had other preparations to make himself, like arranging classes, organizing personnel, packing, and so on. With only 3 days left, time was tight. Shinji remained seated on the sofa in the same position until Waver closed the door behind him. Then, he finally stood up, a hint of apology crossing his previously sincere expression. I'm sorry, Waver. There's another reason I recommended calls. The mastermind behind this will disguise himself as calls and stay close to you. While it's not impossible to expose him, doing so would make it much harder to catch his fox tail later. His disguise ability is only second to Tuko's Cinderella. Instead of letting him lurk in the shadows, it's better to keep him where you can see him. With his chin propped on his hand, sighed, somewhat helpless. I originally wanted to use this opportunity to help Waver help him for the last time, but it seems like that's not going to happen. Things never go as planned. No, it's not time to give up yet. I can make some modifications to the equipment. Your supposedly perfect disguise will become your greatest mistake. A smile brimming with lethal intent curled on his lips. Come to think of it, your existence is also a threat to the Holy Grail War. Although you weren't supposed to interfere according to the original plot, my intervention has already changed things. Now I have another reason not to let you off. If I remember correctly, you were kidnapped by fairies once. How interesting. I also have some teachings from the fairyland. Let's see whether your fairy privilege is stronger, or my wisdom of Duan Skaith is superior. Since you've made your move, it's time for me to respond. As he spoke, Shinji picked up his phone and dialed a number that had been dormant for 3 years, but had recently been reactivated. Hey, Tuko, it's me. I can't return for now. I have 2 troublesome matters to deal with and might need your help. Rita Rosien, one of the 27 dead apostle ancestors, is a good friend of yours, right? Don't ask how I know, just tell me if you can contact her. As long as you can reach her, I want you to ask her to ensure Waver's safety on the Mystic Eye Collection train. Remembering your exploits from back then. Ha ha ha, that Rosien lady has a big heart, becoming friends with you after you messed up her event. That's true love right there. When will you introduce me? I'd like to meet someone with taste as good as mine, no, as good as a vampire's. Relax, relax, even though I do some moonlighting as a dead apostle hunter, your friend is different. Yeah, it's 3 days from now. Not sure if it'll be in time. No worries, do your best. I have other preparations too. That's it for now. I need to call some other people. Bye for now. Since the Mystic Eye Collection train began operating, there have been disturbances, but all were swiftly crushed by the train's powerful measures except once. In the 1980s, Tuco and the Luft Beowulf caused a disruption, leading to the cancellation of the auction. But that incident was suspicious in itself. Before Tuco's incident, the train only operated in Northern Europe. Afterward, its route expanded to all of Europe, making it seem more like a business expansion than a disruption. Even more interesting, the train's special sponsor list included a notable name, Rosie-Yen Iron Glasses Shop. This name remained as a sponsor until the Luft Beowulf left Tuco during the events of Mahutsukai no Yoru. This was Shinji's most crucial evidence for suspecting a connection between Rita Rosie-Yen and Tuco. With this promise from the train's owner, Shinji could finally be at ease if Tuco managed to contact her friend in time. Rita Rosie-Yen, the 15th seat of the 27 dead apostle ancestors, is a rare second-generation ancestor, meaning she inherited her castle and status from a blood-related dead apostle. A woman who claims to be an artist, she has peculiar hobbies even among dead apostles and is a hedonist who does as she pleases. Because of her similar nature, she became good friends with Tuco. Like Tuco, as long as the situation is interesting enough, getting her help isn't difficult. However, her character is even more twisted than Tuco's. Despite being a hedonist, she is perpetually unfulfilled, leading her to be trapped in boredom, indulging in decadent pleasures day after day. It's not uncommon for her to shut herself away for 10 days to half a month. As Tuco mentioned, 3 days might be cutting it too close. Fortunately, Shinji has other connections. Hey, Kenneth, it's me, Shinji. Long time no see. Well, we've been in touch, but we haven't talked about this kind of stuff, so it feels like it's been a while. Don't worry about it, don't worry about it, I'm just talking to myself. Hey, don't be so heartless. We've known each other for 10 years. I know this is your experiment time, and I wouldn't disturb you if it wasn't important. Your star student waiver is in trouble. Don't worry, you don't need to step in, and it wouldn't be suitable for you to anyway. Just let me pick something from your treasure vault. You wouldn't mind, right? I knew it, you're getting more generous with waiver. Ah, I wish I could have taken a picture of how smug you were back in the day. All right, I'll spare you the embarrassment. I'll come by at noon for lunch. I just found something good. Hey, young lady, it's me. You don't have any other afternoon tea appointments, do you? Great, save it for me. I need your help with something. I'll explain when we meet. If we're lucky, I might even bring you a big gift. Hey, it's me. I need a batch of weapons. There's Northwest time to place an order. I need them in a day. I'll come by and pick up whatever you have. Hey, I need 2 miniature satellite positioning devices, the latest model. After making nearly 10 calls, Shinji finally set down his phone. The people he contacted ranged from high-ranking lords of the clock tower to mercenaries on the battlefield, and double agents navigating both the mystical and mundane worlds. These were the connections he'd accumulated over 10 years. Though he rarely needed to use them, when the time came, they could unleash tremendous power. Now that power was starting to show. Can you and your servant withstand this? The inaugural head of modern magecraft theory, once a major figure in the clock tower, now a renegade, Dr. Heartless. Veteran powerhouses and new generation monsters are about to clash in a fierce showdown on the stage known as the Mystic Eye Collection train. Chapter 796, Chapter 796. The stirring of the forest of Inash. 1243 words. This place is a desolate area somewhere in Western Europe. Once a barren wasteland, the change of seasons from autumn to winter had turned it bleak and withered, appearing especially forlorn. However, one night, accompanied by a strange rumbling sound reminiscent of a mythical earth dragon's awakening, everything changed. The wasteland transformed into a forest overnight. If one were to look down from a helicopter, one would see strange black trees emerging from the ground like mushrooms after rain, spreading across the entire wasteland like waves. These black trees formed a forest, the boundary of which was roughly circular, covering an astonishing area of nearly 2,000 square kilometers. Inside the forest, there was no lush greenery of spring or summer, nor the desolation of autumn or winter. Instead, there was a strange mixture of black and red that seemed full of life yet hinted at a foreboding stillness. Although the sun had risen, the interior of the forest remained dark, making it hard to distinguish between day and night. The difference between day and night in the forest was merely the difference between gloom and crimson blackness. The forest's veins pulsed with the sound of blood flowing. Yes, the forest was bleeding. The trees in this forest did not secrete sap but blood. This blood came from the tree's flesh and was drawn in from outside. To put it simply, this forest was an otherworldly entity. This black forest, which had a diameter of 50 kilometers, moved according to a single will, moving as it consumed the blood of various animals like a gigantic predatory organism. Anyone who stepped into this forest never returned alive. Uninformed witnesses referred to the forest as Demon of the Schwarzwald, while those in the mystical world called it Forest of Einash, a terrifying entity occupying the seventh seat of the dead apostle ancestors, known for devouring countless lives. The legend of the Forest of Einash has been around for 800 years, making it a fearsome name known far and wide. Anyone with common sense would avoid the forest to avoid being consumed by it. But every time the Forest of Einash appeared, a significant number of people would venture into it. Some sought to hunt the vampire that had plagued the land for 800 years, some wanted to capture this ancient dead apostle, some hoped to negotiate with it, and many more were after the legendary true crimson fruit said to be at the forest center. According to legend, at the center of the Black Forest, there is a great tree that serves as the Forest of Einash's core, where a crimson fruit grows. This fruit is said to be formed from the blood drained from all the creatures that enter the forest. After hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, a single drop of blood coagulates into the fruit. Consuming this fruit is believed to grant eternal life. This legend draws people like moths to a flame. Many who dream of immortality enter the forest, and this time was no exception. For days had passed since the Forest of Einash's appearance, and the number of hunters who had ventured into it had reached the hundreds. Most hunters arrived full of confidence, but as they entered the forest, their confidence gradually faded, giving way to fear. By the time they wanted to escape, it was already too late. Their enemy wasn't any specific creature or being, but rather the environment itself, branches that blocked out the sky, roots that surrounded the ground, all of which were pulsating with blood. The crimson-black forest thirsted for blood, growling like a wild beast. Humans were powerless in the face of this. The trees could transform into deadly weapons to attack animals, and the air itself was toxic, leaving no place to escape. The fate of anyone who entered the forest was already sealed. It wasn't uncommon for the forest to consume entire villages overnight, making them a part of itself. The Forest of Einash was a thinking, wandering entity that consumed blood. To fight it was to fight the environment, to fight nature, to fight an entire world. Those who had not experienced it could never understand what it felt like, and the result was always the same. They were swallowed by the world and became part of the forest, nourishment for the true crimson fruit. However, this was only the fate of most. This planet has never lacked geniuses and monsters who, even when faced with a world as an enemy, cannot be stopped. Matou Shinji was one of them. Despite the oppressive environment alternating between darkness and crimson, the relentless assaults from all sides by the tree branches, and the hidden dangers from birds, beasts, insects, and snakes within the trees, he continued to move steadily forward, neither panicking nor showing fear. His calm demeanor, though not quite a casual stroll through a perilous situation, certainly made it seem manageable, like a seasoned hiker on a trek, feeling the pressure, the drive, and even the rewards. The pressure came from the constant, omnipresent attacks. The drive came from the increasing intensity of these attacks, indicating that he was drawing closer to his goal. And as for the rewards, perhaps his increasing skill with explosives could be considered one. Here, explosions refer to physical ones, not magical ones. Using magecraft in the Forest of Inash was not easy because the forest was an alternate dimension, completely severing the magic circuits from the greater source. A magus could only use their own lesser source, which was the worst possible environment for a magus. No matter how talented a magus was, their lesser source could never compare to the planet's greater source. Under the forest's relentless attacks, they would soon run out of magical energy and lose their lives. This is why the Bartholomewoi, who made it their mission to hunt dead apostles, always left the Forest of Inash alone. The only things reliable in this forest were abilities that didn't depend on magical energy, such as physical prowess or equipment. Shinji's steady progress relied on these two things. His powerful body ensured his speed, and the modern weaponry he had gathered through various means gave him the means to fight the Forest of Inash. Unlike a servant, which is a spiritual manifestation, the Forest of Inash existed physically in the present world as a vampiric plant. Even though it had reached the level of a phantasmal species, and had its alternate dimension, it could not escape the influence of physical laws, giving Shinji a loophole to exploit. Branches and roots. Flamethrower. Burn, burn, burn. Boom, boom, boom. The small world where Arcuade lived was filled with the military equipment Shinji had collected, ready to be used whenever needed. Burn everything that comes, and blow up whatever appears. Indeed, technology is the primary productive force. When it comes to destruction, magecraft is far inferior to technology. The Mages Association and the Holy Church are so stuck in the past. It's the 21st century, yet they still think in outdated ways. If it were up to me, I'd start with missile strikes on the perimeter, advance with tank formations to flatten the interior, and push straight to the true Crimson Core. There's no need for all this effort. Saying this, Shinji hurled a Molotov cocktail. With a boom, the dark and eerie black forest was illuminated by an unusual light. Chapter 797, Chapter 797, The Magus Freddy 1178 words. A blinding blaze erupted into the sky, and a terrifying heatwave swept across the area. In an instant, a barren, lifeless zone appeared in the ominous black forest, as if it had been ripped away from this other world. Taking out a pre-prepared green bottle of water-based fire extinguisher, Shinji expertly sprayed himself down before walking through the still smoldering flames. He trod over the ground, scorched red-hot, into the heart of the fire. This dead zone, devoid of life, was the safe area he had chosen. After some time spent exploring and testing, he had roughly figured out the operational rules of the Black Forest. Unlike the other ancestors, the Forest of Inash had no intelligence, its actions were entirely driven by instinct. Appearing once every 50 years, it devoured all life in its path during its movements, as a means of feeding and digesting. The duration of its appearance depended on the amount of life surrounding it. In simpler terms, it came out to hunt when hungry and retreated to sleep when sated, only to return for more once hungry again. The method of feeding was straightforward. All plants and animals within the forest were part of it. Plants drained blood, and animals gnawed, leaving only bones behind. Conversely, as long as all animals and plants within a certain range were eliminated, the threat of the Forest of Inash would be greatly reduced. Although the forest itself had the powerful regenerative abilities typical of bloodsuckers, the reliance of trees on their roots still bought plenty of time. This allowed Shinji to take breaks, recover his stamina, and prepare. The Forest of Inash was vast and constantly on the move, making finding the Crimson Core without a map or markers a challenging task. Thanks to Arcuade's information, Shinji was the first to enter the forest. However, after spending 5 days in the Forest of Inash, covering over 200 kilometers and consuming a large amount of his ammunition, he still hadn't found the Crimson Core. The only certainty was that he was getting closer to his goal. The increasing threat and aggressiveness of the forest's creatures made that clear. Shinji could feel the forest's attacks growing more intense and frequent, and his stockpile of ammunition was steadily dwindling. Only a dozen flamethrowers left, 30 incendiary bombs, not much explosive left either. I've got plenty of RPGs, but they're useless here. At this rate, I can last one more day at most. After that, it's just me. Sighed. Britain is a peaceful place after all, getting this much stuff was already tough. In the Middle East, I could have lasted another 10 days, no problem. Relying on a physique similar to those from the Age of Gods, Shinji ignored the scorching heat, and sighed deeply. The pulsating forest at the edge of the fire was ready to invade and reclaim lost ground, leaving him little time. Should I rest in the little world for a while? Even though I can't see the outside from there, it's much more comfortable inside. With Arcuade, a natural incarnation, there, I don't have to worry about being cut off from the great source. While clutching his specially made backpack, Shinji calculated the forest's encroachment speed, weighing his options. Suddenly, his ears twitched, and he immediately threw a grenade behind him. With a loud explosion, a tree buckled under the impact and fell. At the same time, a figure stumbled out, clearly caught in the blast. Shinji, holding his backpack in his left hand and 2 grenades in his right, asked in a low voice, "Who's there?" "The Magus Freddy." The man, now covered in dirt and dust, boldly announced his name, exuding an air of casual confidence. Despite calling himself a Magus, his appearance was more akin to a swordsman. His light attire, the cold glint of his single-handed sword, and his stance all indicated a high level of mastery in swordsmanship, likely exceeding his time spent practicing magecraft. The backpack slipped silently from Shinji's hand as his left hand moved to his waist, gripping the Thompson Contender, a sign that anyone reaching this depth wasn't to be trifled with, especially with a name like Freddy's, which Shinji had heard before. Freddy was a powerful, unrestrained magus and an equally skilled swordsman. His magecraft ranked among the top at the clock tower, and his swordsmanship was equally revered in the martial world, making him a formidable, battle-hardened opponent. "You're after the crimson fruit too. Isn't it obvious? Besides that legendary fruit, what else could draw us here?" Freddy brushed the dust off his clothes, his every movement calm and confident, a reflection of his strong belief in his abilities. "It's said there's only one crimson fruit." Shinji's finger nudged the safety of his gun. "So, only one person can claim the prize." Freddy raised his sword, pointing it at Shinji's chest. "Even if there were a second, I wouldn't let anyone else have it." "Funny, I feel the same way." A grin spread across Shinji's face, with a menacing edge. "Seems like there's nothing more to discuss." "Indeed, nothing to talk about," Freddy agreed, his smile a mix of noble grace and gladiatorial wildness. "If we must speak, let our strength do the talking." Before the words had fully left his lips, both moved in unison. Shinji flicked his right hand, pulling the pin on the grenade, while his left hand whipped up the Thompson Contender. Freddy, meanwhile, executed a rapid forward charge. He wasn't a typical academic magus, with extensive combat experience. He knew the strengths and weaknesses of modern weapons. The advantages, power and speed. Not even someone of Freddy's caliber could outrun a bullet, or withstand the penetration of a rifle round. However, being slower or less durable didn't mean he was defenseless. Modern weapons have their flaws, a single attack pattern and reliance on human operators. Guns have a fixed firing rate, and can only shoot in straight lines. Grenades require throwing, and the time from pulling the pin to explosion is also fixed. Given that these weapons require human operation, predicting their use isn't difficult. As the saying goes, I can't outrun a bullet, but I can outrun your aim. I can't escape an explosion, but I can get out of its range before it happens. Freddy embodied this principle to the fullest. Years of training made reinforcement magic second nature, and he could easily activate it without connecting to the great source. His mastery of air manipulation allowed him to precisely anticipate his enemy's moves. The large-caliber bullet from the Thompson Contender was dodged with 2 quick sidesteps, one as Shinji raised his hand, and the other just before pulling the trigger. The 2 grenades that followed were similarly evaded midair, with Freddy accelerating out of their blast radius, the resulting shockwave propelling him forward even faster. For a magus master of wind, this was a simple task. In the silver arc of his sword, the free-spirited magus charged across the scorched land left by the incendiary bombs, closing in with incredible speed. Chapter 798, Chapter 798, The Victory of Mindset. 12-14 words. Anyone with a bit of martial arts knowledge understands that the best way to counter modern weapons is through close combat. This is due to the inherent flaws of modern weaponry. The singular attack mode of firearms makes them less effective at close range compared to cold weapons. Grenades are even worse, as their overwhelming power makes them unusable at close range unless you're looking for mutual destruction. From Freddy's perspective, as long as he successfully got close, he had already won half the battle. Of course, he wasn't careless or underestimating his opponent. Up until now, he had been holding back some strength, prepared to deal with any hidden trump cards his opponent might have. He didn't believe that someone who had made it this far would be so easily defeated. As expected, his opponent had a backup plan. The blue-haired, blue-eyed young man quickly pulled out 2 mini submachine guns from under his coat and unleashed a barrage of bullets at the advancing magician. The mini submachine gun, or micro SMG, is a classic example of quantity over quality. A single bullet may not pack much power, but in a concentrated burst, its lethality is still terrifying, especially in close-range shooting. Unless you're wearing bulletproof gear, or can physically withstand bullets, you'll end up riddled with holes. Unfortunately, Freddy met neither of these criteria, and was riddled with bullets. Even his once bright sword dimmed. Wait, how could a silver sword go dull? Since when did a micro SMG become so deadly? There's no blood. Wait, where's the blood? That's right, there was no blood. In the instant the micro SMG opened fire, Freddy's figure transformed from a 3-dimensional entity into a 2-dimensional shadow, like a silhouette on the ground, unaffected by physical laws. It was Magecraft. Freddy's Magecraft. Manipulating airflow was just the basics, something any halfway competent magus could do. What he was displaying now was the true essence of his Magecraft, the reason he held his ground in the mysterious world, and his greatest advantage in entering the forest of Inash. As he maintained his 2-dimensional shadow form, he continued advancing, while the enemy retreated, unloading bullets all the while. The situation seemed to be at a stalemate, but this standoff was only temporary. Neither Magecraft nor bullets were infinite. Eventually, one would run out. And clearly, the micro SMG's magazine wouldn't outlast Freddy. The deadlock was soon broken. As the last bullet flew by, Freddy reverted to his 3-dimensional form, his sword thrusting straight at Shinji's throat. In his 2-dimensional state, he wasn't affected by physical attacks, but he also couldn't use physical attacks himself. At such close range, his sword was far more effective than magic. Shinji seemed panicked, hurriedly raising the micro SMG to block the sword. But it was futile. Freddy's sword was crafted through alchemy, and the gun's metal was no match for its sharpness, instantly pierced. The blade didn't stop there, it continued toward Shinji's left arm. Freddy expected the same outcome as with the gun. The left arm should be pierced and next, the chest. This was what Freddy believed. However, reality turned out to be the opposite. The razor-sharp tip of the sword halted as soon as it pierced through the sleeve of the coat, as if it had hit something incredibly hard. At that moment, Shinji smiled, his feet pivoting 90 degrees, switching his backward retreat into a forward rush. Under Freddy's astonished gaze, he closed the distance and drove his right fist into Freddy's abdomen. Freddy was surprised but remained composed. He trained in single-handed swordsmanship, and his other hand was also trained in various close combat techniques. Reflexively, he opened his palm to block the punch. He blocked the punch, but he couldn't fully withstand the force behind it. The force was immense, almost inhuman, like being hit by a speeding car. Even Freddy's well-trained, magically enhanced arm couldn't endure it. He heard the bones in his left arm crack. Then, the right arm followed. Seizing the moment when the punch landed, Shinji's left arm, equipped with some mysterious device, slid along the sword blade and crushed Freddy's sword-wielding right hand. He finished with a knee strike, delivering a decisive blow that knocked the famous magus to the ground. Conversation's over. It's my victory. Shinji casually sat beside Freddy, his right hand, which had dealt the crucial blow, picking up the Thompson contender from the ground and pointing it at Freddy's head. "It's your victory," Freddy coughed, blood trickling from his mouth. Though somewhat regretful, he accepted the reality straightforwardly. Both of his hands were crippled, and his internal organs had taken severe damage. His pride in his martial skills was now meaningless. In this magic-suppressing forest, he had lost the ability to fight. "So, victorious one, what do you plan to do with this defeated man?" "I'll let you go," Shinji said, moving the gun away. Surprised? True, in the battle for such a super treasure, it's normal to eliminate all enemies to avoid future problems. Then why are you letting me go? You should ask yourself. Why did you aim for my lungs with your sword instead of my heart? You didn't intend to kill me, so I won't kill you. Fair, isn't it? Besides, the gun is out of bullets. The Thompson contender is a single-shot gun that needs reloading after each shot. Facing Shinji's counter-question, Freddy forced a bitter smile. "Maybe I just wanted to make you part of the forest of Inash's nourishment. How do you know I wasn't thinking the same? Look, the blood you coughed up is already stirring the forest." Shinji pointed, and Freddy saw several pairs of red eyes at the boundary between the Black Forest and the Forbidden Zone beasts reared by the forest. Feeling the bloodthirsty gazes around him, Freddy knew he couldn't delay any longer and struggled to sit up. "So I'll be going. Hurry up, don't waste my rest time." Shinji waved him off impatiently. Soon, Freddy shifted back to his two-dimensional state, blending into the shadows, ready to escape at any moment. "One last question: why do you rely on firearms even though you're so strong? Are you stupid from all the martial arts practice? Or has studying magecraft turned your brain to mush? How could you ask such a dumb question?" Shinji shook his head, a look of annoyance on his face. "We're not here to duel or study magecraft. We're competing for a treasure, so of course, we'll use every means necessary. Guns and grenades are effective, so why not use them? What's the point of differentiating between magecraft and technology? Without these weapons, could I have won so easily?" In close combat, their skill gap wasn't as wide as it seemed. Freddy even had a clear advantage in pure swordsmanship. In a straight-up fight, without using special weapons or magecraft, Shinji might win, but it would take much longer. But with the aid of modern weapons, Shinji defeated Freddy in less than 3 minutes. This was a victory of mindset. Traditional Magus thinking needs an update. In truth, technology and magecraft don't conflict. Approach research with a serious and rigorous attitude, and fight ruthlessly when the time comes. Who says a scientist who studies weapons can't use them in combat? Chapter 799. Chapter 799. Don't act superior in front of me. 1169 words. And just like that, the battle was over. In the dark forest, the Magus Freddy had been defeated. "May I ask your name?" Before coming here, Freddy had been confident that he was different from those sheltered flowers in the clock tower. Even the feared executors couldn't stop him. But despite that, he lost to this guy, much younger than himself, and accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. He wanted to know his name. As a warrior, he wanted to know the name of someone stronger than him. As a Magus, he wanted to know the name of someone who was even more unconventional, a Magus whose decisive punch was enhanced by magical power, of which Freddy was certain. Shinji's expression became even more exasperated. "This is already the second question. And why should I tell you my name? There are plenty of people who want the crimson fruit, telling you would just cause me more trouble. Besides, what makes you think the name I told you would be my real one?" Realizing it was pointless to continue, Freddy left, as silently as when he had arrived. Now that I think about it, didn't a Magus also appear in the sequel to Tsukiheim? Was it this Freddy? No, the role was too small to remember. Anyway, just be careful. Projecting his mental energy outward, carefully scanning every inch of the surrounding area, Shinji, who had just won a great victory, seemed to notice something. "It seems we have more visitors. Since you're here, why not come out and show yourself?" "Discovered?" A voice echoed through the silent forest, difficult to distinguish if it was male or female, though it sounded very young, perhaps a boy around 12 or 13. Not bad at all. You're certainly worthy of being the princess's knight. With you guarding her, it might be possible to destroy the Knight of Wallachia. Shinji's expression changed instantly, this time not in feigned panic but in genuine shock. He hadn't revealed any of his signature abilities, so how had he been recognized? Don't be so tense. I just came to say hello. The voice remained light as if they weren't in a treacherous place but enjoying a spring outing. Nice to meet you, Shinji Matou. I knew I'd meet you someday, but I never expected it to be today. Why have you come here? Hunting dead apostles. The princess I remember wasn't so diligent. Shinji ignored the voice's inquiry, quietly loading bullets into his Thompson contender. His blue eyes glowed with a dangerous intensity, 10 times more menacing than when he had fought Freddy. Stop that. I have no intention of fighting you. The reason is too despairing, you have no way to win against me. It would be better to give up on this meaningless task. The voice was not angry but instead carried a tone of kind advice. Shinji's wrist flicked, the gun barrel snapping into place with a taunting snort. Don't be so sure. Then let's see. I'm curious to witness the power of this Knight of the Princess. In the distance, the growl of beasts could be heard like a wolf's howl or a tiger's roar. Let's do this. The downward curve of Shinji's lips suddenly lifted into a grin, a flash of vivid red appearing deep within his eyes. The next moment, a shocked cry echoed, and the once relaxed voice suddenly lost its composure. What did you do? Nothing much, just shared a bit of the pressure I've been dealing with. And by the way, don't act superior in front of me. Ever since I got tricked by someone, I've wanted to slap anyone who acts that way. Shinji didn't know if the voice's owner heard his words, but he knew his attack had worked. The voice was fading away, revealing the speaker's identity in its final echoes. Get away, Seal. Stay 50, no, 100 meters away. I can't hold on much longer. What a nostalgic name. Now we've gathered all the main characters of Tsukihime on this stage. Her appearance means the church's ultimate force, the burial agency, has also set its sights on Forest of Inash. Seal, the second female lead in Tsukihime, second only to Arcuade in popularity, and the 7th member of the burial agency. The one who partnered with her, who could speak to Shinji in such a manner, was none other than the 5th member, Miriam Solomon, a dead apostle ancestor like Forest of Inash. But with Roa still around, Seal wouldn't be used as a pawn. This means the burial agency genuinely intends to take down the Forest of Inash. But why would the church need a reason to hunt vampires? Using the information he had, combined with his knowledge, Shinji quickly made a decision. Let's go take a look. Seal and Miriam are here to eliminate Forest of Inash, not to fight over the crimson fruit. Miriam himself is a staunch supporter of Arcuade, so if I can establish a cooperation agreement, the rest will be much easier. The direction that consciousness left in was. Miriam had projected his consciousness nearby to talk to Shinji, but his real body was not present, which was why he believed Shinji couldn't defeat him. However, he didn't know that Shinji feared nothing more than spiritual and mental confrontations. Even the old man of jewels might not surpass him in this area. So Miriam was tricked. Fortunately, Shinji hadn't gone all out, or else Miriam would have been left in a weakened state for a long time, if not turned into a complete idiot. Following the trace of Miriam's departing consciousness, Shinji walked along, burning everything in his path with a flamethrower. Whether it was resonance magecraft or out-of-body consciousness, it couldn't stray too far from the body. Even someone as close to the third magician as Shinji couldn't project his consciousness over long distances. Miriam had to be nearby. Sure enough, after about 15 minutes, Shinji pinpointed his target's location indicated by projectiles coming from above. Thin, sharp blades with short, inconspicuous handles, they were the hallmark of the church's executors' black keys. Unlike ordinary black keys thrown by executors, these didn't behave like typical projectiles but rather like firearms. Even a reinforced concrete wall would be pierced by them. This was the unique technique of the burial agency, armor-piercing effect, greatly enhancing the power of thrown weapons. However, these powerful black keys were not aimed at Shinji's body, but at the ground in front of him, warning that the path was blocked. Shinji flicked his toe, making the black key fall into his hand, then looked up in the direction it had come from. There stood a woman, dressed in a nun's habit. The woman shared a similar style to Shinji, around 16 or 17 years old, with Eastern features, Western blue hair and blue eyes, and a physique somewhere between East and West. The moment their eyes met, Shinji confirmed her identity. She was Seal, the last person Miriam had mentioned. Chapter 800, Seal 1126 words. The burial agency is widely known, but due to their secretive practices, and their tendency to annihilate its enemies, few people know the actual appearances and identities of its members. After a brief observation, Shinji didn't directly reveal Seal's identity. Instead he said, "It's not you." Seal didn't understand and instinctively asked, "What do you mean, not me?" "The person I'm looking for isn't you," Shinji said as he continued walking forward. The girl in the nun's habit flicked her wrist, and another black key blocked his path. "Who are you looking for?" A person with a very young-sounding voice. Shinji repeated his tactic and acquired another black key. "Can you let me pass?" "No, I can't. The person you're looking for is my companion. Even though I don't like that guy either, a companion is still a companion." With a quick motion, Seal now held 6 black keys in her hands. "If you insist on going forward, I'm afraid I can't let you. I mean no harm. I just want to talk to him." "Is that impossible?" Before Seal could answer, another voice rang out. "If you mean no harm, then why did you injure him?" The voice belonged to another girl, also dressed in the distinctive black nun's habit of the Holy Church, and also a mixed blood. Unlike Seal, who had short straight hair, this girl had long wavy hair. Seal's hair and eyes were sky blue, while the girl had silver hair and golden eyes. The girl also appeared younger and smaller in stature than Seal. The newly arrived girl wasn't standing on a tree, but was hiding behind a rock, forming a pincer movement with Seal, one from above and one from the side. Shinji casually glanced at the silver-haired girl, calculating in his mind. A person he hadn't seen before. She doesn't seem like Father Dawn of the 6th seat. The 1st seat, Narbarek, can also be ruled out. The personality and characteristics don't match. So is she one of the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th seats? No, it doesn't seem like it. She doesn't feel as dangerous as Seal, and doesn't match the rumored image of those monsters. Though it could be a disguise, Miriam and Seal should be enough to deal with a dead apostle, so there's no need to waste additional resources. Is she a church executor, or perhaps the infamous and tragic 8th seat, always replaced after being ruined? While analyzing, Shinji's actions didn't slow down. He tossed the flamethrower to the ground with one hand, and pulled a sealed bag from his pocket with the other, throwing it toward the silver-haired girl. "I only retaliated slightly, and didn't cause him any real harm. The abnormal state he's in can be resolved if he drinks this." In a flash of silver, the plastic bag was shot in midair, bursting open. The red liquid scattered on the ground, quickly soaking into the dark red earth, leaving nothing behind. "Another black key, huh? Can't you church people come up with something new?" While he complained inwardly, Shinji also confirmed the girl's identity. Similar techniques to Seal's, armor-piercing, so she's probably that unlucky 8th seat after all. Shinji looked at the girl with a hint of pity. She's so pretty, why would she choose to be the short-lived 8th seat? Although the liquid was quickly absorbed, the girl determined its contents through the scent in the air. "This is bad. Blood is the only food for dead apostles, and even the faintest scent of blood can incite unrest in the forest, let alone a whole 200 cubic centimeters blood pack." As she feared, just as the blood was absorbed, a root thicker than her waist burst from the ground beneath the black key, snaking toward the girl like a giant serpent. Gritting her teeth, the girl swiftly moved, catching 6 black keys between her pale fingers in the blink of an eye. But before she could throw them, a grenade had already hit the black root. The explosion shattered it into pieces. There was no doubt it was Shinji's support. He had realized the consequences of the blood pact breaking faster than the girl, and reacted accordingly. After throwing the grenade, Shinji picked up the flamethrower, and burned the remnants of the root along with the surrounding holes until the ground cracked and dried before releasing the flamethrower's trigger. "Are you okay?" The girl didn't relax because of Shinji's help. She gripped the black keys tightly and shouted, "Get back." Seal wore a similar expression, clutching 6 black keys in her hands. Shinji couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. "I understand you're being cautious, and in a place as dangerous as this, that's natural. But I've shown with my actions that I mean no harm. Can't you trust me a little? How do we know you're not doing this on purpose to lull us into a false sense of security before attacking and eliminating us all at once?" The girl retorted coldly. "Eliminate you all at once? Girl, have you never seen Miram's combat style, or know Seal's abilities? These two are notoriously hard to kill, especially the latter. Even a magician might not be able to kill her for good." Of course, he couldn't say that aloud, or it would cause serious misunderstanding. "What do I gain from eliminating you?" You'd have to ask yourself that. Maybe there's a benefit, or maybe you're just a sadistic psycho who enjoys torturing women. Or perhaps you want to capture us and do unspeakable things. The girl's words were harsh, but her expression remained impassive, creating an odd contrast. "A sweet girl like you, why say such nasty things? Besides, I'm not interested in minors, and even if I were, you wouldn't stand a chance. If you want to know why it's too hopeless, you don't have a way to win against me, so it's better to give up on meaningless things. Your words are just as nasty." "Sorry, those weren't mine. It was something your companion said to me earlier. I just repeated it to show him that I could." Perhaps realizing that the conversation would never end, Seal interrupted their exchange. "My companion has already paid for his rudeness. Let this matter end here. Please leave." "What if I don't want to?" After saying this, Shinji suddenly dodged to the side. In the next instant, 6 black keys struck the spot where he had stood, blasting a large hole in the ground. Seal's response, though it seemed forceful, she had held back. Because Shinji is human, a pure human. If he were a vampire or another supernatural being, they wouldn't have bothered with words, they'd have gone straight for the kill. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.